Testing, testing. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Village Council Budget Work Session. Oh, wait, I got the wrong thing up. How did that happen? Sorry, give me 1 second. Perfect. Why is it?
that just had to come in.
Okay, home. There should be a home. Why isn't this?
Hollywood's here.
Well,
Technical support has arrived.
it won't go back
Okay,
to the
you're
home.
in, yeah, you're in the minutes. I don't know why you're in there. Hold on, let's get out. Got too much stuff open.
Well, just, oh, I need, yeah,
It makes it run slower.
okay.
All those emails that you haven't read either does it too.
Yeah.
It's about that.
No, I'm sorry, reading
He's been better.
Like
He's,
a thousand.
There we are.
you're gonna go to today.
today. Okay.
There you go.
Sorry.
You good?
Wrong meeting. All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome, Bob. Doing all right?
Yep.
All right. All right, I'd like to welcome everyone to the Village Council Work Session, March 30th, Thursday. I show the time at 9:03. I show we also have a full quorum. First up, you don't have to consider allowing anyone to participate remotely, so adoption of the agenda. Do we have any additions, changes, or
Yes,
subtractions?
yes. I would like to add, under D, items of discussion, 16, consider approval of change order from AVI SPL, formerly SKC Communications, for community room connections and smart shade integration at a cost not to exceed $2,750, and to direct staff to prepare budget amendment. I'd also like to add number 17 under the same item, or D, discuss and consider comments of support or opposition of Senate Bill 317 to establish workforce housing developments to address critical housing shortages for firefighters, law enforcement, officers, teachers, nurses, first responders, and other vital workers and first-time homebuyers. I would also like to add number 18, discuss and consider entering revised contract with McAdams for conducting a hydraulic study at a cost not to exceed $20,000 and authorize the manager to execute the agreement. I need to add item, or letter I, closed session, recess into closed session pursuant to NCGS 143318.11A6 to discuss personnel. I would like to table number 6, which is the sink replacement, and table number 19, which is the art display, until our next work session in May. And that's all I have.
6 and what else?
And that's all I have.
Anybody else? All right, I'll need a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
All's in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Next up, we have presentations. We have Union County, I believe, here, and I think probably the best way, the microphones are now working. Okay, so we'll just have you guys come up and talk to us a little bit. I know we have some questions since our last meeting. I know I saw you at the WUMA, but you at the WUMA before that, so there's a lot of questions that our council has, so appreciate you guys being here. Thank you, Brian.
Mr. Mayor, before he starts, just want to let y'all know that I did not ask them to prepare a presentation, so he's just going to give an overview as to where they're at. If y'all have some questions you want to ask, and we can go from
Okay.
there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of the board. As Christina said, she did ask that myself and Chairman Rush attend your work session this morning. First, give you a little bit of an update where we stand with our water and sewer utility, as well as answer any questions you might have. So just give you an overview of where we stand. Obviously, we're in the budget process, just like you are. And part of those budget decisions, the board is going to have to give us some Chairman may have some comments he'd like to make out on the other.
They have questions for you right now.
All right. What can I answer for? Is that, first off, did that help you understand where we are tonight?
It did for me. Rate increases happen all the time because in general, I mean, we've always commented, you put a shovel to something and you gotta have a budget for it. So it's gonna increase naturally, but it's at what rate and that sort of thing. And I'm not sure who to direct this to, but I know we had a list of questions, but I know where this started, and I appreciate Sonia you reaching out to me to see if you can come to this meeting, so I wanted to make sure the council was prepared. But was it the WUMA meeting we first started discussing the concerns of the sewer capacity? And there was a lot of questions, which then after that meeting stirred a lot more questions. So, and all we're trying to do is sort of on a fact-finding mission for us to kind of help us, because take this small, well, relatively small community and times it by 16. Everything you guys do at the county level affects us, but we're continuing to going on and planning, but we need to know what to expect from the people that we're gonna be requesting, if you will, the capacity for sewer and water. That said, and I don't know if anyone wants to start off with a question, or Kim, did you have one? This whole 12 mile and 6 mile, how long has the board, previous board and stuff, known about this potential issue coming? I mean, have they seen this for 5, 10 years, that this is gonna be a capacity issue?
Sure. So we've been discussing about capacity in our system for a number of years. It was identified in our 2016 master plan things that we need to consider as far as operating the system for the long term. And so we identified within that master plan opportunities for expansion of the system, obviously in Crooked Creek or Lower Crooked Creek area. Also, those what the board would consider doing in the 12 Mile Creek service area. And then to some lesser degree, what would you do in 6 Mile? 6 Mile is really constrained. I mean, it's really a contractual arrangement with Charlotte, so it's not about us having a wastewater treatment plant. But all of that was really built into that master plan. But understand, though, that was a previous board, and their strategy may have been different than the current board's strategy. And that's where we're staying, is what is the board's long-term strategy for the utility? We really haven't gotten that from them yet. They really haven't said, this is our strategy for expanding and growing the system. And once we know that, then we can build that plan around what's their strategy. But we did know that there's going to be a point at which our wastewater treatment facilities will either A, not have any additional capacity, or B, will need to expand them to have capacity. We've been talking about that all along. How long does that take? It really depends on how fast development grows. The chairman has said this before. The 12 Mile Creek plant had a number of years on 3 million gallons and lasted quite some time on a 3 MGD total capacity. Some of that, of course, was during the downturn in the economy, but it did last for quite some time. Here within the last, let's say, 10 years, development has really taken off, and we've seen capacity be consumed a lot quicker than when that original period from, say, 2000 to 2012. So just, yes, the board has been aware. Obviously, we have new board members. We don't know what their philosophy is, so we're all working towards that.
But the previous boards have recognized, like, how far back, and then they decided to purchase, my understanding is 82 acres of land for expansion purposes, correct?
For the Lower Crooked Creek area, yes, sir, that was purchased not too long ago.
Okay, so obviously they knew the problem was coming within the last board and stuff, and now it's just, so that was purchased when?
Sure. So that was purchased, I want to say,
The whole process in building an expansion, I think, was mentioned in the first WUMA meeting, that it could take up to 10 years to build that. Okay, so anywhere along that 10 years, you could start the process, or is it start the process and then it takes 10 years, or it's like in 5 years and you can get it built in 2 years, but it's a 10-year because of all the easements, whatever needs to be
It's
permits?
roughly an 8 to 10 year process, and that's from start to finish, because you're, number one, you have to get your limits of discharge, your discharge limits, you have to get all your environmental approvals done, you have to get your design done, and then you have to start construction. Typically, the environmental work and all of the stuff that goes in with getting your permit, just to say, I want to build, takes about 5 years, just to do that. And then it takes roughly 3 to 5 years to actually build the wastewater treatment plant. So that's where you get 8 to 10 years for a total build out.
So, and I don't know the answer to this question because I'm not in the business of building treatment facilities, but if I have a piece of land and then I purchase that land, but then lease it out for 10 years, do I have the ability to go on that land and do all of that work during that 10-year lease?
So we do have the ability within the lease structure to do some of that environmental work if we choose to. So currently, we've already applied for our discharge limits. We've made that application to the state. We haven't gotten that back yet. We anticipate maybe within the next few months, we'll have the discharge limits. From there, then if the board wants to authorize us to do some of the environmental studies, we can. Our lease does not prevent us from doing that work. However, the lease would prevent us from doing any construction activities on the property. So we could conceivably, within the next few years, get your environmental permitting done and then wait until the lease expired. And if the board wanted to move forward with construction after that, they could. But that's up to them, obviously, but that is an option.
So this new plant that there was land purchased for it, what area of Union County is that supposed to serve?
So that would actually serve the Yadkin Basin or that area which is north of Highway 74. That technically does not have any impact on 6 Mile Creek Basin. 6 Mile Creek serves most of Marvin. There is some, obviously, 12 Mile Creek that serve your area, but that really has no impact on the 6 Mile Creek Basin. That's a contract. That will have no effect on whether your service can be provided or not. It does affect is if we have properties that have to flow to 12 Mile Creek. If they flow to 12 Mile Creek, then the 12 Mile Creek is where you have an issue where those properties cannot be served if we don't have adequate expansion or adequate capacity.
So if you expand to the piece of property that was purchased, what are we calling that? Can I call it something
It's
besides
called
that?
Site B, right?
Site B, okay, perfect. So when you build on Site B, will some of that capacity from 12 Mile Creek be able to go there so that it would open up?
Yes, that's a very good question. So the original plan was that once you built that new wastewater treatment plant, flow that it has been being sent back over here into the 12 Mile Creek would now go to that plant, and you would free up capacity. So the Poplar Road pump station, that actually pumps all the way to 12 Mile Creek. It's roughly about 2 million gallons, about 1.8, 1.9 million gallons. That flow would conceivably now come back and be recognized as capacity within the 12 Mile Creek, once you started sending it to the new plant.
So where are we at capacity at 12 Mile Creek?
So on paper, we're running around 96, 97%. What that means by on paper is we have actual flows. Actual flows are about 70%. And we have another 25 or so percent that is in permitted, meaning it has a permit.
It's
it
committed.
could flow, they just haven't connected. So we're roughly 96%, 97%.
So that's committed.
That's committed, that is correct.
So how long do you give from permit to them turning on the spigot and,
So
is there a
we give them
time frame?
5 years to put the infrastructure in. They can ask for generally it's 5 years for them to get the infrastructure in the ground. That doesn't mean that it's 5 years for the project to be finished. It's often a lot longer for a project to be completed and homes or development connected to it. If they have the utility in the ground, then we consider them to be substantially complete at that point.
So when you're looking at capacity issues, at what point are you like, okay, that's it, we're done, we're not doing anything else, it's too much? I mean, 96% seems pretty there.
So we obviously can't go above 100%, and the board has given us the ability to manage that up to approximately 100%. I'm not comfortable going all the way to 100%, but we try to manage that between around 98 and 99%. So once we get to that point, then we really sort of, slow down. We do gain capacity. This is the tricky part of it. The way the system works is there's a planning number. So when you apply for a permit, there's a number at which we use to plan for the flow you need for your development. That planning number is often higher than the actual flow, but we're required to use a planning number. So it takes, for instance, a residential development. You may have 100 homes. I'm just going to throw a number out there. Maybe that 100 homes needs 50,000 gallons. Planning number. When those homes connect, it may only flow 35,000 gallons. And when they do, technically, we get back another 15,000 gallons in the system because now the actual flows are flowing. We know what those are, and permitted or planned flows come off the books, and we're only using actual numbers at that point in time. So technically, we kind of gain a little bit of capacity as development connects and starts to flow. That's how we've been able to actually manage our system for the last, I'd say, year or so, is that by gaining capacity from connections being made, as well as our actual flows have gone down because we've done a great deal of work on reducing the rainwater infiltration into our system. We've had a significant amount of rain flow that flowed into the system over the last few years, and that's reduced as well. So that we do gain a little bit of capacity, but that's not a permanent solution. That will stop at some point in time.
So, okay, so not a permanent solution, which is the reason that you guys have Site B purchased.
Two things. So it's a two-phase approach. One, do you expand the plant in order to provide capacity at the plant today? Second, what do you do for reducing the flow that's already being sent to that plant from over any other space? So it's a two-phase strategy. It's not just one. The board can obviously say, if you want to expand 12 Mile Creek, you can expand that and not really worry about changing that flow from Poplar for some time period. Now, how long will that expansion last? It depends on how development is occurring. You have development last, you have 3 million gallons last a long time. And then you have 1.5 last like hardly 5 years. So it really depends on the development.
And just.
Well, I mean, the development depends on what the board is approving.
No, I venture to say actually most of our flow is consumed at the municipal level, not at the county level.
But
You look
you
at-
guys have to approve the sewer permits.
We cannot turn down a sewer permit if it is capacity available and the town has approved a project. So you understand that capacity is available and the project gets approved inside a municipality, we cannot refuse to serve that project.
If it's gravity.
Well, if it's gravity, that's correct. If it's a pump station, we obviously have the ability to say that we will approve a pump station or not. As long as it's a gravity connection, we can't refuse to make that connection and allow that sewer service.
Okay, and do you happen to know off the top of your head where Broadmoor is going to flow to?
Where Broadmoor flows?
Broadmoor will flow to.
I think it flows to 6 Mile, I believe. I believe it does. Don't quote me on that. That's off the top of my head. I think it
6
flows to
Mile.
6 Mile.
So back into
It connects,
6 Miles Charlotte, right?
yeah. Mhm.
I'll confirm that for you, but I believe it flows to 6 Mile. I'm not 100% positive.
What?
If I recall correctly, I talked to Crystal about this. I'm pretty sure it's being pumped into the existing force main that goes to 6 Mile.
Okay. And we're fine with capacity at 6 Mile because it's a contractual thing?
Yeah, they just confirmed, it's going to, it has to be pumped before it gets to 6 Mile.
Right.
That is-
But if you can flow to Broadmoor and get it there, right? Okay. And there's no capacity issues at 6 Mile because it's contractual?
At 6 Mile, at this time, we have this flow available in our contract. Now, we have confirmed from Charlotte that they would not expand our contract to allow us any additional capacity. So right now, that contract's a 3 million gallon contract. We use roughly about 1.5 million gallons, it depends.
Okay.
Sometimes it may be a little higher, but we have capacity that we could continue to send flow to that 6 Mile Creek area.
And just out of curiosity, when a development is finished, how long do you give it as far as to process and you determine that, okay, they're not using 50,000, they're using 15, we're capturing that 15 and putting it back in? How long is that process? Is a year after the development is finished? How soon does that happen?
So that's actually happening all along. So as connections are made to our system, those connections become actual flows. So it's really a continuous process. A commercial project's a little bit different. Most of those flows are gonna come on pretty much almost at the same time, except for your out parcels. So, but when you're talking about residential development, houses are built over time. So we don't wait till the end of the project and say that flow is realized. It's as all connections are made and flow starts flowing into the system, the planned number comes off, the actual number comes on. I don't know if that answers your question,
Yeah.
but it's
No,
a continuous
right,
process.
you're not waiting till the development's finished, and at least you have so-called current numbers all the time, you would assume. So,
I have a quick question, just before you get too far away from, you mentioned the interbasin transfers. Does the effluent from 12 Mile, I'm sorry, you gave the two options of expanding 12 Mile or reducing the flow from Poplin. Do both of those go to this, does the effluent go to the same area?
It does.
Okay,
They both go to 12 Mile.
okay.
Yeah, Poplin is actually on, near 485 and sort of 74. So it's an area that is north of 74, but almost at 485. And that, was done years ago. It was a way to try and serve that area. It could not flow to any of our other treatment plants by gravity, so we pumped it to 12 Mile Creek. We're allowed to do it. It's technically in the Yadkin Basin, so we have to account for that in our IBT, our interbasin transfer. But if you were to remove that transfer or that pump over, you gain capacity at 12 Mile.
So if you know there's capacity issues at 12 Mile Creek, which we know there is, and you purchase Site B, what was the thought process of leasing it back to whoever you purchased it from for 10 years or whatever it was, for, how much was it a year?
So Brian gave you an overview of the staff's, and now we're getting into politics, so let's talk about politics. First of all, Site B has no discharge permit whatsoever. We don't know if the state will give us a 2 million, 4 million, 8 million, which is what we've asked for, I think it's $8 million discharge permit. If they give us a 4 million gallon a day discharge permit, then all the stuff that's up there, that would take 2 million for the lower Crooked Creek plant, because they want to move it to the upper Crooked Creek if it's ever built. So that takes 2 million gallons away day one. Then, so now you've got the Poplin Road Pump Station. The Poplin Road Pump Station has 2 million gallons roughly within it, and it's pumping it down to 12 Mile Creek. Well, they want to take that and turn it around to that plant. So 4 million gallons, take it out right there, period. So we're just replacing capacity that we already had up there. Then, any other capacity is going to be used for that area, for homes to be built in that area, not down here. And your concerns here are the 6 Mile Creek, and
I mean, I have more, that's not my only concern. I have a lot of concerns, but that is one of them. Yeah, I appreciate that.
But so here's the other part of it. To do the Upper Crooked Creek Basin, the estimate is $300 million. We can spend $80 million and do the same for 12 Mile Creek. We can spend $50 million and upgrade it to the next level, which opens up let's say 5,300 houses in this area. Plenty of commercial, about 5,300 houses. We can go to 12 million. We're already permitted at 12 million gallons a day on the 12 Mile Creek plant. We're actually using 6 million gallons a day. So double what you have here now in houses and growth, and you can have that on 12 Mile Creek today. Or with the capacity we've already promised. And it costs a third or less of the cost of building a new plant in the northern part of the county, which may or may not have any of that down here whatsoever.
Okay, but why is it tied up in a lease for 10 years? Because, hold on. Because you have said you don't know what the capacity is going to be, which I understand you've gone in for the permits, et cetera, which is, I think, is a smart thing to do. But in the meantime, so what if they come back and they're like 8 million? And they're gonna tell you that in 6 months, a year, whatever, however long the permitting process takes, but you've now tied it up for 10 years.
That plant's been tied up for over 20 years.
But right now, it's currently tied up in a lease for 10 years. Why?
And the road's there, can't have any road.
But why is it tied up in a lease? You can work with, why?
Because we wanted it to be tied up in a lease.
That's not an answer.
It is an answer.
It's not.
You all here have asked for years that we manage growth. Every county commissioner for the last 20 years has been elected to manage growth. Is that true or false statement in your opinion?
I don't know what other municipalities have done, but yes.
Every county commissioner that's ran for office said, we're going to manage.
I don't know what everyone has done.
So, when we did that, that's the only way that the county commission can manage growth. Now, you're going to be in opposition.
By tying it up for 10 years?
Yes, because it would take us 10 years to do what we're going to do anyways.
But it might not.
When a developer buys property,
Because if you are going, you can't even start construction on it, so then it's an additional 10 years.
going over the same stuff.
That's great.
Unless you own property in an LLC in northern Union County, this has no effect on you whatsoever as a town market, village market.
It doesn't matter. Right now, I am a citizen of Union County.
You pay no tax money for that.
How do I not pay tax money for that?
The state gave us ARPA funds, or promised us ARPA funds,
So so you paid how much for it? 4 point,
4.6.
okay. And did you get the ARPA funds for it?
The ARPA funds are supposed to be used,
Supposed to be.
it was limited to that use.
So
Have you
those ARPA
gotten it?
funds are federal funds, so we all did pay those in originally. We all have to pay those, yes, in our federal taxes. So what Kim is trying to get at is we are all county citizens here, and we all deserve a good answer, just like we give good answers to our constituents. When we ask a question, it's not just because we said so, because we're not God, we're not a king, we're not any of that. We are elected officials to represent the community. You're skirting around the answer.
No, I'll tell you, and I've said this at one too. When we started looking at that land, I actually asked our manager to approach the city of Drummond to ask them, do they want to partner on that? We can't afford $300 million for a new sewer plant. We need to get the same capacity for $80 million right here at 12 Mile Creek, which we already have permitted, we already have planned. Our CIP is $1.3 billion. Your rates as ratepayers, how many are on county water and sewer? 1, 2, 3, 4. You're on well and septic tank? Everybody else on well and septic tank? Everybody who pays, you pay a 33% increase in your water and sewer rate, and then they told us it's going to be 2 to 3% each year for the next foreseeable future. Then they came back and said, well, we were wrong. It's gonna be another 22% increase on your water and sewer rates. And then 7% a year thereafter for the foreseeable future. We had complaints from residents of Union County saying, we can't afford all this. You know, we're tired of our water bill going up and up and up. I've had complaints from people saying, I used to pay $70 for water and sewer, now I'm paying $130 for water and sewer. So the people who elect us, the people in other areas other than water, have told us we can't stand it. And while there's areas in the county that can stand it, and what we're told is it's affordable. People here can afford it. Because we have such a high rate of people that have high incomes, then we can all afford these increases to do things that don't make much sense, like spend $300 million on a sewer plant that we can spend 80 and get the same capacity just down the road.
So why are you just not expanding 12 Mile Creek then? If you have the capacity, expanding 12 Mile Creek, if you have double capacity and spending the $80 million to do that,
We just voted to put $50 million into 12 Mile Creek a couple weeks ago, and then something happened. The state, in its wisdom, said that we need to take away zones from Marvin, take away the power to rezone, and just add quarter-acre lots wherever. As long as you said it was for a teacher or a firefighter or a first-time home buyer, then they can build quarter-acre lots. They don't even have to annex into them. They can do it right on the edge of Marvin. We can't collect a system development fee, which is low. I mean, if you build a well and septic tank, you pay probably $13,000 to do a well and septic tank. We only charge $7,400 for a sewer and water hookup, the system development fee. Now the state's gonna take it out of our funds. So who pays for that? We do, as ratepayers. I pay a water bill. I have a water at my home in the eastern part of the county. So my water rate goes up to subsidize high-density residential development. So what we're looking at now is we were looking at 2026 completing and having completed the 12 Mile Creek plant. That doesn't affect the houses, 5,300 homes between now and then that are going to be built. But when that's built, we would have been right on with another 5,300 homes to be able to rebuild it. So the construction would have never ceased. It's just planning, can a builder come in and ask for something until, he can ask if you can rezone it, but until we get the sewer capacity, they could not be built. Commercial, we've asked for commercial to be put in front of residential. Right now, if we build sewer capacity, one town can take up all that sewer capacity and plan residential development. Where a town like yours may have a commercial project that we need to get in there, and you go, and it's all sucked up by residential development somewhere else. And we cannot say, right now, legally, we're trying to figure a way to say we're gonna put commercial development in front of residential development. We're 88%, approximately, residential development in Union County. Now, that's selfless in a way, because over the last few years when COVID started, our sales tax revenue jumped from $3 million a year to $6 million a year. Because of all the people shopping at home, and we have so many homes, they were, wherever the address was, that's where the sales tax was coming to. Your zip code, like if you order something from Alaska, it comes to Union County because you have a Union County zip code. So we've seen a big increase in cash and sales tax revenue for schools and local stuff that we normally wouldn't have. So that's a good thing that's out of the houses. But when you look at the roads, when you look at the things that are out of our control with the county, the only way that we can slow anything down is either the economy slows it down, which it did in 2007 and 2008, or the county commissioners, by choosing timely upgrading sewer facilities, that can manage to slow down the road.
so you guys decided, you said a couple of weeks ago, to go ahead and start the expansion on 12 Mile Creek?
We did, but then Senate Bill 317 stepped in, and now, if we're gonna protect our municipalities and we're gonna protect the county, 3 miles.
So you're going to wait to see if that gets approved?
Yeah, and then how we're gonna fund it. If they take away our system development fees, we're gonna have to come up with state give us the money? Does the, do we go for federal grants or something like that? Or do we have to raise people's rates so we can pay for that expansion?
So how many of these developments do you expect to invade Union County if this bill goes through? How many of these developments do you expect to invade Union County if this bill goes through? That's going to affect your sewer development fees and all this stuff that you're talking about.
The sewer development fee, we're wanting to raise it, so that way it pays for those expansions quicker. Last year, we went from getting about $5 million more per year in the system development fees, to 11. So
Okay.
that's a positive sign if we want to pay, if you want to pay for the new development with system development fees, you could upgrade 12-mile premium, pay it 4 or 5 years.
I understand that. What I'm asking you is how many of these developments for workforce, if this bill goes through, how many of these do you think is going to tie up your capacity and not get a system development fee for?
I would think you'd see a lot of it. I would think when you say, I would think when you would tell somebody that they could go to Weddington or Donut Hole or go to Marvin and go right on the edge of Marvin. See, right now, to get any kind of density bonus, they would have to come to you or they would have to come to the county. We won't, I know that this current board has expressed that we want the municipalities to direct how they grow around the municipalities. Not with ETJ, but with annexation, voluntary annexation coming in for a purpose that, that's what we want people to do.
Well, we are aggressively going down that road, and we're not getting too many takers because nobody wants to pay a tax if they don't have to. So if you're saying, so basically this bill is creating somewhat of an emergency for the county because you feel like you're going to get a bunch of low-cost additions to the county infrastructure. So wouldn't it make sense to grant ETJ to municipalities so that we can control all these little donut holes that you're talking about are going to get filled in? Because they won't happen in Marvin because our land values are too high for a developer to develop a development like this. The same thing with Weddington, Waxhaw, Stallings, Wesley Chapel. All of us have very high land values, so it's not economically possible for these places to develop. And even at that, even the ones that are adjacent, okay, because I own property in a donut hole here in Marvin, okay? But that land value is going to be way too high for these developments just because of its proximity. So I don't see a lot on the western side of the county that's going to get developed.
I own quarter-acre lots and did that list. When you look at the city of Monroe, the only place we really have capacity available is the city of Monroe County, because we're contracted for 2.5 million gallons there, and we have about maybe 500,000 or so left in that. And if you look at a map, take a map and go 3 miles outside the closest sewer facility or sewer lines, and that's where your growth can go with no control from the county, no control from the municipality. And ETJ won't matter. Anything won't matter. Unionville, where I grew up, we have no sewer and we have acre lots. Only sewer serves the high school, middle school, and a couple of neighborhoods. They're done. As far as no more high density growth, it has to be an acre lot. So up there, if you look at a map, that's the map's done. Where it goes into Unionville, it goes into Fairview. Unionville will not approve anything, but this legislation takes that ability away. So Unionville can have quarter-acre lots just because they're there. It's the available farmland. And if you have 10 acres or more, then anything 10 acres or more gives the ability for the developer to come in and put in very small houses. And here's the other part of it. If it lasted forever, that those houses remain affordable forever, but it's only a year. You're only required to own those things a year. And then it's Wild West again, and the values go up, and it becomes unaffordable.
Let's go back to the agreement. We purchased land. And by the way, I think they did the math, where the cost savings for people is going to be under $2 a month for the average resident. So it's not like it's a big cost savings. for sewer and water and sewer bills, the rate you said was gonna, there's concerns about it being so high, but they did the math on this and said that the rate is not gonna really affect the individuals that much. Yeah.
Yeah, like inflation's a little bit.
Well, I mean, $2 a month, I mean, if that's what you're hanging your hat on, but here's the question I have for you. Does Stony Rushing know what's gonna happen in the next 10 years?
If it's cycle-wise, if you go through cycles, we'll probably see it downturn and slowing down the growth. And I don't really think either way it happens, whether it's lack of sewer or the economy, I don't think the citizens of Union County would mind much if we slow down growth.
And I might agree with you on that. However,
And that's where we start.
yeah, however, why would, if you're doing a real estate deal, take your hat off as a county commissioner, and Stony Rushing has $5 million to invest, and he's gonna possibly develop whatever it is, and you're investing $5 million, but then you immediately turn around and you sign a contract for 10 years that pays you back $3,000 annually. Why would you not have an out clause? Because my understanding is other county commissioners and the attorney said that you should have an out clause. There's no out clause. We read the lease. There's no out clause in the 10 years. There's no way for you to get out of it without costing the county a lot of money. So are you a good steward if you're Stony Rushing purchasing a property? Kim and I both have real estate license. There's no way I would sign a contract, spend $5 million, get $3,000 for the next 10 years annually, and not have an out clause because I don't know what's going to happen. That's not being a good steward of the county, and that's where it comes down to the county money.
And this is a stewardship conversation instead of a conversation on how to get sewer from Marvin. If it were my money, what I would have done is I would have gone to the landowner and I would have got a contract for 5 years and said, if I get a discharge permit and it's sufficient enough to meet the needs, then at that time, I will pay you the rest of the money. So I want a contract, and I'm gonna pay you $100,000. And then you hold it for 5 years, or up to 5 years. And if I can get that discharge permit from the state, and I get the permit from, Fish and Wildlife, if I get federal, state, local, all the permitting that I need over the next 5 years, then I'm going to pay you $4.6 million. That's how developers do it. But the county, the reason that land was purchased was a political reason. It was purchased because you had a majority of the board going off, that, and a majority of the board coming in, there were disagreements on what we needed to do at that property. So before they went off the board, those commissioners voted to do something that made absolutely no sense in the business world. And we told them, I told them at the time that it made no sense, that we should wait. We should get a option to purchase. And that man that owned that property had been looking at it for 15 years, planning to build a business that was going to hire an additional 50 to 100 people in Union County. So that was a rush decision by a lame-duck board instead of making a good decision with the money. So when we got in, that man had been threatened with condemnation. He had been told that the county commissioner would be in the land if we didn't sell it. So he wanted twice the price. He wanted $10 million for that land. He wanted $18 million.
He only paid $1.6 million for it a year before.
It don't
I-
matter.
But
When you have a business and you have real value in that business, and you have opportunity costs, and you have invested time and energy in that business, when you have built additions and fixed up that house, and you have gone in a direction in your business, and somebody comes in and says, we're gonna take this from you, I would ask for twice the price too.
why didn't you go out to bid for it, though? Why didn't you go out to bid for it? Why, it's under the 10-year frame.
Because if we took your land, if we took your backyard for a county purpose, and then we offered it to him out to bid, or anybody else out to bid, but we took it from you and offered it to a competitor or anybody else, how fair would that be?
Well, he has every right to bid against it, too, if he wants to keep it.
It's an issue of fairness. He's going to plant trees, which is not a short-term crop. Now, crop-wise, that land, that's about what we get from crop of soybeans or crop of beans, $1,800 a month, I think, for that house. But he never negotiated that contract, even though he was given the authorization and told to go do it. So again, I'm here to talk about Marvin, and we're talking about more than.
But you're the new incoming council that has changed what the other ones have done, okay? So now you've just taken the 10-year lease and you have no out clause. So when you're no longer as a county commissioner, in a few years, maybe you decide you're done, or the other thing, you give no recourse, there's no out clause in that. How is that fair to the county?
Because trees are not a one-year crop, they're not a 5-year crop.
But I'm not worried about an individual's business.
Yeah, but you wouldn't.
I'm worried about what is best for Union County residents. And trees are not. I mean, somebody's individual business is not the county's concern. And who exactly threatened condemnation?
The man received a call the day we voted.
From who? From who?
On his phone call said, if you don't say your name, the commissioner's gonna condemn it tonight.
Who said, who called and said that?
I'd like to know, I wish I knew.
Okay, so now we're just like,
We're basing
it could have happened. So, but who called and quote-unquote threatened this person? And I mean, you could ask the gentleman, I mean, apparently you guys have been talking, he doesn't know? All right, I mean, that's a little far-fetched. I just,
Well,
because we're in the county and because that plant, that is so rude. Don't laugh at me. Excuse me. Don't laugh at me. That's irrelevant because we have constituents that will go to 12 Mile Creek, and if you're not opening up that capacity, doing something else, listen, no, you're right, I don't have any guarantee of that. But I would at least like the option to have that. In 10 years, so then in 10 years, it will be done. So we're at 20, hold on, I'm talking. So we're at 20 years at this point. It is so rude when you smirk at me. You are, it's so rude. Like, it really is. So you want to talk about Marvin and pump stations?
Let's talk about pump stations.
Perfect, let's talk about pump stations.
Not allow pump stations.
Perfect, why?
Last year, and we haven't come up with a policy because what we have seen is up north.
We've read the policy, so we'll get to the nitty gritty of it. You guys denied the one down the street, why? Don't be condescending, it's so rude. You are.
In northern Union County, there is a pump station that pumps to a pump station, that pumps to a pump station, that pumps to 12 Mile Creek.
Okay,
And that takes up your capacity. So what we said is, wait a minute,
but I'm trying to get a pump station to go to 6 Mile Creek.
we can't do it
Why?
because Mecklenburg is telling us that we don't have the capacity in their lines.
Mecklenburg has not told you guys that.
Mecklenburg said that they don't have the capacity in their lines, and we have to upgrade 12 Mile Creek, and they have to use that diversion.
That has never been communicated. I just asked you if there was capacity issues at 6 Mile.
1.5 million gallons capacity.
We do have capacity to serve currently what we have. What we don't have is the ability to serve new, in other words, we can't expand our capacity for 6 Mile Creek. It will not give us additional capacity.
Right, but we're fine at 1.5 million gallons right now, and you have 3 million. Okay. So there's no capacity issues with your current contract? Okay. So that should not have been the reason that it was denied. So why was it denied?
There were 5 denied. Yours, Weddington,
I'm not worried about Weddington. Why was ours denied?
I'm telling you the 5 that were denied together.
Okay, well, why was this one denied in Marvin?
They were all denied. They were all denied because we have capacity issues that we can't serve gravity lines. So we have properties along gravity lines that we can't serve right now because of pump stations.
But you don't have capacity issues going to 6 Mile Creek, is what Brian just said.
No, the former manager and Brian both told us that we need that capacity right now to upfit 12 Mile Creek. If
So why wasn't that communicated to us? So why wasn't that communicated to us as a reason that it may be a temporary delay and not just a flat out?
The chairman is correct, that we do need that capacity. We don't need all of it. We don't need all of that capacity.
Okay, so that isn't a viable reason, so why was it denied? It's, because he just said that there is still capacity available.
After we know that we upfit the 12-mile creek, there's some capacity available. Now, with 317, anybody that wants to use that capacity that you're going for in that pump station.
So then why was anything approved for new development at the last meeting?
We didn't approve, the only thing we approved at the very last meeting was upfitting the size of the pipes.
No, you approved a development,
What development?
the houses.
Four houses, the four houses down the road?
Yeah,
We approved 4 houses.
yeah. It still goes to capacity at 12 Mile Creek, and eventually those 4 houses, plus the other 4 houses, plus the other 2 houses, plus, it's going to add up. So it just, to me, does not make sense why capacity has never been, at 6 Mile Creek, been given the reason that it was denied.
It's been given a reason to us. So I think one of the problems that we have is you have other, maybe former county commissioners, maybe even some current commissioners trying to give you bad information.
I mean, I was getting this information from Brian, so.
Maybe the information that
But this is today and not what we have been going through for almost the past year. So that has never been a reason. The reason I was given was because you guys didn't want to pay for the maintenance of a pump station.
that is a good point,
So is that the reason it was denied?
the reason it was denied is we developed a pump station policy. In 2002 to 2006, you couldn't get a pump station. If you got a pump station, it was called gold mines. The reason they were called gold mines is because it made property that you could not develop. So the farmer that owned the land, he sold it cheap to another person who could have connections and could go out and get a pump station maybe. And then they made that land developable and made it worth a lot more money. So the county commissioners at that time, we didn't have a problem, we had a process, we don't approve pump stations.
So,
Over the years, when I came back on in 2014, we were approving all these pump stations. And I said, why are we approving so many pump stations? Why is this public works?
so if that was a gravity fed, you guys, it wouldn't have been a big deal, you guys would have done it?
Because gravity would have it right.
So, could you not have denied it because it was a capacity issue?
The state could have denied it, but we could not deny it. If you got gravity fed.
So, okay, so if the developer is willing to pay for the pump station and pay for the maintenance of it, and you just said if it was gravity fed, you guys wouldn't have done anything about it, so, because there's no capacity issues at 6 Mile Creek, why was it denied? I'm not worried about the other 4, I'm worried about this one. You keep saying you want to talk about Marvin, so I'm talking about Marvin.
5 county commissioners on the last one that said this is a good idea not to approve a bunch of pump stations. The only pump station that was approved.
Because of the cost. And I know that you're very concerned about ratepayers not having to pay extra, but the developer is willing to build it and willing to have the neighborhood pay for the upkeep and the maintenance of it. So why do you guys, like, you just told me if it was gravity fed, you couldn't do anything about it. Going to 6 Mile Creek, and that's where it would be pumped to, so what's the problem?
So Commissioner Helms at the time, and a lot of us agreed with him, when we go to Mecklenburg County, it costs us more to go to Mecklenburg County. They charge us more than we charge here in Union County.
But if it's gravity, but you guys have the contract, you guys are willing to pay up to 3 million gallons in the contract. So if it was gravity fed, it could have gone there and you guys, like, couldn't have done anything about it.
But that bill goes to the same as all the other citizens in the county. So that bill is higher, and everybody else subsidizes that bill. So all the other ratepayers are paying the same rate as the ratepayers that would be going to 6 Mile, even though 6 Mile costs us more. So all the other ratepayers, that's been the concern Commissioner Helms expressed over and over again, is that we're subsidizing the road with the bills from everybody else in the county. Because we all pay the same bill regardless if it was 6 Mile, 12 Mile, Crooked Creek, or wherever. So there's a subsidy issue.
So why aren't we paying as consumption of the 6 Mile Creek? Why are our rate's not higher if it costs more to transfer it? Okay, but if a specific basin costs more because you're shipping it out, should you not pass that on to that specific basin and not make the entire county pay for it?
You should, but I'm not sure the legalities of it, nor why the finance or accounting. When we set rates countywide. So what I pay for water is what you pay for, irregardless if I'm on the other side of the county or not. So it's a rate issue that's set by the county for the whole county.
Okay, so if you have a set rate, then there should be a way to charge a surcharge for a specific area if it costs more to process in that specific area. It's just like fuel surcharges that most businesses have been adopting because of fuel prices going up and down as they do, and we can't control it. So that's how they justify in their budget. They charge a surcharge when the fuel goes up, they drop it when it goes down. So is that not?
So the county answer that question for you. So absolutely, you make a lot of sense. We don't have the ability to charge a surcharge with our system at this point. That has been discussed with the board. We've talked a bit about that. Obviously, that's something that we would have to put in place. It would take several years for us to put that in place because it's about our financial system. We have a very antiquated financial system. It can't manage rates that way. We are aware of that. We've explained to the board if they want to go to a surcharge or a different rate per area or district, we can do that, but it will require a new financial system. It will require us to upgrade all of that. We are working on what's called an automated metering infrastructure where we actually know more defined information about each separate meter. That's easier for us to manage that way, but that's not gonna happen overnight. And I do want to clarify something. I want to make sure everybody understands. We did not tell the board that your project could not be served in 6 Mile Creek. It could have been served in 6 Mile Creek. There is capacity to serve that project in 6 Mile Creek. We did explain to the board that when and if we do an expansion, we will need to use some of that capacity for the diversion. But I don't want anyone to think that I told you that you could not have that project be flowed 6 Mile Creek. It could have flowed 6 Mile Creek. We didn't indicate it couldn't, but there is a need for some of that capacity to be used as a diversion in the future. I want to make sure everybody's on the same page.
So it was denied because it was a pump station?
No, I think the board denied it because they felt that first off, you were pumping from what should have been in the 12 Mile Creek Basin, not in the 6 Mile Creek Basin. Well, my understanding is that
No,
So-
it's
But
right here.
Broadmoor's going to 6 Mile Creek, which is further down the way.
my understanding is that you had to pump it to the, make sure I get my facts right. You had to pump it to 6 Mile, but it would have been in our 12 Mile Creek service area. Is that right?
There's no way because Broadmoor's further down.
So here's,
Decision based on their
I-
transportation analysis that they felt that this was not an appropriate use of our pump station.
so Brian, I totally, whether I agree or disagree with that, what I think what is frustrating from our standpoint and the developers is they went through a long process, they spent a lot of money, and the county basically outlined the steps in which they should take to get approval.
So we outlined the steps that they had to take in order to get the board to review their project. I want everyone to, we clearly told the board, these are reasons you can deny it, these are reasons you can approve it.
Okay,
They're not required to approve the project just because the developer submitted the information.
okay. Somewhere, but,
Not required to approve a rezoning just because they applied.
well, it impacted Marvin directly because now we have a heritage district that we spent a lot of time and money on that you guys were aware of. I'm assuming, I'm assuming that you were aware of that we were doing a Marvin Heritage District. At some point in time, you should have said, I would probably hold off on that because you're not going to get a pump station. So we've done everything. We've fought with our community, with the people that didn't want a heritage district. They just want to keep it the way it is. And we've done a lot of heavy lifting to get it to that point, and then you go, no. Now, That's just my statement on that. So I think there's some culpability, I think, on the county's part to go, you know what, we've probably been a better steward of our municipality if we would've just had that upfront conversation and handled that. But we,
But all I can tell you
no,
is that we gave the board a policy, we gave them a way for them to look at each one of these requests. What reasons would they want to approve those requests for? What reasons would they want to deny those requests for? And then it's really up to them to decide is it best for the utility or not. At the staff level, we're really indifferent as to yes or no. It's
Okay.
which one do you want to go?
so, I get it, I get it. However, our job as councilmen and council people that I'm of the ilk that when you have a problem, I'm gonna come up with a solution. That solution may not be what everybody agrees upon or what everybody likes. I sense at this point in time and over the past year, we're fighting Union County. It's us against you, and it should not be that way. I can tell you from my standpoint, if currently we have this board and you have your board, if I had to go push a button right now on elections, I don't want to push a button on someone who I'm going to fight against. I want to work with someone, whether I like it or not. Because right now, we've done a lot of work to get to this Heritage District, and you basically said, we don't want you to have that Heritage District. And there's no solution, there's no answer, there's no coming to us and saying, this is what we're gonna work with you on. We're gonna get you as close to getting that Heritage District as we possibly can. And we're sitting here fighting back and forth with each other. We're doing the best we can to help, whether we like it or not, developers to come in, and we've told them, hey, we're in the same situation you are. We want to grow our Heritage District. We want to have, and all we're looking for is a pump station. Hell, we'll get in the pump station business. We'll allow the developer to maintain it, to purchase it, build it, whatever, and we're doing everything we feel like we can do, and then we just come up to as I see it, the big bad county that says no, and there's all the reasons. I tell my kids all the time, don't tell me what you can't do.
Now, Jamie, you called me last year
I did.
in October,
Yep,
and we had a good conversation.
Yep.
I told you then, I was unsure of what was happening.
totally get that.
That's our biggest problem. Our biggest problem in the county right now is we're totally unsure of the future. If you wanted this or other projects, then you should support that Senate bill that you're going to talk about not supporting today. Because any facilities nearby, a developer can pay for a pump station and pump it to that nearest closest line, and they can have it within 3 miles, and they can have that sewer. But that takes away your planning, that takes away your zoning, and that takes away our ability to manage our utility.
Right.
It's not that we, listen, folks, I can promise you this, I can promise you that the man behind me, he's not running for office, so I can throw him under the bus. He said, you know, we're talking about this whole pump station thing. And he said, we've been trying to get commercial development in that area for a long time. And we know that we have. And personally, I'm pleased as punch that you guys are willing to do something like this. Now, whether your residents like it or not, that's up to you at election time, and that's
Right.
y'all's business.
Right.
And, you know, but where we're at right now, we are in limbo. We are in limbo because we don't know if the state's gonna take away our ability to repay for these houses. Commercial costs nothing. Commercial costs nothing in sewer capacity. Commercial costs nothing in village center. It's worthy, it's well worth time, and we want it. But we have some challenges short term that we're facing as a county, that we're trying to figure out where we're at. We've only been, this board has only been in office since December. And we've already had a Senate bill thrown at us that says you can't charge system development fees. You can't recoup your money. We're in a study today million for 12 Mile Creek. How are we gonna pay for it? Are we gonna raise rates for inflation because of the cost that it costs to do the system? Or do we, or are they gonna bring a 22 or 25 or 28% rate increase? Which is, again, people said, wait a minute, tired of subsidizing development. I don't mind paying my share. I don't mind paying my repairs on the lines, and I don't mind paying for that. But they do not want to pay to subsidize growth so that they sit in more traffic. And I think each one of you could understand that. There's similar challenges, but this is not a pick on Marvin. I promise you, this is not a pick on Marvin. I've got friends that live here, I've got supporters that live here. This is not a pick on Weddington. But if Weddington builds a pump station, then, and this Senate bill goes through, then all of that area opens up, because you can't deny them the ability to hook onto that pump station and go the other way.
So if we can get this neighborhood down here to gravity feed into Broadmoor and pump it and get it force fed over to 6 Mile Creek, you guys have no problem with that? So no problem with that. Brian, is there a problem with that?
I understand that there's a pump station right now in existence. Is that the one you're talking about going to?
No. No, down to Broadmoor. If I can gravity feed it down to Broadmoor, it's gonna get forced back up here into Charlotte. So gravity fed down there, no pump station. We have capacity at 6 Mile Creek, as Brian has already said. You're fine with that? Cool, thank you.
Okay, so let me ask you the,
Well, let him finish.
I saw you
He said
cringe.
okay, so,
And I apologize, I had Weddington on the brain, that was a pump over from 12 mile to 6 mile, that's where I got confused on it, yours was always 6 mile. So, in order to gravity feed the Broadmoor, and we did explain this to the board as part of the process when we were going through this, it requires an easement to be acquired, in order to extend those lines to get it to Broadmoor. That will mean that the developer has to make an attempt to obviously purchase that property, but if in the event they cannot purchase that property for easement, then it would have to come to the board for condemnation in order to provide that connection to Broadmoor.
but if we can get the easements and it's gravity fed, you guys are fine with it.
The board would have to agree to condemnation
If,
if get to the point.
but no, if you can get the easements, if we can get the easements,
The board doesn't have they don't have anything to decide.
I was
you.
getting ready to say, it doesn't even reach the board. Right,
okay,
okay.
all right, so, all right, so let me ask a stupid question, because I feel like this is the dumbest thing in the world. Okay, we have right down the street here, a community that is our heritage district, okay? Now, that way is Charlotte, okay? We are 150 feet from the development to the forced main that goes to Charlotte. Now, we go quarter of a mile, half a mile down the road to Broadmoor. So what you're saying is, instead of pumping it 150 feet into that main, you want us to gravity feed all the way down to Broadmoor and then pump it right back up, right past where it would tap in, and that's just fine. So why would we go through all of that to essentially get back to the same exact thing that we're asking for a permit for? If the development is going to pay for the pump station, and they're going to put the same capacity into this system here versus going a mile around our butts to get there, what's the difference?
The difference is that's already paid for, built, and put in. And that's already managed and maintained, and we go out how many times a week
But
or that month?
But they're
I'm
willing
not
to pay for
asking that. I'm saying this is a private pump station that is privately maintained forever. And we're getting the same capacity going into the same force main, but we're not traveling through a mile of pipe to get back to the same spot.
Pump stations are not privately maintained, they're actually maintained by the public utility, so we're the ones responsible for that cost. We bear that cost, to understand that.
So if that's so if the community pays that money back to the county, it's no cost to the county.
So when we have a pump station, all the pump stations are factored into the rate cost, so everybody pays. You all are paying for us to maintain
So-
Not if the neighborhood pays for it.
The neighborhood that cannot pay for it.
Why?
They pay for the installation.
'Cause they don't have the
We
system.
maintain and own that pump, because it's part of our permit.
Could it not be a private pump?
We don't allow private pumps. Why we don't allow private pumps is because ultimately it's our permit and we're responsible if something goes wrong. We're not going to turn that liability over to a private entity and then have us be responsible for anything that goes wrong with that. So we don't have private pumps. Now, you can have a private line, we don't have private pumps because ultimately we're responsible for that.
I think that would have been a key factor to be known. Meaning,
That's always known, that the pump station
well, we
is not a private pump station, it is a public pump station. And keep in mind, the whole purpose behind this, the study that was done is to show what properties you could serve outside of that individual property. In other words, if all you're doing is serving one little development, I mean, yeah, it's still a public, but you're just serving that one development.
Right.
Yeah, you show the service area that you can serve beyond just that subdivision. There's another 20 acres or more that can be served with that. That's why it's a public pump station. It serves more than just one community. It doesn't matter, we still make it public, but that's even more reason that that's a public pump station. It serves more than one property.
how do we move forward? Well, and I'm just asking because I'm curious. How do we move forward to, because what I'm hearing through all of this is there's years before we can do anything with the Heritage District at this point. So would you, where you stand today and what you see today, would you say that we should just basically shut down the Heritage District? Our thoughts of the Heritage District?
What I told another municipality recently.
Sure.
I told another municipality recently, until you see trucks rolling in 12 Mile Creek with construction materials, be very careful about what you approve or not. Not because, again, that it's trying to punish the developer. I'm pro-road. I want every one of you to know, I've said it the whole time I've ever been in office, I'm not an anti-road commissioner. I am fine with new construction. We give them billions of dollars more for schools and other things every year because of growth in Union County, so I'm not anti-road. What I am for is being responsible and managing people's money and telling you the truth. The truth is, until we get some of these kinks worked out, we do have some issues. And, you know, the first is funding. And if the state's threatening to take that funding away from us, then we've got an even bigger problem. We have a $40,000 study that we've just done in Cole County that the state's about to say, never mind, you know, that's no good. So it's, we don't control you. You have your own control of this town. You have the control of zoning, you have control of all that. The only thing that we have any control of as a county commissioner is those utilities.
Right.
And I'm not against expanding utilities. I'm not against building sewer capacity. How do I pay for it? That's what I'm looking at. And I think any one of you in my position would be making these same arguments that I'm making. I truly believe that. Just, again, back to the lease of the land. That was gonna cost us like $6,000 plus per month to hold that land and not know what we have. It's gonna cost us to maintain it. It's gonna cost us to upgrade that house. They're gonna put an office in there. We're gonna have to hire employees to watch it. It's gonna cost us approximately $6,000 more per month to watch that. Instead of getting $3,000 a year, it's an opportunity cost. So, this is not done willy-nilly. This is not done without all consideration.
I'm gonna have Bob ask a question. I think he's been wanting to ask a question. And then we gotta wrap it up because we have another group in here, but,
Yeah.
Bob?
In preparation for the meeting, I had a constituent let me know yesterday that the subdivision over at Broadmoor was ceased and halted because of something to do with water and sewer. Brian, do you know anything, or? Okay, thank you.
That said, and we're gonna be here a long day here today, but,
I apologize. If any of y'all thought I was rude, my intention was not to be rude. It's just, it's a big county. And the things that we do affect new sales, decisions we make can't be targeted necessarily to one municipality in the county. Once you open the door for one, you open the door for all, and all of them just don't make sense. And these pump stations and pump stations and pump stations, we've got to stop doing that because it's costing us in our rates a lot more than it should. And it's opening up land that school capacity is not available for. You know, again, there's 20 acres here that could be opened up for quarter-acre lots. And the only reason they do quarter-acre lots, not because it's truly affordable, because they say it's going to be affordable. Because so many percentage in that neighborhood might be sold to a firefighter or a teacher. And that makes no sense for you, that makes no sense for us. That makes no sense for anybody. So I'm proud, thank y'all for talking about going against that Senate bill, because that makes sense for the whole county. And again, anytime that y'all need to call me, if you don't have my mobile number, I'll send it. Do you have my mobile number?
I have it, I can get it.
Well, I think a takeaway on this, because again, I want us to get to the point where we're working with the county and don't feel like we're working against the county. I think a takeaway, maybe a recommendation would be that at some point in time, that, you know, there's the WUMA meetings. I know you guys, I think you attended the WUMA meeting before, that maybe somewhere through that's something regular that we can, just because we shouldn't get bottled up and get to the point where we're at odds against each other, where we're looking for solutions to help each other. And because
Talked to the city of Monroe just the other day about reopening the mayor's commissioners conference, where all the mayors and county commissioners get together quarterly, biannually, or annually, and having discussions with all the commissioners, with all the mayors. That way you don't have to call special meetings for everybody. We're
Sure.
having some of those meetings now, you know, off and on when we have sewer issues or something, but at least quarterly or biannually, trying to get together with all the town mayors to see what the needs are, what we can do to help. And some towns, like maybe Unionville, don't want anything, and other towns may want a lot. But we do need to be able to communicate what the feelings are. And the new board's only been in for 4 or 5 months now, so, but we are trying our best to come up with some kind of plan to move forward. It's just until we have learned what the state legislature's gonna do, till we learn what other things, other entities are gonna do, it's taking us time to figure out how to go forward with utilities. 70% of our time spent on utilities should be on taxes. That's one reason we talk about merging the board of adjustments with the planning board, because again, we want to show the towns, we're trying to push that to you. Developers go to the towns, don't come to the county, go to the towns. And when sewer becomes available again shortly, you know, if we can get funding for Trout Creek, we'd love to sewer back up in this area.
Okay.
And in the meantime, we got 5,300 houses still to do.
Okay.
Thank y'all very much for your time, and again, Judge got the number if you want to get it from him, or anytime you want to call, and I'll answer questions.
thanks you and Brian for coming, and hopefully we'll move toward a more working
And
relationship.
I guess my only parting words as a real estate agent, there is no harm in putting an out clause in a long-term lease. There's no harm at all. It's there to protect us citizens and stuff. That's where my mind goes when it's how that was done. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys. All right, let's see. Sorry, guys, that went, which should have planned an hour and a half for that. We could probably spend another hour. So next up, guys, we have presentation of financial forecast modeling and tax impact analysis by financial consultants.
I put my name on stuff.
What's up?
Christina gave me my water.
Oh,
I'm like,
all right, so who do we have?
hi guys, thanks for coming. Is it though? Is it good? Yeah, I was gonna say, is it though? No, can I have 5 minutes? Seriously, I need to.
decompress?
I need a minute. Can I take a 5-minute recess, Austin?
Take a quick
Motion to
bio
5-minute
break.
recess. I'm sorry,
All's in
guys.
favor?
Turn
I
off
don't
the
know if you need to.
we're ready. Okay. Okay.
All right, we're going to go back into our session here. Next up, we have a presentation of financial forecast modeling and tax impact analysis by our financial consultants. So, gentlemen.
Thank you again.
The floor is yours. We're only 33 minutes behind, so hopefully we can.
Thank you again for having us. Dave Cheapwood, we all, remember me, met with you all a couple months ago, talking about the virtual impact of early referendum. And I've got my colleague with me, Chaz O'Halliston, he's sitting there, and Christine and Jill, he's gonna run a model that we'll pull up in a couple minutes and cycle through a couple of different scenarios. Before I jump in here, do you have a particular time frame you want me to stick to? I can go as fast or as in-depth as you'd like.
One point of clarification I want to make real quick. The last week, which we haven't told you guys this, we did find a discretion in our audit where they reported unassigned fund balance from PAL bill revenues. So we are going to have to amend that slightly in the next meeting, where we're going to take some of the unassigned fund balance and move it to restricted. So there's roughly about $100,000 that we're going to have to move around, so just so y'all are aware.
So the way you could look at that is, again, at some point along the way, if you wanted to maintain close to what you have now in terms of total fund balance, and you would need to look at a property tax increase later on. Again, this is many years down the road, but you could look at that in 2029, for instance, and increase it by a penny, in which case, if it caught your eye, it changes some of the numbers there. That surplus deficit is still positive and kicks you out a little bit longer. So we wanted to start with this before any capital is turned
So let me just break it down just a couple of steps, if you don't mind. So in the operating impacts tab, what First Tryon and Jill and I did was went through the operational cost of staffing, various things, and we assumed a few different projections in terms of growth of operating. That doesn't include any additional positions, it's just sheer operation cost as they go up over the years due to inflation and various things. So in a nutshell, what he's saying is if you look at the column 15, where you see the negative starting around 2031, just based on the sheer operational costs increasing with the revenues staying relatively the same or with the lower conservative estimates on projected revenues, that's where we see a deficit, not even including any projects turned on. So that's where he's projecting we would need a tax increase at that point. So when we start turning on the projects, as you'll see in just a few minutes, you'll start seeing that those projections change. So when you focus on this model, where do you want them to focus more? The deficit?
So I think they work in tandem, and so really from a, you don't want from an operational perspective.
And again, this is if we do nothing.
This is if you do no capital projects. That's right. And so the next step, what we wanted to turn on is first, a couple other operating expense impacts. And you mentioned the primary one, new positions. So if y'all had a need for new positions, to totally stabilize it for a certain number of years. But that's what you can play with to see how do we stabilize that fund balance, that surplus deficit column, and therefore our fund balance.
But before we get into the dashboard and start playing with the projects, the capital projects, do you want to go into the model that you established for the developments and the tax revenues and when they come on? And I will say that I do have concerns about being reliant on future developments and when they happen because of how the tax revenues will come in. It could be up to 2 years that we actually see those revenues coming in, depending on when the COs are issued throughout the year. So when we talk about when they're going to be complete, if we could maybe just project the year after or 2 years after they're projected to be complete to safely, conservatively estimate those revenues coming in, that would probably be good.
I'm not sure that I want to know what that is.
Okay.
In relation to the GEO bond.
Okay.
Like, I think that would be great for, like, our operating expenses, et cetera, but in terms of what projects we want to try to throw into this, and rates and terms and all that stuff, for me, I don't think that I care, because I don't want to rely on it, and I would just rather it be surplus.
So you want to talk, and that's totally fine, we can talk straight GEO bonds and the tax impact on those, and then get into
Because
other.
I think it's great to have it for planning purposes in terms of not the GO bond, but for just operating expenses. But I don't care for what we're gonna plug and play with.
And we've set this up to where we can
Well, I just want to bring up a point here, okay? Because what we're looking at is, okay, so just for an example, we say we need a 2.5 cent increase for the GO bond. But if we don't consider what our increase in operational costs is, if we have to, and looking at this chart here, it's looking like that we're going to need at least a 2 cent increase in the next couple of years just to cover bases. So now we're looking at, that's going to have to happen. So we're going to already be up 2 cents. So the impact over the next 5 years could be up to 5 or 6 cents if we don't account for that. So I think it's fair that we do account for the entire thing. Even though I want to see the numbers separately, I think that we, at the end of the day, we need to account for all of it so that, you know, it's going to be a big nut to swallow if we end up doubling our tax rate in the next 5 years to cover everything. I think we need to consider all of it.
But I don't know that it's gonna make a difference whether, like, if we decide to do this and put it out for referendum for May of next year, we're not gonna have any houses that are closing then. So anything that's coming up, like, it's gonna be a couple of years after that. I mean, maybe we'll have a couple, but not many. So it would be a couple of years after that. So I would much rather have an idea without that, because then if we get additional revenues, we can always pay it off early or pay it down, correct? Like,
yes, typically you have a 10-year period where you can't repay it early, but after 10 years.
yeah, but I mean, I don't think we're gonna be
Well,
doing it before 10 years.
I get that, but what I'm seeing is that we're going to be at a deficit in like 6 years just out of straightforward operations. So we're going to have an increase in that time period while we're still paying this GO bond. And that's what I want to see it both ways because because this is a future impact that we're going to all realize in the somewhat near future. I mean, we're not talking 10, 15 years, we're talking about 5. So
And I can cycle through this next scenario pretty quickly. What I'm trying to do is build all of this, and so there's operating revenues and expenses as they currently sit. Now let's layer on the new positions, which we've done here, which moved up that deficit. Third step, let's layer on all the capital that's in your CIP, or proposed CIP, that is pay-as-you-go capital, not the referendum debt. So, because we can look at that separately. So Chaz, if we go into the CIP, and again, there's a long list, everything's grayed out right now, which means it's being turned off. And so if we turn basically everything on except for the referendum projects, which again would be the Greenway roads and Village Park. Yeah, I think that's, scroll down a little bit more in terms of that last one, wayfinding signs phase 2, is that anything kind of? So this is everything again, but you'll see Village Hall Park, that's right now debt, but it's grayed out. You'll see the roads, there's some other roads on the main page, and then you'll see all of your Greenway projects turned off, grayed out. We'll get to those here in just a second. So the total of all that, Chaz, if you look at just the next 5 years, or if you have the tally down there, you'll see that that first year is fiscal '23, so those are currently in process. You're looking at 885,000 next year, $1 million,
Wait,
the following year.
Go back up to what's turned on. So you're saying we're not turning on roads?
No roads, no greenways.
Okay, well, then we've got roads in there. We've got roundabout, sidewalk, loop, roundabout.
No debt-funded roads, those are Powell bills, so these are all pay-as-you-go, roads that are in process, or planned. This is not the additional roads on top of what's identified here. Sorry.
Well, we were gonna do, or at least this is what I thought we were gonna do, we were gonna have roundabouts, not Powell bill. That was gonna be, and the loop.
Well, the roundabouts are the current roundabout.
Source, which ones are Powell bill and which ones would come out of your cash?
And we
Those-
can change all that as we go.
Those
as we
roundabouts, though,
continue.
that are in here are for the Marvin and Newtown roundabout that's in current construction. That's our,
Waxaw Marvin's on there,
is it?
yeah. It's number 23.
Okay.
So are we doing roads or are we not doing roads?
So we're doing roads that the CIP has identified would be funded out of your Powell bill money on hand.
Oh, that's not gonna get paid for by Powell bill.
The first two expenses for the Waxaw Marvin Bonds Grove Church Road, we did decide was coming out of Powell bill, but it was the big chunk that we were gonna put into the bond to finish it out.
I don't know, I can't.
Because we
speak
had to
the
go,
rate.
because we had to do that one way or the other because of time constraints.
It's in there.
It's in, yeah, it can be in there both ways. We can do the POW bill, and then we can also do it as a part of the
Okay.
bonds. We can get, when we get to that specific project, we can talk about what funding source we want to designate towards that.
Okay.
These are all simple fixes. If we walk through them, y'all want to change it, we can totally do that.
Okay.
But I think you were getting to, if these are turned on, you want to go back to the dashboard.
All those are turned on, and those are all pay-as-you-go, either from Powell bill or your unassigned fund balance. We go back to the dashboard, as you expect, that picture in column 15 and 16, which we're focused on, gets worse, because now we've turned on more projects that you're funding, there, in addition to just your operating expenses. Beginning in fiscal, you're really break even in 24, close to break even in 25, but then in 26, 27, obviously that you start to operate at a deficit there, including the PAYGO capital, your fund balance starts to go down, and so you've got that downward trend going forward. So you could look at that and say, all right, you can do this in 24, you can do it in 26, but let's increase the property tax rate to stabilize that column 15, and therefore stabilize our unassigned fund balance. And so if you go into fiscal year 2026, for instance, Jazoing, drop in, I think that 9 cents maybe. And again, that roughly we can look at different options. 8.5 cents, if you go to 8 cents in 26 instead of 9, again, what I'm primarily focused on is column 16 and 17, that unassigned fund balance as a percentage of expenditures. As I mentioned, y'all are close to 100% right now using your fiscal 22 numbers, maybe a little bit less once we strip that 100,000 out. But a good minimum threshold to hit is 40%. Certainly, if you can get higher, that gives you more cushion going forward. Y'all have been higher in the past, and so that's really a council decision there of what you want to target. But if you want to keep it roughly where you are now, you're looking at an approximately 2-cent increase at some point, in this case, in fiscal 26 is the scenario here. So to your point, this is operating revenues, operating expenses with our growth assumptions, all of the pay-as-you-go capital turned on from that list, which we can dive into that list more. This is before a road referendum for additional road projects, Village Park and Greenway.
Yeah, so we're already in 3 years going up 2 cents, just at this point. So I just want to keep that in mind, that we're going to have to, just to stay here, we're going to have to go up 2 cents on the tax.
We still have unassigned fund balance at 103% in 2027.
Again, it gets to a decision of what's your comfort level, what you want to have in a given year. And so if you did 7 cents, Jazza, again, you'll have some deficits, which is fine, because again, a lot of those one-time capital projects. And so the 7 cents, your low point, again, over the next, really focus on the next 5 years, is about 62% or 2.1 million.
All right, so Andy wants to see, so if we start bringing in these other neighborhoods, so now go over to that page, leave it at 7 cents, go over to the other page, let's see what that's gonna look like then. don't do ones that are already developed. Do ones that we know are coming in. So that's gonna be 24,
Hunter, you're gonna have to help.
25, 26, 27, 28, 29. I don't know what 30 is. What is 30? What is Waxaw Marvin? Oh, over here, turn 30 on, 31, 32. Do 23.
I would leave 32 off, just slightly, because that might be 4 or 5 years. I mean, because they're not gonna, like, develop all the land all at once. Like, they're developing the land and then individually selling the lots, so that one's kind of hit or miss on when you're gonna see all 24 of those lots come in.
Okay.
Okay,
So-
turn on 21.
And yeah,
So
21.
do we feel like in the next 3 years that will we be seeing?
Yeah, I need to turn off the years here.
And so what we would need is to fill in column 4 of when are those revenues going to start to come in? When is it gonna,
Why don't we just pick a done date? Don't you feel better with a done date?
Like, yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say Broadmoor would be 2025 fiscal year.
Okay,
Oh, well,
So-
revenues, so
26.
2026.
Yeah.
26 would be 100% of the revenue.
I'd
Or even
say,
27.
I think how it works is if it's, let's say all the certificates of occupancy are done by December 31st of 2024, and October of 25, the tax bill goes out, y'all are receiving those revenues, or
We,
August, whenever tax bill.
so if they close on the 31st, we wouldn't see the revenues potentially until 2 years later, because they would get a tax bill in the fall, and we won't see those revenues until January of the next year.
So in this case, in order to get revenues in fiscal '26, that means the project would need to be complete by December 31st, 2024,
That's 18 months.
Yeah.
right? Because
yeah, that's right.
receive revenues in fiscal year '26, January of '26.
That's right.
You have to have it done by December of '24, so that it's on your tax bill in fall of '25, and you receive it.
So we probably need to move it back a year.
I would move that one back a year, because that's 62 lots.
Yeah.
Okay, by right, 26.
I would say
26.
26 as well, because that's 6 lots, one of them's already completed.
Yeah.
26,
Yeah, that's fine.
20, wait, what's Heritage by right?
That's their 29. I would just turn that one off for,
Hold on,
for-
what is that one?
that's their
Oh, that's the
29.
29. Turn that
I
one
would just
off,
turn that one
sorry.
off for right now.
Huh?
I said, yeah, I would
Yeah,
just turn that one off for
I
now.
thought that was estates.
Um,
Estates do 26.
Yep.
Barcroft should be 24.
correct, because they're done. They've been done.
Villas at Marvin,
I would put 25, because all 6 of them are completed. I'm
Grove.
signing their driveway permit, and then they should be closed in the next.
Elgrove should be 24.
24, yeah. They're about done.
Waxaw Marvin, I'd say 26. Cottages,
I would-
that should be done 24.
Yep.
Brantley,
Waxhaw Marvin, I would do 25.
really?
It's the 3 homes right here. They're all, 2 of them are already sold, and the last one's under construction.
Okay. What about the, okay, never mind. Okay, all right.
It's just 3.
So-
With those, we're taking the estimated assessed values, estimated assessed values, and then converting that into the value of any impact. So what you'll see is,
For $90 million, we get $9,000.
when we go back to our dashboard tab,
Oh, that's so stupid.
we go back, you'll see that value of penny jumping by, in addition to the 1%, you'll see those identified developments impacting the value of penny as well. And so if you just go back to 6 cents in 2026 and just see, all right, does just that development come on, solve the issue? And again, that can say, if you, depending on where you want to be in column 17 as far as the percentage of expenditures, your low point is about 58% there with no tax increase.
Until 32.
Until, yeah, and that's where, from this modeling perspective, I think we tend to focus on 5 years, maybe a little bit in that 6 to 10 year range.
So we're subsidizing the deficit out of unassigned fund balance, is that what you're saying? Okay.
And those, to me,
ongoing.
Operational, okay.
So
All right.
that's how, again, a lot of variables in play with your projects, your value of any different developments, so trying to build on that. Do y'all want to leave those, the next step is looking at the referendum. Do you want to leave these developments on, or, and to your point, take those off and just focus on, because the value of penny is honestly the same across the board, so if we look at the impact of a referendum, you want to with these on or with those back on? We can easily turn them back on too, and see them with them off, and then
They're gonna happen, so why wouldn't you just leave them on?
Yeah, I mean, that's, yeah.
Can I just ask a question for this? I don't know if this matters. After the fact, would it be helpful just to see, like, for example, Broadmoor has like 20 lots under construction, like phasing in certain based off of home
No.
construction, or just still
I
leave
just
it at
wanna
the
know when
end?
it's done.
Okay.
Yeah,
The whole phasing stuff,
because,
yes.
yeah, so any
So-
little bit extra
So
is
we might
just,
look better earlier, but I'd much rather look better earlier than worse later.
yeah.
Is that, you still got the additional staff? Okay. There we go. Okay.
All right, let's go. Let's
So
do this.
for purposes of,
Let's pick our
go back to
projects.
the CIP inputs. If you want to turn off the, let's see. Where's that Waxaw Marvin?
That one.
Where's it at?
Turn
Yeah.
that one off.
Turn that one off
Or-
right
or-
there.
Or change it to GEO, funding,
Well,
the
you've got
funding
it,
source.
you've got it up here, under debt.
So that's another,
So just turn it off right here, and then we can turn it on up there.
585,000 that will turn on debt.
Yeah.
Yeah, that line number 15 is
500,
the same.
yeah, almost
You just-
600,000.
You don't have a dollar amount to it.
Just drop those Senate, yeah, drop those Senate. Okay, do you want to look at road referendum first? We've got three different, start out roads first.
Yep.
So from a road side, what we are looking at funding with debt would be a total of, right now, just 2.5 million, plus we carved out. So a total of, let me see, Kelly, $3.4 million in road improvements. Internal contributions too. If you go and issue a general obligation bond approved by voters, you repay that over a 20-year term at a 5% interest rate, and you issue that debt in fiscal year 2025. So you get it approved in fiscal '24, you issue it in fiscal '25, that debt service will start to hit in fiscal '26. So if you do 3.4 million of road projects there, again, separate and apart from what we have coming out of Powellville, we scroll over to the right, we'll be able to see under this road referendum, we haven't turned on any additional property tax increase. It is still going off that same value of penny that we've adjusted with the new developments coming on. That's the same value of penny that we're using for this calculation here. And so we can look at that and say, all right, how much do we need to cover? And I think it's gonna be around 2.5 cents to, approximately 2.25 cents to cover that. And y'all may remember the last time we were going around, or we were talking through this,
Oh.
with a level principal repayment, which is what the LGC requires, you have that slightly declining debt service structure. And so you'll see a slight surplus, which is growing that balance there by, 20 to 40,000 per year, and it's growing each and every year. We talked about, sure, you could file that back into the general fund for operating purposes, you could keep it there for additional road maintenance items going down the road, but you need 2.25 cents out of the gate to cover that approximately 3.4 to 3.5 million, if you issued all of that at one time. And again, you'll get a slight surplus in that each and every year. At the end of this, we can put all of it into the same, roads, same general fund roads, and see what everything looks like.
Yeah. So did 15 and 16 move with that?
No, when we're trying to isolate it, we didn't change 15 and 16, so all of that stays the same. Admittedly, column 20, that 20,000 and 60, that would be available in your unassigned fund balance technically, unless you kept it for road improvements. Does that make sense?
Nope. Nope.
So what we're trying to do is isolate, just if you issue new debt, what would the impact be? And this says you need 2.25 cents to cover a $3.4 million referendum.
But that's because you picked 2.25.
Well, I looked at what the annual debt service would be
Which is where?
It's calculated in the back of the sheet. So that annual debt service is 348,000, and it goes down slightly each year.
Okay, so that's what we're gonna need, but that says, oh, that's the interest, okay.
So actually, Joseph, if you go back to the dashboard, really it was showing up there in terms of the deficit. Although I get, yeah, just delete that for a second. You'll see that 348,139. I don't have any revenues coming in, so that very first year, that's telling me, here's how much you're short, and that's my first year's debt service payment in this building. But anyway, we are calculating.
Okay, but that's, okay, but it's not changing the unassigned fund balance, because we could pull from there.
You could, it gets then back to you're using debt service as a recurring expense, you're then using your fund balance
Okay.
to pay for.
Okay, I got it, I'm good now, okay.
So that 2.25 cents would be the minimum to cover a $3.4 million road referendum
Okay.
So that
For-
column number, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say for 20 years.
for 20 years. And you're gonna generate some excess there each year as the debt service declines. You can either do one of two things. You can lower your 2.25 cents a little bit each year just to match your debt service. Most don't do that. Most would say, I'm gonna have other projects. That $20,000 that I generate, that little bit of cushion, that would flow into unassigned fund balance. You can use that for other projects the next year.
What if we get to 2 cents?
Yep, and so you would need to find another 20,000 the first year to cover that, and then, another 6,000 the next year, and then the 2 cents covers it. So close, yeah, and this is where you can certainly fine tune that if you wanted to say, all right, let's,
Okay.
fly 2 cents. and
Let's go to parks, let's throw parks on there.
Okay. And so parks, what we currently have here modeled, the Village Hall Park, we're assuming it's a $4 million project, and that you're getting $500,000 from a grant, and then you're gonna fund the remaining $3.5 million. Have some costs that you pay for as well. And so you have a approximately $3.5 million referendum, as you would expect, it's gonna be a pretty similar story.
So do we have to do 2 separate ones?
Yes, and so,
There's no way to put them together.
so if you're looking at three different things, roads, greenways, and the park, pretty sure you can do parks and greenways together. Roads would be separate. You cannot do all three, you can't do parks and roads as one referendum. They're just two separate uses. But greenways, you should be able to combine with parks.
So since PAL bill dollars can be used on greenways with some, certain exceptions, do you think there's a way to combine roads and some level of greenway?
You might be able to do, this is where your bond counsel, Scott Leo, Parker Poe, would also have source or authority on this, but greenways, I think, could maybe go either way. If you use greenways and say, hey, those are for transportation and mobility, well, then that's maybe more like roads, so maybe you can do roads and greenways together, but there's no way to combine the park and roads. So
Okay. Let's go back over to my choices. Yeah, okay, so leave roads on, turn the park off,
The big one?
both of them, all 3 of them, because you've got the parks referendum.
Okay.
Turn on all my greenways.
And so with all the greenways, again, you'll see the tally there is close to 16 million. We've assumed that you do that in 3 different tranches. The first tranche would be,
So I could save $575,000, or really $500,000 by doing it in one.
yes, that's a, actually, tweak that part. That's a high cost of issuance. This is where it gets into a little bit of the details, but if you have a public market transaction, which you would typically do for a larger deal, you start to have a higher cost of issuance because you have to get credit ratings, but yeah, I think.
But if I'm doing roads together and greenways together, I'm gonna do it all at one time. I'm gonna do it, so I should have one cost of issuance.
Save on, yeah, it won't be one time, it'll be, it may be one time. For instance, a rating agency, who rates your bonds or who will rate the bonds charges you based on the size of the deal. So it would go up a little bit. if you
So
did-
let's just cushion one cost of issuance and make it, we'll just say 250.
And so we've got different timing on the
I don't care, we're gonna put them all together, we're gonna do them all at the same time. We're gonna go with it.
Yep, so let's change everything to 2025. So you would do the full 15 million in 2025, and then Chaz would just make one of those two
Get rid of the rest of them. Get rid of the top one. Yeah. Okay, what do we have there?
Okay, so we'll look at, scroll back over your, greenways again, you'll see the 2 cents turn off for roads, that really didn't change, that reduced when we took out that 75 or.
Yep.
Reduced that. And then on the parks, so we're gonna need, in the math in my head, about 10 cents, I'm sorry, this is greenways, 10 cents, sorry, first guess there. Yeah, let's leave it at that, that's pretty close. You would need 10 cents to do the tally was 16 million of greenway projects all in one tranche out of the gate.
So to do the both of them, we're at 12 cents right out of the gate, so we're tripling the tax rate that we're at now for the next 20 years. But that would be a sunset at the end of the next 20
But it
years.
would also be the community making that decision.
So let me ask you something, okay? Now, you're showing the fluff here, okay, as you pay down your interest. So could we reinvest that back into the loan, to pay the loan off sooner?
After 10 years.
So after, yeah.
Only after 10 years?
10-year, no prepayment provision, then after 10 years, you can pay it. And so, for instance, if you look, I mean, at column 24, after 10 years, you'll have built up, I can't sit down there, Chester, what do we have?
This is, it'll be 3 million.
Oh, that's a cumulative total, sorry. You'll have built up $3 million after 10 years. If you're setting that aside,
Right.
you can pay off $3 million. Likely you would pay it off back to front, so it falls off quicker. But yes, you could do that.
Okay.
So what impact would that have if we, say we did that, put it in the bank, or, you know, and,
Yeah, it would just shorten the time you have that 10 cents on. It would probably, take it off, and I think where we would have it would be looking at, just like in year 15, what's our balance on the parks revenue, just on the debt. So, and let's look at fiscal year 30, for instance. I'll probably need to look at fiscal 33. So you have 3 million outstanding in fiscal year 35, is that right? So you go to your, yeah, that's still.
You got 3 million.
Money built up, and you're really looking at, probably paying it off in 2040 is gonna be my quick estimate there. So you could pay it off in 2040, which means just the 10 cents could go away in fiscal year 24.
Can you make the 10 cents and the 2 cents as we're gaining fluff go down?
Yeah, you can absolutely reduce your property tax rate a little bit each year after 5 years if you don't need it. You could do that, and so,
What additional maintenance costs will we have for all the greenways and everything we're doing here? Because it just doesn't stop. And also maybe additional people because of the size of it.
right?
excuse me, that's something I remember coming up at the last meeting, talking about the roads specifically, and that fluff or that excess that's generated, and we know we're gonna need that for additional maintenance, for additional staffing, whatever the case may be, and so let's assume that that's gonna get eaten up with some of those
Well,
additional costs.
the problem with that way of thinking is that's a perpetual forever. So you can't use just your fluff off your loan to recover those costs. That's gonna have to be built into your operations budget forever. As you increase, your taxes are gonna have to increase over years to cover that perpetually. So what I'm looking at is what are the benefits of, how much can we save by paying this off early versus just paying out the term of the loan? If we save that 3 million and we throw it in there, are we saving anything, or are we just paying it off early?
You would save on the interest.
Yeah.
that would
Right.
occur
Save a
after
lot.
the fact, yeah.
Is it
So,
a lot?
for example, you paid it off in year 15, you would save on the remaining 5
Yeah.
years of interest.
That's a
So,
lot. Will you go to the payments and show me with the interest after, what year did you say?
34.
Last 5 years, I think you'd be in a spot where you could pay that off, and so your total there, you'd
Like
save
$600,000.
to pay it off.
Well, that's substantial savings by saving that fluff and reinvesting it into the loan, which I think would be smarter to do than reducing the tax over the years to pay that and pay it out all the way through the full term. $600,000 is a lot of money.
So really, we'll get a 20-year loan, but we really only have it for 15.
Right, or, and I wouldn't recommend this because you have the ability to repay in those years, you could just do a 15-year loan out of the gate. I put in 20 because that's the max term that the LGC would let you do something like this, but you can do it over 10 years, 15 years.
I don't think Christina will ever let us do anything less than 20 again.
Well, it's, you're gonna have to increase the tax rate, in order to pay it off. Your annual payments will be higher, but you'll pay less over time.
So, all right, so generally speaking, from my experience, a shorter term gives you a better interest rate. Is that true in this particular case?
Yes.
And no.
Yes,
Yes, and no.
current environment, it's actually a higher rate in the early years, but if you're talking 15 to 20 years, yes, out there it would still be a lower rate if you did.
So 15 would be lower than a 5%.
Okay.
Yes, and that 5% estimate, if you were gonna sell that today, you'd be closer to, probably like 3.5 to 3.75, so there's some cushion built in, if you wouldn't issue this for another.
So, all right, so help me understand this, so that if we went with the lower interest rate and did a 15-year loan versus doing a 20-year loan and just paying it off early, which would be the cheaper option, I guess is what, when you figure out the interest rate differences?
Yeah, we can look at that, so if you paid it off after, 15 years, you're saving 623,000, that's the number. So our total debt service, Jazza, would be 25,337 less the 623, right? So if you're paying off, okay, so your total debt would be 24, total amount you pay would be 24,714,000 in debt service. So if you did a 15-year at a 4.5% rate, let's say, that for everything. You're paying 22,596,000, so it's still slightly better to do a 15-year out of the gate.
2 million.
Yeah.
So what would the tax rate increase look like there? Yeah.
11.5%.
Maybe 11?
And a half.
Yeah, I think.
Do 10 and a half, just for fun.
For planning purposes, when you think about a referendum, you've
Not
got to
too
get the
bad.
information out there about what the property tax increase would be, and so you want to be conservative on that. At the end of the day, when you go to sell your debt, you don't have to guess anymore about what your annual payments are. We'll know what that is, and you can increase it to whatever it needs to be. So if we ended up getting a 4% interest rate, and we didn't need the full 10.5 or 11 cents, you only needed 10 cents, that's what you would put in place. But typically, again, when we're doing the planning and for the information campaign, the information that's out there, you would say it's 11 cents or whatever your most conservative is, knowing you could potentially go lower if the rates are lower.
I mean, I don't mind being at 10 and a half there and looking at that, because we recover pretty quickly from that, and it's only a half-cent difference going to a 15 versus a 20. It saves us a lot of money.
But really, it's 12 and a half.
Well, yeah, yeah.
It's a different, I mean, again, we're looking at this in isolation, which I think is the right way to do it initially, so you know what the impact is, you know you have the funding there to pay for it. And if you wanted, you could put everything back into that original set of columns, so operating revenues, expenses, and this debt, and see what you're talking about there, but as you expect, it's gonna be.
Just to confirm, it's an additional 10%, 10 cent, right?
Yes, an additional, not total.
12 and a
Okay.
half cents,
Go all the way over.
yes.
Okay, let's turn off, what are greenways mid and long?
So you had, kind of three different groupings of greenway projects, and they were just depending on the timing. So those are all outlined there, and they were grouped in those categories, early, mid, short, mid, long. Earlier.
It's all based off of this, the short,
Oh, okay.
so we'd have to go by each individual project and look, but it's all taken straight from here. Right here, if you want to look at the detail.
No, I got it, I'm good. Thank you.
So if you follow that kind of short, mid, long, then, you could do a referendum just for the short and middle ones. If the long ones aren't, because as a reminder, you only have 7 years to issue geodebt once it's passed. You can extend it to 10 if the LGC approves it, which they typically do, but I guess it initially focused on 7 years. So if those long ones are not going to be in the 7-year timeframe, you wouldn't put them in this referendum, you put them in a subsequent one. And so that tax impact would be less because you're issuing less at the gate. And then it would, maybe by the time you issue that long tranche, it's, again, that with your revenues growing, your value of the penny growing, that cushion, that fluff we've been talking about, maybe that's enough to then, it would be enough to mitigate some of the impact for the long tranche. So you can look at different timing of all of this and potentially lower the overall impact versus doing it all at once.
All right, will you do me a favor, we go turn on all the greenways? Because I'm looking at stuff where I think the top, the 4.5 is the short term, if I'm right. And then the middle one is mid, and then the last one's long, if I'm looking at this correctly. Okay, so can you go turn on all of them, they're all on?
Yeah, and so we carry forward
Okay.
anything that's dead on this.
All right, will you go back to where it's individually done, please? Okay, I can tell you, you can turn off 46. I don't know what C7 is. Derek, what's C7? Golden Bell? Like, that's done.
Golden Bell Drive, Preserve Trail.
Yeah, that one should be done, you can turn that one
There's no other, I mean, there's nothing else for the preserve to be done there, right? Okay. See, look, I'm saving money. Look at this. You can turn off 50.
$19,000 you just saved us, Kim.
I'm not giving you any more money. You can turn off 54. What's the Crane Road one?
Cowhorn.
You want the map?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have asked for this before.
Yeah,
See that, or you can reference like.
power line, that power line is way out before we get, you're doing that.
One of the things too, I'll mention real quick while she's looking for that is, you all know that we've actually got a lot of these projects done at a cost that's much lower than listed here, and we understand
Yeah.
the master plan is very high. We as staff don't know how to give any other numbers other than what's listed, so.
I
Okay.
think this is absolutely the right way to do it, because then if we come in under, then we can pay it off earlier, we can cut the tax rate earlier.
And we feel quite confident we
We don't have to
will.
borrow all of what we're approved for right away.
Right.
Right.
So, no, go ahead. I was just gonna
No,
start turning more
just-
stuff off.
It's sort of on another path, but how, if at all, do tax assessments that get changed every 8 years, will that affect?
No.
Only if we have it go along, because we had a choice as a council.
Yeah, what we've essentially.
Oh, you mean property taxes?
Property
We've
Yeah.
assumed is that you always kind of keep a revenue neutral rate. And so we are showing growth, natural growth that
Right.
happens in here, but if you ever wanted to look at a spot where you have a reassessment year and your value jumps up a lot and you don't bring your tax rate down all the way to revenue neutral, we can look at that too, but that, we haven't assumed, we've assumed that you would.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're not
Yeah, and I think the county decided to do every 4 years moving forward because
Which
that.
they should.
Because that 8-year jump was a.
Crazy.
Was a
Yeah,
punch in the head, so
but we definitely did not say revenue neutral,
we did not, no.
so,
We
which
s-
is
we
fine, so
kept
it'll
our
just be
rates
Wanted to
extra
make that
cushion if we
clear
need
that
it,
we're-
yeah.
Yep.
Okay, turn off 51.
Look at you saving money.
I know, everywhere I go. Usually I'm spending it, that's what Mike thinks. Which one is, what is S2A?
Waxaw Marvin Road in Newtown.
Waxaw Marvin Road, where does Waxaw Marvin Road go into Newtown Road?
At the roundabout. That's the section that'll connect the Heritage District to Broadmoor, that short section between
okay.
Fincher and Broadmoor.
Yeah, okay.
So we need that.
Tom Short. I would turn off 59. And if anybody doesn't agree with this, tell me.
Tom Short, Wyndham Hall.
They don't want it back there. 6 Mile Creek, where, I mean, I know where 6 Mile Creek is. Where are we, or is that like a back one in the back, Derek? C4A. C4.
Marvin Branch. Joe Carr. Oh, it's the Marvin Branch Greenway? Off of Joe Carr. Well, because B is Joe Carr Road, Marvin Branch Greenway. A is 6 Mile Creek, Marvin Branch Greenway. That's, I'm assuming these are two segments of the same trail. Oh, were we gonna do a yeah, I thought we were gonna do a connection to Mecklenburg County, going down from Joe Carr to the county line, where it would connect to their proposed green.
that is.
We could put that away on the back burner.
No, it's on there. You're talking about going from Joe Carr into Met County on
Yes.
Marvin Road?
Right, because.
It was on there somewhere.
Because the proposed
What number,
Met
Jamie?
Greenway is
Yeah,
extending it
it's
across the
C5.
road. and going-
It's line 48. It's on.
Okay.
Thank you. I knew I saw it. So I don't think we need 60 or 61. What's 61?
Joe Carr, Marvin Branch Greenway. Is that getting,
Trail C4 extends along Marvin Branch from the intersection of Newtown and Marvin School Roads to 6 Mile Creek.
So it's like back in the woods. Okay, let's turn that off for now.
It's essentially what the Marvin Creek connector would be,
Okay.
establishing it as it's almost duplicating efforts because we have the loop and we have the preserve internal.
Yeah.
The only portion that we really should focus on is the Marvin Creek connector.
Okay. So you're good turning off 61 for now? Okay. Marvin Road, Woodland Forest Connector. Marvin Road, Woodland Forest Connector. Oh, nobody's going to like that one. Everybody's going to say, oh, it's too dangerous, because it's really Newtown Road, but it turns into Marvin Road. Yeah, just leave that one on for now. Intersection of Woodland Forest and Newtown Road. Where does Woodland Forest intersect with Newtown Road? Yeah, what are we doing there?
yeah. I
You
mean,
have a Woodland Forest connector, so I'm not sure what the intersection of that is. Anybody know, Derek?
These are all conceptuals, right? They're basically, they took.
I know, but what's the
any
intersection?
possibility of open space.
Okay, turn that one off. And the next one.
Yeah, that would be like connecting into South Carolina, which is never gonna get developed.
Waxaw Marvin Road, Broadmoor Greenway. Okay, yeah, that one's fine.
I mean, because there's no
Private
sense in committing funds
drive.
for stuff that's not gonna get developed for 10 years or more.
11B, C11. You can turn that one off. Bonsgrove Church, Belgrove.
Right, yeah, that could be way down the road. I mean, this is something that we're looking at today.
Road Power Line. You can turn off 67. Down to Marvin School Road. Intersection of Newtown and Marvin School Road, Newtown Road Greenway. Is that not in the grant? Or is that the grant money that we need for that?
It starts at the here and goes all the way down Newtown. Yeah, to the arc.
Oh, you can turn that off until some of these neighborhoods want to come on into Marvin. You can turn off 71. You can turn off 73.
Marvin Loop Connect.
Oh, Marvin Branch Connector, Saddle, we need, Saddle Ave Connector, we need that. We need a price tag for that. I don't know what that is, though. Cal Branch and NCSC State Line. Where is that?
Broadmoor sub,
Oh, that,
That's, what's the number?
74.
74.
Goes around Broadmoor.
Goes behind it? You can turn that off.
Right. Right.
NC State Line at Stacy Howie? Stacy Howie in Marvin?
That would go, that would be, yeah, Stacy Howie to Waxaw Marvin. It would just go just that short distance to the state line.
But is Stacy Howie in Marvin? And isn't Broadmoor going to have a
Yes,
sidewalk
Stacy Howie is
there?
Marvin, because it's.
But isn't Broadmoor going to have a sidewalk in front of that? Oh, I wish Hunter was right here.
Stacy Howie?
Yeah, I don't know that they need to walk down to the state line. Let's turn that one off.
Yeah, they're gonna have it down Waxaw Marvin Road. Right,
Yeah.
that's mainly the.
Newtown Road, Crane Road, Greenway, 11A.
Did you turn off the other C11s?
You can turn that off, yeah. I turned off the C11s. Tar Kiln. Where's that? C14.
None of Crane Road
Down
is in
in
Marvin.
Providence Estates. We don't have numbers for either one of those. Leave them on because there's no numbers in them. Waxhaw Marvin Road, Bonsgrove Church Greenway. Leave that one on. Rooms, where is that one? C18. Oh, you can turn that one off.
Cut off the other C18s.
Okay, so the Eford Park, Newtown Road Greenway, what's the difference between that one and the other Newtown Road that I turned on? Is it the length? Or I turned off, I mean?
C20 runs from Village Hall all the way past Publix down Newtown Road.
But, oh, so there's an A and there's a B.
Yeah.
Because I turned A off.
You need both of them off.
So turn off 82.
That's $2.1 million right there.
Yeah, okay, how are we looking now?
Now, just to, do we need anything turn any amounts in there for those other three?
Yeah, well, those 77 and 78, I don't know how to find prices. C14A,
if you have the.
TBD, that's why we don't have any numbers in there. 1.43 miles, natural surface, so if you go natural
Does
surface.
it require easements too?
You go 1.8, so just put 80,000 in on. We've got A and B. Yeah, just, actually, let's make that higher. Let's make, do both of those just total, like you can lump
split it in
those
half.
together? I'd say just, we'll make it 150, just for some,
It's 113 for the construction of the
so let's,
surface.
yeah, let's do that. Okay, and then Marvin Branch Saddle Ave connector, see, that one's gonna be a sticky wicket. Because you're going, where are you connecting Saddle C6? Oh, you're just doing that little thing? Yeah, take that off. I really need where, and I wish Hunter was sitting in here. Derek, I really need from Marvin Creek on Joe Carr up to Marvin Road, down to, I guess it's Saddle that it's starting at. That's the corner to finish the loop that we really need in here, and I don't see it anywhere. Did I miss it?
And are we using that new development?
And it's gonna be on the other
It's on
side of the
other
road.
side.
Yeah.
If you look at that map, does it have that, because
No, it has green dots on it,
okay, so it may be something that was projected, they just didn't put it.
proposed.
The green dots, what do they represent? A c-
Proposed.
Yeah, where's that map that we
Proposed.
had at the
I don't know.
PRG joint meeting? That's what we're talking about, those
That's what I'm
segments.
looking at,
She's,
Is that what you got?
yeah.
S1B from Saddle to.
No, I don't have the S1B, but that's what, yeah, but that's what I'm looking at. It's got green dots as meaning it's proposed with no letter or,
A, B, and C segment to S1.
So, okay. So let's do this, since nobody else can figure out what we're doing here. Let's get out of here. Let's go back to the joint meeting, and let's look at the map on there. Joint meeting.
That would make sense.
Marvin Loop,
It's like 9-something.
not 980 what?
Yeah, it was 980,000, 5,200 feet. Is that it? Jasmine?
Yellow
980,650.
No, where's Yellow Jasmine? To Saddle Ave? Wheatfield to Saddle Ave. It's not included in the grant. He explained the section is approximately 5,200. Okay, so do $1 million for, yeah, that's not the right letter, but yeah, we'll just put it in there. That's fine.
No, we wrote it up as 980 to 650.
Yeah. C6, no, that's right. That's actually not right on this map, but let's change, can we change that, C? Because that really needs to be S1C, and then I'll know what it is, I'm sorry.
No, remember we said not, no to C, just leave it as what's left of B.
Huh?
hang on one second, because this was in the revised CIP that you guys already did, so
We're not using
Just one
C,
second.
just B.
where's S1B?
There's S1A, S1A, S1B,
S1B, remaining
S1B.
portion, Wheatfield to Saddle Drive, it's in there.
S1A, S1B,
That's,
S1C.
that's B.
Yeah, B.
Wheatfield to Saddle Ave. Oh, why did we change it?
It- The CIP changed.
Okay, so it's in
So
there.
it should be encompassed.
So take that back, take that out, what we just put in, that $1 million, sorry. Listen, we knew this was gonna be a poop show.
It specifies more
Okay, well, because
clear.
see, that says C
Yeah,
from
that's
2
not right.
days ago.
That's not right.
Okay.
So it lays out the grant, and then it also lays out what's left.
Okay.
So that S1B is
Okay,
replaced.
so I would like to put that, I'm sorry, will you put that $1 million back in there and take it out of, because I would like to get that done. Take that out of,
It should be in there.
yep, there, turn that off, there we go. Okay, and put it there. Now what do we have?
Hang on, hang on.
says.
What do you mean?
It should already be in there, because
But it was already in there for, go up? General
Okay,
fund.
this one.
I want that in the bond so that we can say we're getting it done.
Oh, okay.
All right. Survey says,
Service says,
So that total, then I'm trying to do the projects first, so that's total Greenway projects of 6.6 million.
ooh, that was way better than 16.
You just saved us $10 million, Kim.
Let's go shopping.
No.
Get a nice
Mama needs a new pair of shoes.
You can get a nice playground for 10 million.
I hope so.
Mama needs a new pair of shoes. I just saved
like-
6 cents.
I like that a lot better than 12
Yeah,
and a
a
half.
whole lot better.
Which basically the total, just go down to 4 for fun.
but
Christina, does that make you nervous to have that at the beginning, to pull out of fund balance?
No, because actually, there's a little bit of money that we haven't even talked about, which is the $500 grant that we may receive from Part F. So we may actually be able to encompass some of that. Oh, we're just, no, that's
we're
not
talking about
including
park
parks.
stuff. But are you okay with that? Because we have such a
Yes.
hefty fund balance. I would much rather be able to say, hey, sorry, we're gonna
Put in,
double
we're making the
instead of
assumption that you're
triple.
putting roads and greenways together.
Yes.
Correct. You're making the assumption we will be able to, yes, together, roads in.
And
So this is not parks yet.
No, but that's what Christina was just saying, so I said no.
So, but are we, to what Kim said, are we comfortable taking out of fund balance to start out at 4 cents to pay those first 6 years?
It would be 6 cents.
Or should we go up another penny to cover it?
Really go up half
Or quarter.
or a quarter.
Yeah,
A quarter cent, not a whole quarter. Relax, everybody.
yeah,
Calm
no,
down.
yeah,
Whoever's listening, relax. Do 4.25.
yeah.
So what Chester just did there was to see
Oh.
how much if you put a initial deposit, if you think of it like that, a deposit in there to cover that, you would need about $200,000 of your unassigned fund balance, to keep it at 4 cents.
Oh,
Go to
well, I
three
like
and a
that
half.
better.
Go to 3.5.
So
Okay.
then go back
All
to
right,
the
go
fund
back.
balance.
Christina's back to 4.
But we could certainly afford to put 200 in there to
Oh,
make
yeah.
that.
So we've already
For
got that
work.
built in. Do you want us to manipulate that number a little bit? You want to go up to 300?
I mean, we talked about spending down fund balance
A
some
little bit, a little bit,
to
a little
get
bit,
a
a
little
little
closer to the 40 instead of over 100.
And this also gives us 2 years to continue to fluff our fund balance, because we're not doing this, we're not starting to pay this off till 25, correct?
You would issue it in fiscal year 25, and start paying it in fiscal 26.
So we even have another year to continue to fluff it.
Right.
This is out of curiosity, so where are we right now? 300,000 and 4 cents?
Mm-hmm.
If you borrow $300,000 less, what is that? I think this still works out better. So you turn that off, you just borrow $300,000 less.
And we just spend it out of cash and take less of a loan? Is that what you're?
I mean, you're gonna, yeah, so it's not as good because you're gonna be paying interest on that. I was curious.
Okay.
So yeah, about 300,000 upfront with a 4 cent increase.
All right, go back and turn the 300 back on, please. And then do 3.75. All right, leave it at 4. That's fine. I mean, we would still be able to pull from fund balance. Like, it's still not that much for those number of years, but,
Right.
I mean,
It's the only thing is it's
For a quarter of a
sorry
cent,
my
it's not
expression,
that
it's
big of a.
not sexy, roads and
but
greenways.
greenways, that's why we're getting
Greenways
the greenways in
will be,
there.
the tie-in roads, if you already have your roads, doesn't mean that, they don't care.
That's why I'm trying to lump them
That-
together.
that's- Yeah.
And
Yeah.
a quarter of a cent isn't really that much of a tax impact on the public, but it's a big impact here,
Yeah,
so.
yeah, that's why I
Well,
said back.
I did quick numbers, average home values were what, in Marvin, 600,000, I think, right around there? Oh, it is? Okay. I thought it was the average price of value, because it's always lower than what, not the sell price. Your ta-
Your tax.
Your tax value is, the average tax value is around 600,000, I
I thought it
believe.
was about 668. and
Whatever,
change.
the numbers.
Figure
But
it'd
with
be
the
higher than
16-cent tax that we initially talked about, you were going from an average home paying $360 a year to $1,080 with the 16. Now, if we only do that for 4 cents, you're adding another, what, less than $400. I didn't do the
25.
math.
It would
on
be
that.
6 cents, Joe, because we're.
Right,
2
plus the
cents on the
2, so
roads,
we're adding
yeah.
6 cents, we're going from 6 cents to basically 12 cents, right? So you're doubling it, so you're paying another $360. The average Marvin resident pays another $360 in their tax.
year.
Bill.
A
And this-
year.
Yeah, a year, in the sunset clause, and it ends up, we get a lot of this accomplished and get this.
So realistically, when could we say, we know we've got to go at least 10 years, because people don't, you can't pay it off before then, but when could we realistically say the 6 cent is going to go, well, you already have that one going down to, it would be 5 cent in, what year is that? Yeah.
The,
35.
But-
So in less than 10 years from when it starts, we could drop it down to 5 cent.
But he mentioned too, that with Wayne's question about the maintenance and stuff, you've gotta put a shovel to it and the maintenance.
Okay, so-
But that's not part of the loan. That's gonna have to be an operational increase
I
in
understand,
taxes.
which
It's a
will be-
baseline tax
But we
increase,
can
yeah.
collect it and keep it. Okay, leave everything 2 and 4 throughout. And then where could we realistically basically pay everything off? And still have some fluff? Does that make sense?
So, I'm gonna pick that 15-year mark, and so go up 5 years from now, which I don't know what's our total balance is there.
I will note that this is still a 15-year borrowing. We've got to-
Oh, wow, we
It
do
is
have
a
that on.
15, yeah, we changed that.
15, okay.
Do we wanna look at that as a 20-year then?
Christina does.
I mean, the good thing about going with a longer-term loan is budgeting. You have a little bit of wiggle room. So if you end up running over in your budget, you are not tied to that higher payment. You can always pay it off early, but if you run into trouble and you have a year that's exceptionally expensive, you have a little bit of wiggle room.
And another question is, are you able to, like, the funds are there, or you're able to draw at any given time, or does it have to be an annual draw, or how's that?
So when you issue the debt, all of the money comes in at once. So
Okay.
you have that money sitting there. Now, you can earn interest on that money as it's sitting there too. which
Right.
Today's rate environment is actually material, but, yeah, you get all the money, as soon as you issue the debt, all the money's in there. You're paying interest on that full amount. You're earning interest on whatever you haven't spent as well.
But, like, is it every,
No,
every,
you get the whole thing. Here's $20 million, go do your projects.
No, the payments are annual, though,
they're
right?
gonna be
payments
the
are
same?
annual.
Yes, payments are
But so
annual.
you could take that and earn some decent interest
Well,
on it.
my thought is if you didn't need the whole X amount of $1 million, then,
That's why David had it in the different tranches, but then we would be paying a fee to issue them.
right.
then.
And is there a minimum that
Don't wanna pay,
municipalities
but,
like, or
I'll
that
put it in
you've
the savings account.
experienced municipalities would want to go out for a bond? Would it be 10 million?
It is, no, I've seen a couple of, like, Yellow River County, a couple of million is.
Common?
I wouldn't say it's common, but I've seen certain smaller ones out there. We've done, we did $2 or $3 million one.
Yeah, Flowing Rock.
Yeah, so we have done smaller ones. They are not as common, but they.
So we're at 15 years at a 6-cent rate increase for that 15 years. That accomplishes this.
20.
The road's still at 20. We were just,
Oh.
we did everything at 15, I know this is going slightly the other way, but, did you change your interest rate on that one? 4.5. So everything at 15 years, 4.5%, both of those.
Christina, you feel okay with that deficit at the beginning, right? There's not much. Is that cumulative or each year?
So same thing, Chelsea, you probably put in, 50, 75,000 in there, right?
So if we,
No, he's got 300 in there.
so if we.
Offset each other? So you're fine.
So if we, okay, so that's,
So you're fine.
I think your question earlier before was, what's the earliest you could pay it off potentially if you built up those funds over
Yeah.
time? And so if we're looking at 15 years, let's see at the, probably, get the 10-year mark, so what are we looking at fiscal 20? What's our, 35, what's our balance at that point between those two? We got about 875,000, what's our balance on our debt at 35? So you're not gonna be able to pay it off.
At 15, you're not going to be able to pay it off early.
Maybe a year or two, maybe a year or two.
Okay.
so that's just those, and that's not including parks.
No,
And then I will say this is,
because you're going to have to do park separate.
Right.
looking at potentially paying it off earlier, reducing it later, that is one way to look at it. The other way is at some point over the next 10 years, probably gonna have more roads.
Yep.
More greenways, more, and so you don't always see that tax, sometimes you don't always see it come off because you have other projects that come up and you're gonna need to maybe do another referendum or something there, but yeah.
But we could see a potential situation where if we bring in parks after roads and greenways, we could have a thumbs up for one and it's more sexy and then the
Yep.
roads not get done and
Stop saying that. That is,
what's,
just kidding.
This is a question for your bond counsel, which we can pose or Christina can pose. The greenways to me, like you have roads, you have the parks, the greenways may be able to go in either one potentially. And so is there strategy of looking one
Yes,
versus
put the greenway with the roads, we can get the roads done.
yeah.
Because otherwise they're
No,
primary
nobody's
roads.
gonna, yeah.
So that's a question, Christina, we can follow up with Scott and say, can greenways go with roads? I'm not
So if we, okay, so can we switch gears from greenways and roads? So that can be right here, number
cents.
one. Referendum number one. Referendum number two. Can you turn everything off, but then go turn on the park?
So we can leave those on because we have a separate one just.
Oh,
outside
okay.
the parks. So if we do the parks, so again, you're doing 3.5 million.
Okay,
And you scroll over and saying 15 years, 4.5%?
sure. No, Christina really, that makes her nervous. Go back and do 20 years. It really does. I'd rather be able to pay it off early and Christina feel better about the rate.
So do we go back 20 years on the other one?
Yeah, I think so.
So
Don't you, Christina? That'd make you feel better. I know it would.
that,
She yelled at us.
Yes.
She
Well,
yelled at
it's-
us at the first
It's that
budget
wiggle
after
room
this.
that makes a difference. We can,
Yes.
we can save most of it by paying it off early if we can, but it gives wiggle room.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
And you gotta remember too, you're assuming you're working with the same board for the next 20 years,
Yep.
and that's not gonna happen.
Best laid plans of
Are you gonna
mice and men
retire,
often
Jamie?
go astray.
How does two look?
You going somewhere?
Hell, I'm hoping to be here, Tony.
Joe's,
Alive.
Joe's gonna be the oldest mayor in history.
All right, what does 2 cent look like?
Oh, gosh.
If you die in office, they have to pay for it, right?
So really, you can get the Village Hall Park done for 2 cent. and drop it down after,
That's out here.
yeah. Drop it down after what, 5 years? What, did you say,
No, I said, did that have any inputs with a grant?
Yes.
Can you bump that up to, I'm just curious, to 900 grant?
Oh, the grant.
Yeah,
Why
Well,
900?
yeah.
Why?
because we have the $500,000 appropriation from the legislator. Now, we have spent some of that for master plan purposes, but we'll still probably have around 400 left. So that's assuming we can hold on to that and get the Part F, which we would have roughly 900 at that point.
Oh, then what happened to the 150?
That goes to CRTPO.
Oh, that's right, okay. Look at that, so do 1.75.
So that's best case, assuming we receive that grant, which we will know by fall, before the referendum question actually happens.
Before we start advertising for
Yeah.
it.
7.25 with all of it put together.
All right, what does everybody think? Are there any, is there anything else that we can play with? Is there anything else that we need to be looking at? I like the 20%. I do think it gives us more flexibility, 20%, 20 years, 20 years.
You
And
also,
hopefully, we can get a lower interest rate than 5, but we're going to be conservative and say 5.
you also have that land acquisition fund that y'all have about $370,000. If you want to dump that into one of these projects, you can.
I just leave it
We
until.
just like, I like to keep the powder dry on that, just in case something comes up.
I don't even know what that means.
Because you're ready to fire. If something comes, you keep your powder dry. It's a gun thing.
Just curious. Hunter,
Very
the-
common.
Powder
the-
from.
That whole grant thing that you were working on for the Heritage District, is that part of this, or is that something separate, or for the Heritage District? Didn't we have something about,
What
didn't
are
we
you
get
talking about?
that we have to match?
I stopped listening. What?
That-
Yeah, the only thing that we have to match is the loop.
Okay, all right.
Which we factored in already.
Okay, all right. But do we, I mean, well, that's a good question, though. Is there anything that we need for the Heritage District for common,
To it than what we started.
for streetscape?
Yeah.
That we haven't factored into this?
I'm hoping that as the Heritage District starts to develop, we're going to get an overlay on that we can utilize some of that for.
Yes, but do we put that in here to be able to go ahead
where-
and build it, and then we can pay for it back on the overlay?
Maybe. But where are my wayfinding signs on here?
It's in there.
It's in your regular CIP.
Where?
I saw it, it was
Go up some, go up. It's 38 and 39.
39 and 38.
Oh, so they're in general fund, okay.
Those phases will change, and hopefully that's enough money.
I mean, because the only thing is, Kim, is if we're really gonna do this Heritage District, if we depend on a tax overlay to fund the streetscape, it could be long way down the road before we
But I
can
mean,
build
it's
that.
their property, they're going to have to maintain it. Oh, no, we're going to get
No,
the
it's,
easement and build it.
yeah,
so we have to take care of it.
that's gonna be us. So that's why I'm wondering is, should we
I don't know if
factor
we
that?
can do that. Can we throw that on there, like? No, I know, sorry. That's okay, I wasn't listening.
Well, it would be
Somebody
on the
earlier, and I
streets
just said
and
that.
greenways.
They want to do an MSD overlay, but it's going to be hard to pinpoint exactly which ones that affects, because that MSD overlay can only apply to the district itself. So we would have to isolate what particular projects that covers to figure out how to fund those.
So the question is, we're going to do landscape, streetscape along the Heritage District. Can we throw that into, I mean, I guess we could just not pay it off a year earlier and have the fluff for it to,
Well, that might be a better way to do it. I don't know. The thing is that we're gonna have to have some revenue to fund the initial build of the streetscape through the Heritage District. Now,
well, no,
our
it's being
plan.
built.
There's currently no outputs for that type of work anyway. We don't have anything in the CIP for it. So whatever the output would,
And it's
would
gonna
kinda
be,
counterbalance the
it's gonna
input.
take a while for us to get there. So you're talking like
but we're gonna
doing
have
like
to-
benches
Yeah,
and
we're gonna have to figure that
landscape
out
and-
in
yeah.
order for the Heritage District to develop. Once they, because the tax overlay, while it may pay for it in the long run, it's not gonna pay for the construction. That's gonna have to come up front and be built at one time, because otherwise, if you try to stretch that out for each property that comes in when they come in, it would be
Well, you're not- that's-
expensive, more expensive to do it that way, and it would take
Yeah, but
forever to get it
But I don't
done.
even know how to factor that in, so I'd much rather just leave that up to unassigned fund balance and use fluff from other stuff to
Well,
cover
maybe
it.
that's, rather than paying it off early, maybe we put that back into a fund to do this, which would then recover from the tax overlay as it goes.
Yeah,
If you think about you paying it off and this allows us to do that, or we can use it for something else, I mean,
yeah,
you've got to,
flexibility.
it's hard to say 15 years from now, or 20 years from now, what kind of situation is going to be taking place. and
I mean, we're gonna have to get it on the CIP at some point, because it's gonna have to be planned for. It's just gonna have to happen.
Well, we need to keep track of all the assumptions that we're making into this, and to be able to hand it off, because if we all got hit by the bus, they're gonna go, how'd they come up with that?
Well, right.
And it's gotta be, so those assumptions have to be baked in and listed as to why, which is a good thing, because then, the future councils that do come in, they're going to have some good explanations if they deviate from what we planned.
Right.
So this could be a good kind of putting in the guardrails around future councils.
Right.
All right, so does everybody like what's in there or not?
We're doing your MSD real quick to show you just roughly what it would be. Just put in generic 500,000 in year 25 to see what that overlay would equate to, but he's still,
What, do you know what the value
Just-
in the district is?
I don't know. Do you know the total valuation of MHD? I know Rohit had
The problem is that we can go off today's evaluation, but those property values are gonna increase based off the structure, what buildings and everything that goes on it.
so we'd have to go back and look that
Is
up.
there, and,
We can add that in.
and
We'll get some more information on
when
that.
they value it, though, there would be a different value placed on the property if it's
Commercial
designated
versus-
commercial versus residential, too. So that's going to increase the value immediately, just rezoning it. So it would be a very conservative number going off of what we have today on a residential, so.
We'll get that information. This is not the last time you'll see these guys, so we'll get that and present it at another
This
meeting.
is probably the last time they want to see us. I mean, listen, I feel way better about being able to present this
Yeah.
to, how'd you get down to 3.5? Oh, we went back up to 20 years. I feel a lot better being able to present this and try to sell this to the community than I did 30 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago. Does anybody not like what's in here? Bob, you're always we're slow down, we're going too fast. What do you think?
No, I'm good. I mean.
So what are
Hold
we
on,
really?
I just asked him a question, let him
He
finish.
said we were good.
No, I'm good.
But he was gonna say something else.
Okay, good, no.
I'm done. I'm sorry. No, it's
Three.
say, I like how we,
Less is more, right?
I'm good.
Now you made me forget what I was gonna say.
Perfect.
Well, this
No, so I know what I was gonna say. So what are we really, when you went through your little process of removing stuff, we're still gonna have the ability to get around Marvin pretty much completely. It's just certain areas that we're really removing, they're just not
So-
critical.
So,
or- 'cause like in the
around,
state,
so around the loop, down to Mecklenburg County, down to Woodland Forest,
Up Waxaw Marvin.
up Waxaw Marvin, we took off Stacy Howie, up Waxaw Marvin, down Bonds Grove, interior in or behind Providence Estates, Chimneys is not even on there.
Is it not?
Right when you said that,
I
it's
just
not
wanna
on
make,
there.
I just want to make sure
That
that,
should
you know,
be in
we're
there.
capturing the,
Chimneys should definitely be in there. That's something that we have easements for, and it's higher on the
Maybe that's
PRG's
not why it's on
list.
there. Christina, did you see it on your, on that list? It's not on there. The Chimneys. And I don't know what,
Of this development mission anyway, when you do your referendum for language in your referendum, typically, ideally, is a little bit more generic in nature. So you're saying greenways,
Right.
basically. You're not saying these greenways.
oh, there it is.
So you end up having.
refer
yeah.
to master
It's in there.
plan with
Okay,
greenways
9,000,
where.
yeah.
But that's the other thing, I was just like, how fast could we
C13
expect
Chimneys Trail.
this all to happen? You have the funding for it.
And that's another, remind me, another point you're, referring to bond council, who gives a tax exempt opinion. You're supposed to, at the outset, be able to, say you have a reasonable expectation that you're gonna spend the funds that you borrow within 3 years. Once you issue the debt, you have a reasonable expectation you'll spend 85% within 3 years. And so when you look at those tranches, again, that's where if you say, well, hey, yeah, we're gonna do this, but we're not gonna really actually spend this till year 7, you gotta keep in mind that you do have a reasonable expectation. Now, plenty of times it ends up taking longer, but at least at the outset, you have.
I will if we get this approved in May of '24, which is kind of what I think our time frame is. If we get this approved in May of '24, I will start simultaneously working on quotes and getting everything ready. So as soon as we get the cash, go.
Well, just
Do the work.
keep this in mind, okay? That the trail builder that we use, that we are very comfortable with and like the work and the price and all that, is only a small company. And we have to keep in mind how many linear feet of trail and how quickly he can do it in
Yeah, but as long
in a
but,
year.
I mean, it's not gonna take him 3 years to do it.
What's his average turnaround on?
But even the trails aren't gonna cost 85% of the total amount spent within 3 years. The trails aren't that. So you've got roads in there.
I just want to make sure that that we don't overtax our contractor to get it done in a certain amount of time. It's a-
No,
A lot of his
I
time.
think he would be thrilled.
Okay. No, I'm sure
gonna
he's
sit- I'm
thrilled
gonna
with the
sit my
work.
butt
I'm
here
just
in
worried.
Marvin for the next
I'm
3
just,
years. Yeah.
I'm not saying that he wouldn't be happy with all the work. I'm just want to make sure that he can get
But
it done.
But
in
what
a-
David's saying is you have to have the reasonable expectation that it will be spent. And if we're sitting here saying, okay, we've got a contract with this person that over the next 3 years, and if it's not done for 4.5, then it's, it's fine.
That's okay. The only thing that happens is after that period, you just have to start tracking your interest earnings. And if you're earning more, which actually you live in this environment, earning more on the bond proceeds that are sitting there versus what you're paying, you have to rebate that additional amount back to the federal government.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so there's
I mean-
no penalty other than you just have to track your interest earnings and pay the extra back. They don't want you just borrowing money and playing the arbitrage game, like I'm gonna borrow low rate, invest higher, and keep all of that. That's what they're trying to do.
Do we have the roundabout in there? Yes, we do. Okay, at Waxaw Marvin Bonds Grove. Okay.
Andy, when I talk to the guy that does the trails, and I've talked to him off and on years, one of his biggest time consuming is coming back there and doing small trails. Or
Well,
doing
yeah,
this little dirt.
absolutely.
If he had this right here, he would probably be able to do, just stay here for a while.
Yeah, no, I understand all that. I just want to make sure, there's a lot of linear feet of trail here for him to build. So I just wanted to make sure that we're not,
So,
just time constraints, that's all. Because you've got weather and you've got other things that impact it. You can't work 320 days a year.
All right, so I like this so far. And again, like you said, this is not going to be the,
well, I was going to say, I'm just going to summarize and just say that we obviously made a lot of changes on this, so we're going to save it. We're also going to bring the maps back to you all and kind of highlight what
I
you've
would.
done.
I would
so
like
you can
that.
And what you've deleted, so y'all can make sure that's what you feel comfortable with. We'll get them to, again, play with the model, make sure the numbers are exactly right on target. In terms of our schedule, I know you guys don't have it in front of you, but we are way ahead of the game. We did not expect to have a final selection of what we're doing until June. So we've got a couple months to play with some more some more items, and then at that point, we would want to go ahead and enter a contract with our bond council, and then start the pre-application process with LGC
So I
in the
would
fall.
say, since we don't have a work session in April, May is gonna be at night. I would say June work session, let's look at this again and make sure that we feel really good about it. And then, between now and then, you can give us, especially the Greenways map of what we have picked, what we have nixed, and what we may have missed. Does that sound like a plan? Does that sound like good directives for you?
It does, yeah, and like I said, there's one minor change that we've got to make to our fund balance, which will bring the numbers down slightly, but it's not, it's going to be inconsequential.
And then we can also look at the, oh, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
And then that'll also give us an opportunity to see how much we feel like the Heritage District may bring in, and just go, I would just say on the residential side, like, just do it there, because we know commercial's gonna be more. Good?
Good. When you talk about income from commercial,
Yeah.
yeah, that pretty much all goes to Monroe.
Well, no, but whatever we said was the tax valuation is gonna be more, because that's what we're looking at.
Right.
What they're paying in, right?
The MSD, we want to look at the MSD.
MSD, yeah.
Okay.
We'll get all that stuff together.
Okay.
Do y'all have any questions for us that are unanswered? Okay.
No, this
It was a good deep dive.
You were so much better than Christina was when she was trying to play with her.
Wow. Did you just hear?
I did.
I told him I wasn't
She
good
stole
at
my
it.
water, so I mean,
No, she just gave it to someone else.
actually, well, she stole it and then gave it away. All right, thanks, you guys. We appreciate it.
Thank you, appreciate it. I need,
Lunch here?
I need a break.
Let's do Village Hall real quick, because that'll be real fast. Austin, that means real fast.
Okay. Weather vane, I'll start with the weather vane. I'm having trouble talking with the vendor, but he told me previously that once we get it ordered, it's going to be a 6-month turnaround. That's how backed up they are. So once we actually approve it, it'll be 6
I
months
just
before we
need
can
to
get
know how
it.
much it's gonna be to approve it.
Yeah, I have called him to get the quote. He was supposed to call me back. I just haven't heard back yet.
Okay.
I have better news with AV and smart shades. The smart shades are getting installed next Thursday.
Hot dog.
AV, we have a couple more bugs to iron out in this room, as I recently discovered. But I've got the change order on your agenda today for the smart shades integration and finishing out the community room. So my goal is to have this project completely closed out by the end of April, early May.
Is that it?
That's it.
We'll see the carpet.
That was quick and
All right. Make a motion to take a recess for a working lunch?
Recess for working lunch.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion
Austin,
passes.
can you turn us off, though? Like,
connection with AMT for certain things. Maybe that would be acceptable to do just for certain things that need to be stamped. And the rest of it. My hang-up with this development that they're doing, the amount of money that they're throwing at this, what's gonna be the return? Are they gonna end up going, making a business decision that can't support the money invested, and then that ends up being vacant? That's my concern, because they've thrown a lot of money in it already, and they're talking about throwing a boatload more. Oh. Oh.
I'd like to reconvene the village council work session meeting. We just finished up with Village Hall, so the next up, we have items of discussion. First up, we have a review of council meeting minutes. Y'all have a chance to,
I have no changes.
There's a ton of
No
minutes.
changes on my end.
other council members, any?
So if you don't have any changes, these will be on your consent agenda at the next meeting.
All right. With no one challenging that or questioning that, we're going to move on. Next up, we have consider adoption of the 2024-2028 capital improvement plan.
So moved, no, I'm just kidding.
You had me for a second there.
All right, so basically, all I did was go in and make the changes that you all had requested at the last meeting. We did make one additional change. Some of the S1B and the stuff that we were kind of talking about this morning, Hunter and Derek worked to kind of fix. One piece of it was sort of being counted twice because it's part of the grant. So we kind of tweaked that a little bit, and then we also did a better estimate of when we expect that money to be spent. Instead of it spread equally over 5 years, you'll notice that we kind of put 20% of it in this particular year, and then I think we did 20% in the second year, and then the remaining 60% in the third year, because we just thought that was a more realistic view of when that money would possibly be spent. But other than that, the other changes were everything that you all had requested at the last meeting, just kind of pushing things down that we knew we weren't going to get to in that first fiscal year. So if you guys don't have any questions, I think,
All right, I'll make a motion to adopt the 24 to 28 capital improvement plan as presented. Further discussion?
Wow, that's what I'm still looking. Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Moving on,
Motion passes.
motion passes
Any nays?
unanimously. Next up, we have consider to call for a public hearing on May 9th, 2023 at 6 p.m. at Village Hall for SUP application number 2023-2 for, I always forget, for accessory structure that exceeds the maximum height or size permitted on a lot greater than 3 acres per 151.054C located at 9825 Saddle Avenue.
So moved.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. That's on the agenda now. Next up, we have consider adoption of ordinance amending the general fund budget for community room chairs and smart shades in the council chambers.
So moved.
Further discussion? Who wants to talk about that?
We've already given the money, we're just doing the ordinance.
Okay, good. All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Next up, discuss and consider approval of proposal from Security 101, additional key card readers and associated hardware not to exceed $7,500 and direct staff to prepare a budget amendment from fund balance.
So I'll keep it brief. If we're going to rent out the community room, we need to be able to secure the doors. Security 101 is our vendor for the key card readers. So this proposal is for them to put a key card reader in the community room there and in the front conference room to essentially secure those offices for when we have rentals. They're installing the key card readers, the wiring in the walls, and all the sensors. So that's what all that is.
So you'll have access from this room here over to the front room?
If someone, basically, it blocks off the offices over there for
Offices.
when we have rentals. And you would be key card access.
And this?
Yes.
Okay, so they have access to that room up front?
So if someone rents the front conference room, we currently have to hard lock that door. If the staff member has to have a key, so that would put a key card lock on that door, and then you'd have the same for this door. You can just do a physical key and not spend any money, but that's just more we have to keep up with, and more locks that I'm gonna have to get rekeyed.
So it's one key reader?
Two.
It's-
One on that one, and one on that one.
It's two doors. Two doors that would get two different readers.
And how are the current offices locked right now, hard locked?
Right now, the secured point for the offices are the room off the lobby in the back.
Right.
And the glass door right here.
Okay, but if you open those up, then you now, if we don't have, what's the locking
So if
suggestion?
someone gets in the community room, there's no way to block them from going into the offices.
We can't lock the office, I know the office, sheriff's office has a lock on
They
theirs.
installed their own lock for their own security.
Does that make sense, that they would have access to that?
I'm sorry, what?
If you can't lock those doors, and you allow
That's
someone.
what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
is lock
So if we do the key card readers, it looks like every other door here. It's just an additional point for a key card to be scanned to get through. So it would secure the offices from those who are here renting the rooms.
Are they adding or
Hold
just
on.
moving?
They're adding 2 new readers in.
Hold on,
Why
they would have a key card access to that door,
So yeah,
to
if
go
some-
into the community room, correct?
If someone were to rent the community room, they would access the building through the rear door.
Yep.
They would scan their key card and go into the community room, and then if they tried to use their key card on the new reader in there, they would not be able to get into the offices.
Okay, so here's what I would like to do, instead of spending $8,000 on 2 key readers, because I understand the door that goes into the corridor over there, make it a key lock that you have to have a key for, and just lock the damn door. That, you don't have to give them that key, because they'll still have a key reader, they'll still have the key card. Just change that door handle to a lock that needs a key, and when we have a rental, just lock the door.
Why don't we move the key card reader from out here to that? Because there's no.
I guarantee that's gonna cost $20,000.
Then you also have the thing is if someone is renting this room, then they can just walk into the community room and use that too.
Just change the doorknob in there to a key lock, and lock the door.
I think it'd be cheaper all the way around if we just hired a security guard to stay here 24/7.
I mean, it sounds like it, Jesus. I'm not gonna spend $8,000 on 2 key things, that's crazy, especially when my stuff doesn't even work, so.
You need my key?
Yeah, we'll see how long. That's my suggestion, but if you guys like it,
See, that's why I didn't do the phone.
probably me, who knows it's not.
That's a
Can
lot
I
of
get one
money.
of these things for Joe House?
I mean,
After what we just saw, and what we're trying to budget.
yeah, I think just locking up these doors when you have an event is just on you, basically, Austin. It's not, I mean, that's all it is.
I don't do the rentals, but yes,
You know-
we could definitely arrange that with staff. We will need to get a locksmith in here to rekey some of the doors because we added on so many locks, we have a lot of extra keys at the moment. So we'll probably have to get the doors rekeyed just so all the locks match the same.
That
key.
I'm fine with, because eventually somebody's gonna lose keys, and then we're gonna have issues, and we're still gonna have to call a locksmith. So having the keys all keyed together, I'm fine with, but I'm with Kim. I don't wanna spend $8,000
We
just to
want
put
to
in.
be good stewards of the taxpayer dollars, unlike some other individuals.
all the things.
You're the new security guard.
Oh, that'll be fun.
You're gonna be walking around with a bunch of keys.
Perfect.
But you'll look important.
I know.
Is that the consensus of the board?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, we're good to move on, Mr. Mayor.
All right, you guys good with that?
What are we doing?
Changing the lock to a key.
Okay.
All right, so we can move on, there's no motion.
No.
Next, discussion of Village Hall sink replacement.
That was tabled.
We
Oh,
tabled
that was
that.
tabled. Yeah. Next up, we have information only, Village Hall landscape plan, phase 1 and 2. Who's got this? Andy?
It's really just for informational purposes only. We just want to show you all what the phases were going to be, approximately how much they were estimated at. In a nutshell, Phase 1 is going to consist of the screening in the back, and then the back parking lot side. The Phase 2 is going to consist of the plant beds touching the parking lot, and Councilman Wortman can elaborate more on this if there's questions. And then Phase 3 is going to be in the front. We have done a budget amendment for $25,000. It has to be spent by the end of this year. If it's not, it reverts back into fund balance, and we will have to reappropriate funding.
Have we factored in the trees slash
No,
shrubs? that we-
in light of our PRG joint meeting, some of that money is gonna change, so we are gonna have to put, hopefully, a significant amount of that back in and reappropriate, because hopefully we'll get most of the plant material for free from that program, so.
Correct.
That is, and I guess there's a Phase 1A and a Phase 1B. Phase 1A, I'm taking care of along with Joe. We're gonna remove and replace the dirt. He's gonna pull the dump trailer, dump the dirt, and then
You play dump truck.
Phase 1B will be replacing the screening trees, so.
And we're gonna set a time for that, before we start
As soon
that?
as we can find a weekend that it's not raining.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Any other questions?
Nope, good job, thank you.
Okay. Moving on. Discussion of options for engraving flagpole pavers and prices for engraved pavers.
Okay, so you guys have just previously discussed selling the pavers outside to have them engraved. You guys have adopted a policy so far. You still have to establish the formal price in a future fee schedule update. But the purpose of this item is to determine how do we want to actually have the pavers engraved. We can either work with a vendor, or we can do it in-house and have our own equipment. Oh, that's Jill, I was throwing you for a loop there. The only question I need you all to decide is, do you want to do this in-house, buy our own equipment? Do you want to go with a vendor? There's various levels of equipment that we could get. The prices are going to vary greatly. It's really whatever you want to do. If we do it in-house, a staff member will have to know how to use it, how to use the equipment, so you're using staff time. That's the only thing you got to consider.
One thing I will add is the Wounded Heroes monument or whatever that we're doing out here. Their idea was also to put pavers up there and have those be available for engraving as well. So we're looking at a pretty sizable warehouse of engravable pavers. So I have not gotten any more information on it, but I would like to know exactly how difficult it would be for our staff to engrave them. If it's the matter of a program that's associated with it and it works like a CNC machine or 3D printer or whatever, and you just type in the text and you set it on and it does the job, then I think that's very simple, and I think it's certainly capable of staff being able to do it. The big advantage of that is that they don't have to be removed and taken somewhere, which is a huge deal as far as logistics goes. So I think that realistically, I would like to try to be able to do it in-house, but I think that we need to do a little bit more homework on the actual physical machine, see if we're capable of doing it in-house.
What's the cost of a machine like this cost?
It's gonna vary. I put
$100?
two quotes in the packet. You've got, pull it up here on my screen.
479 and 540.
And these are, and this is base level search of what something like this costs. We may have to determine that we need something more sophisticated. I really don't know, just because this is not something that I have any background knowledge on.
So is it more of a pain for staff to learn how to do this, or for staff to have to go out, grab a paver and take it somewhere and have it done?
I think it's gonna be easier for staff to learn how to do it in the sidewalk. And the other thing is it's construction of the sidewalk. If I put polymeric sand between these, then those pavers are not removable. If I put regular sand in between them and they're removable, then it's a big pain to pull them out, take them somewhere, come back, reset them. We're gonna have problems with the sand staying in between. It's just, from my professional view, from building the sidewalk, having it done on site is gonna be the preferred method,
Yeah, but
whether
are
we
these
have a vendor
machines-
do it or not.
But are these machines ones that you can just set on top of the paver and do it?
Yeah, is that what, is that how it works?
That's what I was
Because
trying
this
to
one sure doesn't
figure
look
out.
like that.
One of them is definitely not, the second one is, but we have to, again, we have to research and make sure that that's something, that type of machine would be sufficient enough to do what we want it to do.
So basically, what I'd like to kind of try to get from the rest of council is that if we decide that we want to be able to do this, and we can physically do this in-house, how much do we want to spend on the equipment, knowing that there is going to be a potential return on investment as this goes on? I mean, each one of these is going to generate revenue back. So once we pay for the machine, then it's all gravy.
I don't want to spend more than what is shown here.
I think we should probably authorize up to about $1,000, given what's here and looking at maybe some other ones that may be just a little easier to use or more robust or whatever, just as we research. Because, I mean, you know, if you sell these at $100 a piece, you recover in 10 bricks. And there's a lot more than 10 bricks out there.
Yeah, I mean, if this, five, 6, 7 bricks, I mean, pays it all. I mean, I don't know how many bricks are out there.
100, and if we just did the larger ones, it's like 150.
Yeah, that's just just at the flagpole. That's not including the Wounded Heroes Monument
Yeah, I
that's
know.
going up there. So we'll have plenty
We'll
to.
pay it all.
And Derek and
Yeah.
I walked that.
Yeah.
We were counting bricks.
So that's just,
Okay.
that's my 2 cents. I don't know what you
Alright.
guys think, but I think we should at least go up to $1,000
I think
on
it's a
it.
great idea. I mean, if it's, I agree with you, though. You did such a beautiful job out there to start yanking those out or whatever. It just needs to sit on there and do whatever it's supposed to do.
So I have my direction here. I'm gonna get some formal prices. I'm gonna do a little more research. Probably bring this back to you in May with quotes or something like that, and then we can move forward from there.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay. 1 second here. All right. Did we remove number, no, 19, not 9. Next up, we have discussion of time capsule items and interment.
Okay.
Internment.
Interment, yes.
Well,
That's not what it says. Full
Interment.
disclosure, I read what was there.
So a blast from the past. We previously talked about doing a time capsule on the property. The capsule itself is still sitting under my desk, so we need to do something with it. Basically, I'm asking you all, we had very little input from the public on this. We advertised this for about 3 or 4 months. We got 2 contributions. Basically, what do you guys want to include in here, and how do you want to inter it?
I want to bury it underneath the sidewalk so that Andy has to pull it, but no, we're just kidding. I don't know. I don't know what to do with it. I mean, it doesn't sound like, the public really rose to the occasion.
Someone can donate their old phone.
The two donations we had, one resident donated photos of former Mayor Don Carr with Ronald Reagan, and Marvin Elementary made a laminated poster to include.
Good for them. It's probably too big for the thing, isn't it?
No, it rolls up.
Oh, it does?
So can we, I'm sure we have some photographs of the groundbreaking ceremony and our,
Let's not use the one that Claudia gave me, though. I was terrible in it.
and our
I love my
ribbon
dress.
cutting ceremony. So those
No,
photos,
I
I
love
think,
that
could be donated to that. What other monumental things that we could throw in there from this?
Picture of Old Village Hall, the charter.
Picture of the officer in his little area.
Inaugural Marvin Day.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Those are some big things that happened right along the same time as the building was built. Make sure you get a picture of Jamie when you put it next to the Marvin Day thing, since that was his brainchild.
So yes, we can definitely get photographs. Is there anything else you'd want to include other than photographs? Any documents or any?
Charter, copy of the charter.
Do we have any of the shovels we used to dig?
I have my shovel.
You cannot fit a shovel in here. It's a tube. It's a tube. It's like this big.
But I still have it. Do a picture of you with a shovel.
Yeah.
What's relevant right now that can go in a small box?
It's not a box, it's a tube.
Tube.
And it should be something that has to do with Marvin, not like what's relevant today.
So
What's relevant in Marvin now?
So while you guys are thinking on other items, once we inter it, how long is it in the ground for?
50 years.
50.
You guys go 50 years?
Actually, I think you should put a map of all the greenways and all the, so when they look back and go, oh my gosh, back
Yeah.
50 years ago, there was nothing there. We
Yeah.
had one path, we had one.
Or even take some snapshots before and after the
Yeah,
heritage.
some aerial, yeah.
Unincorporated Union County, and what was,
Yeah, 'cause-
Current pictures of what the Heritage District looks like right now.
Yeah, what the
Do
different
that.
parts of Marvin, what they look like, Eford Park and different things like that, so that there's something to compare to 50 years from now, where Marvin is in the future compared to what it is today.
The, interesting that the premiere that was done for the Village of Marvin that we did, they actually captured some pretty cool pictures before they started developing at the Broadmoor here, and just tried to make it look like, Marvin.
What was this?
The movie that was
Oh,
put out.
Inherit the Land?
Yeah, the way they produced it and shot pictures, they actually went down Crane Road, closer to the church that's close to Ray Road. And you're driving along that, they did some shots of, video shots of that. So that's like, I guess, the old Marvin, because that's where the church was. But, I mean, that's what I would focus on, what it looked like then and what it, 50 years from now, God knows what we will have, and including this, take a picture of that town hall, the original town hall, and maybe this one, because we don't know what's going to happen with this.
Maybe take a picture of Derek's man cave, since that was the original town hall.
So to make it easier, it's going to be more photos if no one's really bringing anything to us that
Yeah,
you can
and
fit.
we definitely can get all this. We can do 50 years. So the last question is, where do you want to bury it? What do you want to put on top of it?
I want to do it out by the tree right here. And I want to do a little plaque of the date that we did it.
What tree?
And the big one.
I'm just
The one next to the building, or
No, this one right here.
okay?
Can you not do it over there?
The pecans over here across?
You don't go under the tree, right? There's roots there.
Okay, well,
It's a metal tube.
near there. Over there.
Yeah, we could do it like in front of the trees, but shortly behind the curb in the
Like right up
grass.
under it, like,
Do you
Yeah.
want to put something like some kind of stone or something on top of it?
well, I was
do you want
getting
to-
ready to
Absolutely.
finish. You know the sign that we have by the flagpole? Do something like that that says, the date that we buried it, and then the date that it should be opened.
Do you want anything a little more
I
permanent than
think
that?
we want to probably go with something masonry for it to last 50 years. A sign could,
Metal's not gonna stay for 50
that sign
years?
could just end up disappearing,
And
and
then we
somebody
don't know
forget
where
about
it
it.
is.
All right.
I would do more like a monument, or like a almost like a headstone, you know, that you lay flat, that it's gonna be engraved, it'll be there.
Cool.
You know,
Perfect. Sounds good.
time capsule.
What else you need to know?
I can take it from there. This is one of those other items you're going to hear about again in a few months.
And the way you put this out last couple of months was just through our regular thing? We didn't go to the high schools and ask or anything like that?
We put it out a
We sent it
lot.
out through our residents list and on social media and
Okay.
everything. Marvin Elementary was involved, but we just didn't get any other interest, unfortunately.
All right. Any other questions or from you or council? Okay, next up, we have, moving forward, a discussion consideration of monument location at Village.
Hold on one second, I'm just pulling something up for y'all.
So,
Village Hall.
this is me, and
Stops talking.
there is an entity that is installing a monument bench area. What you see on your computer screens is roughly where it's gonna go. So unless y'all have any objections with that area, that's where we're gonna propose the monument
For
seating area to be.
The Wounded Heroes Monument.
Oh, okay.
So, I was tasked with doing a sketch, which will go to an artist, which will then it will paint a picture of the monument. But what our vision was, after meeting with them, putting it under, it would be low, you know, on the lower side of the tree, we would put some vegetation behind it to kind of give it a little screen from the traffic circle, so it's a little more serene, so it's not like blaring horns and crazy drivers. And then doing a sidewalk with a small walk bridge across the ditch to meet the sidewalk there. So the sidewalk will be done with the pavers, again, opportunity to buy a paver. And there would be a reflection area to sit up there with benches, planter boxes, and a monument wall with all the seals of the branches of service.
Including Space Force?
Including what?
Space Force.
That's a department, that's
Under the Air Force,
It is under Air Force? Okay.
yes.
I just-
So,
I thought that was
are you guys cool with the location?
Yes.
It'll be
But I
it'll be
was cool with
shaded.
it a while ago, so
Yeah, well, it'll be shaded
I'm just kidding.
in the summertime, so it'll be a nice place to
That'd be
sit.
lovely. And do we all
But,
have that date on our calendar?
I sent you all calendar invites, you should,
Yeah, it's what, April?
April 23rd.
Christina, can you, that sketch that I made, can you forward that out to the rest of the council so they can see the sketch?
I can text it to you. In order to pull it up, I've got to save it on the V drive.
It doesn't have to be right now, I just want to
Okay,
give
yeah.
them the visual, the sketch that I
So
sent back
I
to that
still have
email.
a to be determined on a time. Has that been decided?
Correct.
Yeah.
We don't know the exact time yet.
Oh, I thought there was a time on there. I thought it was 3 to 4:30.
I don't think they've selected the exact time yet.
I just left it open all
Okay.
day.
I got it done, it's 3 o'clock. Hey, we should do the time capsule on the 50th anniversary of Marvin Day. That's when they open it.
Oh, there you go.
Yes,
Yeah, that's a good idea.
yeah.
The 50th anniversary of the original Marvin Day?
We
Yeah.
had the first annual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
93.
Which was the same year that we
Marvin
moved in,
Day, last year.
Oh, I thought you meant.
which is the same year that we moved in Village
Gotta yell
Hall,
at you to get
everything
you
all
to pay
kind of
attention,
coincides.
fella. Huh?
Joe will still be mayor, so he'll just.
You'll remember.
No. Just so you know, we're gonna stuff you. You'll be like Trigger.
He'll be the monument.
Yeah. You'll be, yeah, we'll be.
All right, we
Nice.
good?
I think so.
Okay.
Okay, next up, we have informational only, Park Garage Edition.
I'll just say real quick, we went out to RFP for the cart bag quotes. Our variation came back extremely, it was like 100-something thousand opposed to 20-something thousand. So we went back to the vendors and just asked them some clarifying questions. We're still working on that, so that's really the gist of it. We'll bring it back to you all at a later date.
We're in the wrong business.
Well, yeah, that's a huge difference. I would feel safe to be at somewhere around the $30,000 to $40,000 range, so that, it scares me that there's that much difference.
We have the specs for everything? what's needed?
We didn't get an architect for this, so we don't have actual specs for them to go by.
But we're gonna expand what's there, right? So it's gonna look something similar to that, so you should be able to, you know, okay, this is the,
We
All right, well,
didn't, we didn't decide that 100%.
They're getting clarification. Let them
We
get
didn't decide
clarification,
that
and then we can
100%,
decide.
whether we were going to do a second building on a 90, or if we were going to build on one side or on both sides. So that was, did the,
We didn't give vendors very good clarification because we didn't know. We just said we need extra storage space. We gave a very generalized description. They came back and they threw different things at us. So we're going back to them and asking them what specifically that meant. We'll bring it back to you all for later discussion and/or modification so that we could rebid.
okay.
all right. Moving forward, we have discussion of playground replacement manufacturer and timeline.
Let me take this one.
You want it?
All right, so this is sort of a multifaceted item here. What we want to do first is confirm that you all like LSI. They were presented to you as one of the two options last time. They're the manufacturer for Carolina Parks and Play. You saw in your packet some examples. They're the company that I originally wanted to go with after seeing the park at Blowing Rock and kind of getting the inspiration from that. We're not forced to a fiscal year timeline, so that's sort of why we've proposed the timeline that we have. You know, if you guys are good with the manufacturer, then we can narrow that down, start doing some site visits, looking at those. Staff can schedule those out, and then we can bring the vendor in a couple months and do some presentations. You know, kind of do some final tweaks. You don't like a color here, or you want to alter something there. But the first step is to kind of narrow down the manufacturer or decide, do you want to see an A and a B? Do you want to bring bars into the vendor comparison, and we go and do site visits for both? You know, let them.
I think, Derek, what we came up with was that we liked the particular aesthetic of that one, but I don't think that we are necessarily bound to any particular manufacturer. It's the aesthetic of the equipment that the LSI presented.
Okay.
So if,
Yeah, the LSI looked richer.
yeah, and the aesthetic,
Yeah.
but if Bars Burke has a similar style and such, then I don't know that anybody'd be opposed to looking at what they have either. It's more of the aesthetic.
Yeah.
So we put a tentative timeline in your agenda packets that we're suggesting. I think at this point, our suggestion would be for us to entertain both manufacturers with, you know, just some conceptual ideas. So in the agenda packets, you'll see that timeline where we are currently today looking at the manufacturer preference. And if you decide that you want to go through with looking at both of them simultaneously, then what our point would be is to let us know what the number of conceptual designs you want to see. Is it 3 designs? Is it 5 designs? Is it 2? And then what we'll do is go back and let those vendors know that we are looking for a presentation from them at the May work session, and they can present those schematics to us as to what the number of conceptuals you want to see, and you can decide from there, and we can start solidifying more specifics closer to.
Well, I was going to say that I'm looking at, when we studied them before, we saw that LSI had, you know, like I said, the aesthetics richer. Now, I'm looking on the packet, and the one with, I mean, that is really neat, especially blending in with the farm. It seems to be, the barn, seems to have a farm kind of thing. It's not anything we saw before, but it has that.
It's a little
large
whimsical.
tree. Yeah, and that is really neat. And I can even see in the back, there looks to be some sort of a tractor, fire truck, something like that. I mean, that looks really cool.
Who is that one by?
It's
LSI. Bar.
LSI.
Oh, it is LSI.
It's the one that shows, it's gray. It's got a tube, it's almost like got houses on it. I mean, that is
Are
really
you doing
slick.
that?
Yeah.
All right, well, can you
from my
keep going then?
From my experience, yeah, you are going to get higher quality, richer, more detail, more realistic looking product from LSI. Bars is still going to give you a quality product. It's just going to, be a scaled down.
Turn that.
If you look at their rock walls or their climbing walls, LSI is an actual concrete type of material where they go out and take forms of rocks out in the nature and replicate that in one way that they only do it, where Bars is going to give you a piece of plastic that is, a faux rock looking.
Just for fun, the one that I was pointing out, what do you estimate you think that would cost?
We didn't get any costs on any of these. They're just sheer conceptuals. We didn't give them any parameters at all. Our ask today is if you really like LSI and you want to stick with LSI, then what we'll do is just strictly talk to them and get dollar amounts and conceptuals based on our dollar amount.
Are we okay just talking to one?
Yeah.
Yep.
LSI.
But overall, is LSI more or less expensive or equal to?
More.
More? Okay, they are a little more.
They're going to be,
Well, yeah, it's quality, more per, yeah, okay. Just curious.
Is there a consensus? Do you want to just strictly focus on LSI at this point?
My vote.
I feel like we owe it to have both companies give us something. I'm not saying that.
Keeps you competitive.
Yeah, you've got to have something. You've got two that are willing to bid. So I say we hear from both.
Yeah.
I'd like to see at least 3 from each one to look at, to get a good benchmark, but I think,
3 different designs.
3 different
or
designs. and-
Conceptuals.
Yeah, conceptual designs. But keeping with,
Yeah.
what we currently
I like Derek,
have.
Back to that one. Go-
Down
go
there.
one, go, no, the other one that had like the rock in it.
Yeah.
Other way, Austin.
The other way, Austin. Yeah,
Whoop,
go back,
Back up.
No. Or,
no, keep going, go slow.
go the other way, Austin. You passed it like 8 slides ago.
Blowing rock picture.
Okay.
There.
Stop.
Or go to the next one too, because I think, there
Yeah.
you go. Look at that thing.
Yeah, I think
If
that,
you're gonna spend $300,000, at least you can see,
yeah, it looks more natural, like what our
Yeah.
park setting is. It's not
Jeez.
commercial looking, it's more natural looking. I think that was what we all kind of were talking about the last time we saw this, is a more natural park-like looking than a commercial structure.
yeah, I agree.
So just for comparison purposes, the one that we're going to display, this has similar elements of more natural type stuff. You can see the tree kind of growing on the rock there, which is all plastic. It looks
Yeah.
like. But that's to the bars, Burke, something like that.
But yeah, kids like
I'm with Andy, it's always nice to have 2 different competitors,
Treehouse.
showing their stuff. But I think we need something rich, especially like,
Overboard.
what
With the
we
kids
just
that the
saw,
boys made.
And that's,
So is the consensus, y'all want to parallel both vendors at the same time and see 3 conceptuals? Okay, we can work on that. And then the next question that I have for you all is,
Christina, when they come, can they come in and set up a play set for us to try out?
we could probably get them to bring, like, material samples.
Just kidding. I mean, I wanted you to be like, really?
Where are the
Do you
locate,
really
can we
want
go
me to
there?
do that?
Well, yeah, that was my next thing. Y'all have a list of site locations for both vendors in your agenda packets. Do y'all want to just schedule them amongst yourself, or do you want to plan an actual group outing and go and look at these? Which do you prefer?
Kim, she's talking to you.
What, do y'all prefer to do site visits Do y'all prefer to do site visits individually or just two of you at a time on your own? Or do you want us to actually plan?
On a field trip.
Say again?
I can throw everybody in my car. I'll drive council around.
Y'all want to do it as a group?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll
Might as
work on
well.
that.
I mean, that way we can discuss it amongst ourselves and
Yeah, it's real life.
it's easier to.
Where is that?
So those, in order for us to kind of meet some of the timelines that we've put in together, we want to have those site visits being conducted in April and May, so no later than May.
Stay off the equipment when we go look at them.
If you,
Because I know the two of you are gonna be out there trying to get on.
if
the
you all
equipment.
could, if you all could at your own time, just look at the list and just send us back an email as to which ones you want to see, or we will send out suggestions if we don't hear back from you all. I think we have,
List of places to go look at.
yes, yeah,
For both lists?
yes.
Well, I mean, you got a lot that are close by.
We can send out some suggestions based on just proximity, and we can go from there.
Yeah, that makes the most sense. Just get them fairly close together. Not driving all day.
Pending no further questions or comments from you all, I think we've got our direction, and we can go from here.
Pending everybody pays attention to me now.
You're driving.
Right, Christina?
I did want to ask one other question. So, looking at the numbers, the designs, the, just brainstorming, we have this area where the double trunk oak fell, and it's sort of a vacant area. With the current numbers, there could be the possibility to either move the swings over to that area and expand the playground in its area now, you know, make it bigger, or shoot for a small little toddler playground over in that area. Is that something you want me to ask them to?
Yes.
So that was, that, it's funny you bring that up because my
we
my
just go
wife's
with a
biggest
yes?
complaint
Can we just go for
when
a
our
yes?
children were toddlers is there was no place for toddlers to play. It was only for the middle range age kids. And I can see that we have a need for something for the
yes.
little ones, yes. For the toddler, yes, I would say.
I mean, Andy's gonna punch me in the face in a minute.
Both of those ideas, or
I think it's a great
either
idea.
or? I mean, like swings or toddler playground, which one?
Leave the swings where they are and put the toddler playground over there.
Yeah.
Volleyball court.
Pickleball. Pickleball. No.
Marvin
pickleball.
Pickleball Association?
Gotta have it.
Got it, thank y'all.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Derek.
All right, moving on.
Listen, it's not my fault it's 117.
Next up, we have consider waiving the two-quote requirement and consider entering agreement for construction of the
Tullamore
Tullamore Phase 3 Trail with Blue Ridge Trail Works in an amount
Look, it's right there.
not to exceed $13,500 with a contingency of $1,500 and allow manager to execute.
Just for clarification,
So moved.
Any discussion?
So moved.
So moved.
Said any discussion?
No.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next up, we have
Derek wanted to explain it. Sorry, Derek.
Next up, we have, consider appropriating funds from capital reserve for the purchase of park maintenance equipment.
So moved. We've already agreed upon it.
We have to come back for a budget amendment anyway, so y'all will see this again, but we will proceed with the,
Just put it on the consent agenda.
okay.
Yeah. It's,
I don't want to look at it again.
Eric gets everything. He does.
He really does. Listen, if all your stuff was number one on the survey, then we would give it to you too, but it's not. Nobody likes, the AV stuff, so. Oh, sorry, Hunter.
What?
All right, next up, we have, number 15, discuss and consider entering into an agreement with Enfocus for creating a unified development ordinance.
All right, so this was kind of, brought up and discussed at our joint meeting with Planning Board, and then we kind of followed up at our regular meeting. I do have this agreement. I did want to present it to you guys for further discussion. The agreement is for a full UDO rewrite, so meaning that they would be rewriting our whole ordinance, like not just revising certain sections, reorganizing, cleaning, it would be a fully new document. This project, if approved, would basically kick off with Planning Board in May. It's scheduled that to go roughly 8 to 12 months from project start to completion, and Planning Board be heavily involved throughout that. So roughly, starting in May, it'd be 8 straight planning boards where this would be an item on their agenda for, review, presentation, review, discussion, recommendations of these sections presented. The quoted amount is for $52,000. The way that the payment structure is broken down is $32,000 in this fiscal year, and then the remaining $20,500 in next fiscal year. I did discuss with them to try tying that to performance measures or, certain sections. It's kind of hard because of how this process works, but basically, me as the project administrator would be staying on top if their performances are not being met, as in sections not being provided in time or stuff with meetings, then obviously that discussion can be had because the payments, especially going into next fiscal year, are broken out a month apart. We would have to do a budget amendment for this, and so, if you guys agree to move forward, we would prepare that for the regular meeting as well. The only thing that I'm still waiting on clarification from Chaplin on is since the price is $52,000, of if we had to put this out for any type of additional, RFQ, RFP to open it up to additional vendors. If that is the case and we still want to move forward with the project, he should hopefully let me know today or tomorrow, and if that is the case, we can get something started. It would just push the project timeline just slightly back. But other than that, is there any kind of questions?
Yes. And, no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, so I'm just gonna say it again. This chaps my behind because we've already spent a lot of money on a project that did not get completed to what I think our contract said, but we're kind of SOL with it. So, with that being said, I fully embrace the fact that this needs to happen. I fully embrace that Hunter is not gonna be able to do it by himself. He's gonna need somebody to do it. And then Planning Board, Hunter, then we can look at it. With that being said, in case Hunter gets hit by a bus, somebody else needs to know where we are in this process, what the contract entails, what the timeline benchmarks are to make sure that that we are getting all of our money's worth.
So, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, so 2 things with that, like, having it on basically Planning Board every month, they're gonna be, I'll be obviously the project administrator, manager, but Planning Board will be heavily involved. That's also kind of a concern of mine because of and with time commitment to an extent of other stuff we have coming through the pipeline with development applications and other stuff. And I've talked to Infocus about this and what we would probably, one thing we'd have to do, and I didn't get a chance to bring this up to Planning Board because their meeting was canceled last week. That's why the tentative time, well, we did have agenda items, but it was lack of quorum. Yeah. My only fear is, and it's kind of hard to plan this out, but with, potential rezoning, we did receive the construction documents for the Brantley property, so that's another thing that has to go through the review and approval process, is the time in their meetings. What was kind of discussed with Infocus is to try to structure out like a quote-unquote special or recess meeting like every other month to potentially allow them to take care of regular business, maybe then recess to the following Thursday, and that's when we would just do full UDO work session.
We can also just add a couple meeting days to their schedule. That'd be the easier way to do it.
The second option that I presented yesterday, or that I discussed with him yesterday, he didn't love it. He's done it before. He just wants Planning Board to be fully involved just because of the way 160D is written and their involvement in making sure it's kind of concrete to make sure nothing ever gets challenged. is doing a steering committee of potentially 2 council members, 2 planning board members, and 1 or 2 maybe at large, where it's then we take the planning board members that want to be involved and that either have the time and that they really want to, provide their input and know what's going on, as well as I do want council to be in the know on this. Either way we do this, I'm going to make sure you guys are updated each meeting on where the status is at, as well as potentially give you in your work sessions just what sections we've completed and just to have where you guys can potentially review, recommend, and provide some feedback to me. But those are kind of the 2 options to where, once again, you're having more people associated with the village involved than just myself. So they will always know where we were at in the project and everything.
And Focus didn't like that?
What, the committee?
Yeah, the steering committee.
The only thing they didn't like about it is they feel like that would stretch out the timeline of getting this completed, just because with how 160D is written, like, everything has to obviously go through planning board for review and recommendation, and it doesn't want to go through review and recommendation of just like a consent agenda item, like, or just like rubber stamp, just because
I gotcha.
if it ever gets challenged, like, let's say we have a development that comes through in a couple years after this is adopted, like, they can challenge our ordinance and how it was adopted because of that reason.
Okay. The
So,
planning board just has, they have to do it per state statute?
but yeah, I mean, any ordinance revisions, amendments, whatever you want to call them.
Planning
yeah,
board and then to us?
Yeah,
Okay.
and they're supposed to like actually discuss and review. And like I said, I like how they approach this, because I do want planning board to be involved. Like I said, it's just kind of the time commitment thing that I'm worried about, as well as don't wanting planning board to potentially get burnt out. But this is one of the big items that they will work on, and it will, obviously give them meeting for their meetings over the next pretty much year, as well as their chance to really be shape how our ordinance kind of, comes out. So that's the only thing, like, I wish we would have had our meeting last week so I could have discussed this with them, because, if we get, we can hold off on signing this agreement to an extent until we discuss further with them, but I don't really know if that matters.
Well, either way, they're gonna have to review it.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to give their thumbs up, thumbs down on it, so,
I agree. That's just so,
listen, I appreciate their dedication and their willingness to give their time to do this, so I fully acknowledge that it's gonna take them a lot. But if that's what state statutes say, then that's just what has to happen.
So is there anything that we can do to ease their normal workload to make room for this?
kind of. I try to do that with my memos and providing them as much information in the packets prior to the meeting with application stuff. It's just sometimes they get, I'll use the term nitpicky, they'll kind of get into the weeds. They get into the weeds maybe more than they should on just a general recommendation. Like if some, like for example, for a recommendation of a special use permit, if it kind of complies with the standards and stuff, like, then they start reviewing, like, it came up in a minor subdivision one time, like how this is gonna impact the horses next door. I'll just use that as an example, but like,
Well, I mean, maybe you need to reset expectations for them, like, because we are going to have more than normal, let's keep it, as I have said to this board, let's,
And that's
stick to
what-
the facts, get to the point, move on.
and what I would try to do is based off of the rezoning application, I'll, provide you guys updates on here and the planner's update, and just other random special use permits or just any other type of development applications and review process, is try to structure those, because our ordinance does allow for like 60-day first review. So it's like, if we have to, and then structure where, if we have to do that every other meeting type thing, is structure where they have normal business and they fully focus on that, and then maybe less of the UDO, and then the next meeting's just full UDO. So that's stuff that I work out as a project manager within Focus. That the part of is, that was discussed with them to try getting that into this agreement. But the issue is because they didn't want to make it so, they wanted to have some of that flexibility in there for both parties, just because we didn't want to try to finite something, and then, once again, what if we have a lack of quorum? And it's in here that we were supposed to make a recommendation this meeting, and we don't. So that's just stuff where it's kind of, the general timeline's in here, but the specifics of it's worked out after we get into this project with the agreement.
So how granular are they gonna get in this whole process, so we don't come back and run into what we did last time? And then the recommendation would be that we get a red line copy of everything they do. And I'm assuming that comes to us electronically?
So Redline, that's what I will probably have to do from a project manager standpoint, and I'll have to talk with Infocus on this, is like I said, it'll be a whole new document. So they're rewriting it all. So what I would probably then have to do is potentially find relative sections in our existing text and maybe just have like a compare chart just so you guys can see, but it's gonna be a brand new document, so I don't think there will be any quote-unquote red lines. But I can try to, and that's where, when we're presenting at the planning board, that's what his name's Richard Flowers for Infocus. He's done a lot of these. He said, like, that's why it takes so long, is because he does that with them in the meeting to make sure that it's like, okay, this was the existing section, here's what the new section states, like, and make sure they understand what the changes are, or what's being changed. I mean, so not everything's necessarily going to change, but it's going to still be rewritten into a new document on where it's at.
Okay.
And then your second did I answer both of them?
No, I was just wondering how granular they're gonna get, so we don't have to go back and
Do this again.
Yeah.
do this again.
No, this is a document that,
But I
once,
don't want them to give us a, there's this ordinance, and they give us the baseline of it, and then someone comes in and we look like we don't know what we're doing because there weren't details underneath the ordinance
Yeah.
that put in place, and then we're going, well, I thought we paid $52,000 for this to be tightened up, and it's, in essence, not tightened up.
no, like I said, I've been looking, they have done, I think, I know they've done Weddingtons. I'm pretty sure they did Stallings back a couple years ago. They've done a lot of these throughout the state, especially with a lot of the 160D updates that were, say what?
That said, have you talked to Weddington?
I haven't talked specifically.
That's what we need to do to make sure that the towns that did the contract with this they're satisfied with what the result that they got.
And I don't necessarily want to get Weddingtons, and I goes, damn, ours looks just like Weddingtons.
Yeah, no, and that's not what I want either, because,
Go cash that check.
They can say all they want and what they did, but I want to go to the end user and say, how did you like, was
yeah.
there, and did you get what you asked for? And did Spencer get a chance to look at this, really? I mean, and say, yeah, this is pretty tight.
Who's Spencer?
Chaplain.
Chaplain.
Attorney Spencer.
Is it tight enough where we can go back and, because it was sort of vague in some areas where we could respond and say, no, you didn't do that, and, that's where I'm kind of
And the thing too with this agreement is that once the UDO is adopted, not like when we sign this agreement, it's once it's adopted. So if that is next March, if that is December of 2024, then we have 2 years of ongoing support. Meaning that, one, if there are things that maybe, one, let's say come up at the state level that we then have to amend because of the state making regulation changes, we have that support. Two, if there are things that we didn't think, or just kind of, once again, just because it is a hefty document, they're there to still provide, get that in there in that time. Like, it's gonna be it will be a fully completed document, but once again, if there's anything that comes up, we have that ongoing support based off this contract that's paid with the initial payment. So that's another big reason why I liked how this was written compared to, the previous project, because it was like, once it's done, it was done.
Good.
No other questions?
All right.
Nope, he wants a motion.
Well, like I said, I wanted to provide you the agreement. The one thing that I want to just get clarification on from Chaplain is that if we needed to receive any more quotes, I will say that I did have a conversation with Centralina to get a project quote. They haven't gotten it to me yet. But ultimately, if we want to move forward with this project, my ask in the motion is basically to let Christina move forward with entering into the contract, into the agreement, contingent upon making sure Chaplin has no other problems or questions with it.
When do you want to start this?
Right now tentatively, and like I said, this is just whenever we get the agreement signed, the kickoff meeting for planning board would be their May meeting.
Do you want him to check out the results from the other municipalities that have had this done before we make this decision?
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
it said,
make that another contingency.
Well, and I would really like to, is this the entire proposal?
in your packet,
Yeah.
did I have the proposal and the?
You put the proposal and the agreement.
I put the proposal and the agreement in there.
Oh, there's the agreement. Okay, I couldn't find it. Okay. I would really like to sit down and go through this, maybe with you, Hunter.
Yeah, and that's fine, and like I said,
And then we can, as long as the results you get back from Weddington are good, and as long as Chaplin's good with it, and after we sit down and go over it, if I feel pretty good with it, are you guys good just throwing it on the consent agenda for the April meeting?
So approve it now to be
No.
put on if, upon
Yeah,
condition. maybe
yeah.
You can put.
And
Well,
that's,
we'll just throw it on the consent, if everybody's good, we don't have to approve it now, but if everybody's good with, Chaplin's good with it, we like Weddington's stuff, Hunter likes it, Christina's good with it, and after Hunter and I go through this contract, we feel good about it. If that's okay with everybody, then we'll just throw it on the consent agenda for April.
And that's April 17th.
Yes.
You guys move that to a Monday.
Yes.
So
And-
should a motion be made with that saying that?
You don't need to make a motion.
no, because that's completely fine, because the way that the agreement, the first payment wouldn't be due till the 30th. And I kind of had them do this, because I told them, I said, my goal is to potentially have direction or some type of approval today. I understand that if we weren't in that place, that's why we moved the planning board meeting, or the kickoff meeting back to May.
Okay.
To make sure, once again, all questions, if we need more quotes or anything else.
It'll get one way or another.
Yeah.
But then you can tell them.
Real quick, because so I can't sign the agreement till they approve
Right,
it.
that's fine.
From April 17th to April 30th, it would be highly unlikely they would have pay for performance of $10,000 worth of work. So I'm not going to be able to, we won't be able to do the $30,000 in this year unless they actually do that equal portion of work.
And we can work out however, like I said, they are flexible in how they do the payment structure. I just had them do this because I know that we have some additional monies this year to try getting 32,000 in. It's your call on how, we can, if you want to try doing performance measures.
So instead of trying to so the reason we were trying to do some of it in this year is because we've got money to spend in this year's budget. If we don't spend it, it'll revert back to fund balance. But
Then can't we just pull it back out of fund balance and use it for next year?
yeah, I was going to say, at this point, we may just want to consider a fund balance preparation for this project into next year's budget so that we're not
Well, we're putting
getting,
it, so it's 6 one way, half a dozen the other.
Yeah.
It's just how you call, whatever you
Yeah.
call it.
yeah. Okay, well, we'll work on that.
Okay, that's fine.
So Hunter and you and I will get together pick a date. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. And
Is
like I
everybody good with
said,
that? Okay.
if I catch anything else, get a different, if Central Carolina gets me information and it changes, obviously we'll maybe discuss it further instead of having it on the consent agenda. But right now, everything I've reviewed and seen within Focus, as well as kind of our prior working relationship with them, is my preference of getting this project done.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Next up, we have consider approval of change order from AVI SPL, formerly SKC Communications, for community room connections and smart shading integration, the cost not to exceed $2,750, and direct staff to prepare budget amendment.
So moved.
You want any explanation?
No, we've already talked about it.
Only thing I'll note is the damage for the pillar is being determined. Now it's going to be deducted from that change order. So it's going to be less.
Right.
Okay. All right. Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion
See, poor Hunter. Everybody else around him gets approved, and we're like, nope.
It's all good. Next up, we have discuss and consider comments of support or opposition of Senate Bill 317 to establish workforce housing developments to address critical housing shortages. All right, this was discussed at WUMA, and they did ask us to bring it back to our councils for those of you that weren't at the WUMA. And, the WUMA meeting, but I think Mr. Matthews, who was there earlier this morning, he did say this has support on both sides of the aisle. And his recommendation was instead of just going hell no, go against it, referendum, whatever, that to maybe make some suggestions. I actually posed the question to, I think it was your point earlier, that because of the values of the land, it's not gonna be feasible. And I actually posed it to Ron Pappas, who's a developer, and he had an interesting answer that I don't know how to surmise that, but he basically, in a nutshell, said that's not necessarily would be the case. And even though you have well-established, high-priced, valued land, you're not necessarily gonna be exempt from this possibly happening from a developer standpoint.
How did he justify that, Joe? Because if you're gonna spend 500,000 an acre, which we just saw,
I understand.
so how are you gonna put,
Because you're going to put a lot of them on there.
Hey, can you guys speak into your microphone? I've got Chaplin on the phone and he can't hear y'all.
so,
Sorry.
Because you're going to put a lot.
it's, so what Stoney said was, and this is the first I've heard this, but the density is quarter acre lots. So you'd have to do.
Less.
Or
Or
more.
less.
No,
Or less.
what is the density?
It's
could
whatever
be-
they want it to be.
So
Yeah.
if we want to let Chaplin just kind of give us a high-level overview of it, because I'm not sure if density was addressed in here, Hunter, was it? Did you look? It was?
Not.
No, this, are you ready for me?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, workforce housing is a good idea, and it does protect and provide housing opportunities. However, it can be abused, and I think this legislation is an abuse. If you look at the proposed legislation, it guts any local government's zoning. You can put this in any zoning district, and it can go in. They have two criteria. It has to be at least 10 acres, and 20% is devoted to the workforce housing. That means 80% could be anything else, and it is free of pretty much all your zoning regulations. The local government may not implement or enforce a zoning regulation for a development that qualifies as workforce housing development, including without limitation. Development standards regulating lot widths, setbacks, density, or building design elements. I think this has a lot of holes in it, and I think it can be abused. You're also can only have a small buffer without any vegetation requirements, and there's a quicker approval process. So any developer can come in with a 10-acre tract and provide 20% for workforce housing and pretty much be exempt from the other zoning requirements. I don't like it for the local municipalities.
Isn't this like an attempt, a second attempt at the one that they tried to push through last year, where they were trying to get take away zoning enforcement from all of the municipalities? Basically, I mean, this is what this sounds like.
So Chaplin, because I just said, because Christina and I were talking about this, and, she asked the county and the other municipalities if they had done a letter of opposition. And I think the county came back and said no, because they don't just want like a resolution against it, because they just kind of feel like it'll fall on deaf ears. They want more specific of what you don't like in it, or what you want to see in it, or what you want to see removed out of it. Is that your recommendation on how we should address this? Because the county wants something by the end of the day today.
Chaplain, just real quick to piggyback off that, I think the county's standpoint is it has support on both sides. It's got a lot of sponsors on both sides, so that's why they're making a recommendation that they think we need to be more specific and than just oppose it.
Okay, I would still allow enforcement some of our other zoning provisions. Two, Marvin may not want more workforce housing, but mathematically, if they're going to get the exemption, they ought to be providing a lot more than 20% of the property, and I think that may also work in Marvin's advantage because of your cost points for property. Because you could have a developer come in with the 20% exempt from the other zoning requirements, it makes some money. But if they have to provide more than 50%, it may not be worth it. So I would work on getting the percentage higher than 20%. I'd go at least 50%. And if it's for workforce housing, why not have it all for workforce housing, 100%?
Exactly.
So that's one point. And two, I believe that a lot of the zoning regulations should still apply.
Yeah.
For example, it should be in a residentially zoned area. Towns do a lot of planning with districts on where commercial should be, where residential should be, and everything else. This guts that authority. So I think it still ought to be an appropriate zoning classification. And three, they should allow some of the other zoning requirements.
Well, and Chaplain, do you not think the whole, like, it only has to be owner occupied for a year and then they can rent it? Like,
Christine, will you repeat that?
She said, do you have any concerns about it being owner occupied for just 1 year?
Not that much, because that only applies to half of the 20%, and it's sold to owner occupied. So once they purchase it, they qualified at the time. It may be a 5-year, but it's hard to, once you sell the property for owner occupied, if somebody moves into a higher income classification to a better job, it's kind of hard to restrict that with a covenant.
or you make it has to be workforce housing for at least 5 years before it can revert to a higher income person. I mean, if you're going to do it and you're going to put all these restrictions on us, we're going to do it and put all the restrictions on you.
Right.
I mean, does that,
If the whole purpose is to provide workforce housing, it ought to last longer than a year.
That's the.
It does state you can put covenants on the other property, though.
Yeah, that's the guys that they're trying to push, but I think they're trying to revisit the bill they tried to push through last year where they can supersede municipal zoning laws and put multiple units on a specific parcel. So, yeah, I agree. If we're gonna do anything, hold them to the fact that it is for workforce housing and that only, and not let them just slide this thing through.
100% for a bare minimum of 5 years. If somebody moves out or has to sell, then it's got to go to somebody else who's in quote-unquote workforce housing. And then take out D of section 2 so that we can implement our zoning.
Yeah, that's like, I just wanted to say, because I've reviewed this, I've looked at just other comments made by other planners. It's like, there's so much holes in this that it doesn't make sense.
Hunter, can you speak into your microphone?
Yeah. Because a prime example is, how does this impact subdivision review, especially like, your 40 or the 45, 60-day process? Yeah, okay, we can have to maybe approve the subdivision, but how does that impact reviews for maybe water, sewer, roads, all that stuff that?
Water, sewer, roads, it doesn't matter. They're getting it. It doesn't matter what you need to have it, you're getting it. So, but I do think that the timeframe needs to be pushed out, because that does not give us time to have, we'd have to have special meetings, planning board would have to have special meetings. I mean, it's basically like we're gonna shove it down your throat and you have to approve it, and we're gonna give you no time to review it.
And I read
I would change that.
Yeah, I read in here about like the administrative approvals and stuff, and it's like, this reminds me similar to like how it reads. It's similar to the bona fide farm exemptions that municipalities can grant, that if you're classified as a bona fide farm, you're pretty much exempt from zoning. That, the municipalities still have a right to either grant that exemption or not. If you're in the county, you legally just have to grant that exemption. In a way, like, that would be an opinion here where it's like, if you want workforce housing as a municipality, great. You can provide the exemption, but if you're an incorporated municipality and you don't want to, you don't necessarily have to provide it, but then that does open it up for the county and municipalities that do want to. But yeah, I mean, all the comments that Chaplain's said, as well as the council, I mean, those are where I'm thinking too, as well as the same questions I have.
Well, I think when we respond, I think the initial reaction from all council, what I'm hearing is, why would we do this? Makes no sense. But if you're saying it's going to be done regardless, and it doesn't, we don't know that yet. Even though it has bipartisan support, still doesn't mean it's going to pass. But I go back to years ago when I had a place in Arizona that I bought the house and never lived in it, and it always rented it. But going forward, they grandfathered me in, but going forward, the HOA put in specifically, you were not allowed to rent that place out. So if they're gonna come down with us on such hard, parameters that we don't fall in line with what our ordinances are, then maybe that's one of the factors, that it has to be a workforce person, and it can only be owner occupied. Because I think, if they could do it in an HOA, I'm sure they can do it as a town and saying, now that doesn't appeal to some of us who have places that you're buying them as investments to rent out, because you just don't know who you're gonna get in there, in the end. But, just some food for thought. I still think we draft up something that we're against this. I mean, because
maybe you do a resolution in opposition for it and state, these are the main reasons why. So then they can have that their takeaway. If we change I don't know. I'm not sure what the right direction to go. Have we talked to our representatives about this?
We have not.
That might be a good idea. See where they are.
I'd like to know their opinion.
Me too.
Yeah, where are they standing on this, and what are they hearing?
And last thing I want to mention too is the impact that it's going to have on the municipal staff as well as their budgets. Because if you read it, it talks about like the local government is the one that has to track like the income percentages and all that stuff. And the other thing, it's like with the utility connections, and this won't necessarily impact us, but with the county, it's like then the sewer and water tap fees, if available and all that stuff, like they're waived. And so then that's also then impacting the county's budget. And so there's just so many things in here where it's like, does it make sense? Like, how does, like, this is gonna, yes, like, I think the intent could be there, that's good, but the actual practicality of it, of what they have drafted right now is going to, I think, negatively impact like certain municipalities and even certain utility providers.
No, I agree. So again, I'm going to go back to my original question. Chaplain, what do you think the best way for us to do this? A resolution of opposition, send a draft back with our highlighted stuff that we don't like with suggested changes, and a letter of opposition?
I would authorize the mayor to execute a resolution of opposition and instruct the village manager to send a cover letter to the appropriate entities. And the resolution would include points pertaining to, or including but not limited to, a longer ownership period of time, or longer occupational time for the owner occupied, or you could be specific for at least 5 years, for to not exempt out the other local government zoning requirements. And that is, and we can get more detail, but that includes both, as Hunter was saying, some of the subdivision requirements, such as road and access and sidewalks and other things. And it would also apply to making sure that the property is in a residentially zoned area. And then if you want to hit the percentage, you could hit that too.
Like, there are so many questions, like roads, like who's going to maintain their roads?
I think I have the gist of everything actually pretty formalized, if y'all want to go through the bill real quick, and I can summarize real quick.
You
You
wanna
have
go
it pulled up in
through
front of
it?
you?
Christina,
So-
you want to go through it?
I can point out the gist of what I think you're trying to accomplish. We're going to oppose Section 3, subset number 2. Hang on, let me make
Hold
sure.
on, we're already Section 3. There's stuff in Section 1 I don't like.
No fewer than 20%.
Yep, the section, so go to page, in your agenda, it would be 211.
Actually, Christine, I think you want to look at
Yep,
subsection
section,
D
yes,
above.
it's Section 2,
Section 3.
subsection D, yeah.
That's the biggest one,
You
in
know,
my opinion.
We're going to oppose that in its entirety.
Yes, D.
And then Section 3, so yes, Section 2, subsection D in its entirety. Section 3, and then we're going to do B2 and change that 20% to 50%.
No, 100%.
100%?
If they want workforce housing, then the entire neighborhood should be workforce housing.
Okay.
And then I would like the development to be at least 20 acres.
20 acres? So
Yep.
we're going to say Section 3, A1, 20 acres. Section 2, D, actually, I'm sorry, Section 3, 4, number 4, and then subset B,
Subset B,
5 years.
5 years.
C in its entirety.
Actually, no, not 5 years. It needs to be, if it's workforce housing, then if they want to sell it, then they need to sell it to a workforce housing person. Otherwise, they live in it.
Right, because the whole point is the title of this bill is to
Yes.
mitigate the workforce housing crisis.
Correct.
Is what they're saying. So if it's designated as a workforce housing neighborhood, it should stay in perpetuity, a workforce,
Make sure we have a clear understanding of what workforce housing.
So indefinite.
yeah.
Okay?
Well, the
So
the
remove-
definition is laid out in the bill, who it's for. So you must meet that criteria to live in that neighborhood.
And first-time home buyers. I would take and the first-time home buyers out.
Of the title?
Yeah.
Yeah, because guess what?
Yeah.
There was a time when I didn't live in a nice area and I worked hard to get
Yep.
to that.
So let me
me
just
too.
clarify too.
Everything's a
It
stepping
should be
stone.
workforce housing, vital firefighters, police, nurses, teachers.
One point of, I guess, clarification on all of this is that in the bill itself is labeled as such, firefighters, nurses, but nowhere in the bill, as it's written today, does it dictate that the workforce has to be that level of job. Like, the qualifying person has nothing to do with, if you look at the definition of a qualifying person, it doesn't have anything to do with a firefighter, a nurse, at all. Like, that's,
Where is that? Qualified person?
Those are state and federal tax laws about the percentage of AMI.
on section
3?
3.
Yeah, but that doesn't, but it's saying workforce housing. So you go back to workforce, like, who's workforce housing?
So the qualifying person definition was in the very first page, hang on. Says workforce, if you look at where it says 33B, workforce housing improved lot, a lot that is subdivided, developed, an owner-occupied dwelling unit and convened by a qualifying person, which is specified in 802.1. So if you go to 802.1, it goes into the AMI. But Chaplain, if you pull up that email that I'd sent to cancel a little while back, that link that I put in there was the AMI specifically from
Yeah.
HUD, and it doesn't have anything to do with those types of people, those types of
No,
workers.
it doesn't, and I don't think you can restrict it that way on occupations.
So what I'm
Like you can
saying, yeah, what I'm saying is the bill is misleading in itself because it,
So it's low-income housing.
yes. It's not specifically marked for those types of employees.
What is the,
But it sounds good.
what is the salary threshold? I mean, what are we talking?
77,000 roughly.
77,000.
What was that amount? Do you have that put up handy, anyone? It was the email that I'd sent you
So
all.
if you make 77,000
Yeah, I do.
per household?
77,000.
Per household?
Medium
or
income
less?
is 96.3, and 80% is 77,000 a year.
That's per household, right?
It was per household, right? I can't remember without looking at it.
Yep.
Okay. So to
So
qualify.
what I'm saying is even if we remove that from the title, it really doesn't matter because none of the other items apply anyways. I mean, we can,
If I look at this, it actually looks like the no fewer than 20%. It just says they're going to be single-family dwellings, and then 50% of those are workforce. So only 10% of this property is going to be workforce housing.
So really, it's just low-income housing.
Well, no, 90% could go to anything. It's a way for a developer to get out of zoning.
Exactly. That's what I said initially. This is,
One who does all the creating to the legislators
Yep.
are the housing developers that are back in Raleigh.
So I say we just do a letter of opposition in general.
2 hours late on their
Because
call.
we're not down for low-income housing with zero restrictions in Marvin, period. End of story.
I did ask Brian Matthews when he was leaving, I can't remember the name of the municipality, so I don't want to state it. One municipality in Union County is doing a letter of opposition, just a straight letter of opposition. I don't remember which one.
Rumor they went around and no one seemed to want to approve it, but that's when Brian had said, well, it has support on both sides, so if you're going to do something, make sure you have constructive suggestions. But that, again, doesn't mean it's going to fly through, so.
So do y'all want to just scratch everything that we just said about what specific sections and just oppose in general, in totality?
I do a letter of opposition because this got more holes in it than Swiss cheese. And I'd like to know what, I mean, it does, it really does.
It does.
This is a mousetrap. This is this is a political document right here that says, oh, you want to say no? Then I'm gonna deem you, I'm gonna deem you as all of the list of phobics that are out there, which we don't want. So, we're a letter of opposition, but still, we have to make sure that we talk to Ron and we talk to David and say, what is your stance on it?
Yep, we
Because
can
so
do that.
we don't backslide them.
We do. That's what Hunter was saying.
Yeah.
It's the
Right.
municipality
we
that
get
has.
stuck and then we get the job of making sure that we're stuck.
Policing something we don't like.
Yeah, right.
Is that the consensus of the board that we'll just do a
Yes.
letter?
Yes,
But-
100%.
But say why, too,
We'll
because,
specify, yeah, we'll specify all those reasons
because
that
this
we've already
is
identified.
not for workforce housing. This is
Okay.
for low income with
right.
zero.
Add a few extra things in there.
They just threw firefighters and first responders in
Yeah,
there.
they did.
Sound
You can
good.
see it right there. My opinion
That
is.
was the mousetrap.
My opinion is that we just do a simple letter of opposition because we're not interested in negotiating anything. If we
Okay.
start putting
can-
in there,
We can do high-level notes,
Yeah.
just as a couple whereas statements, and
Sure.
we'll call it a day.
So I would also put that
Yep,
out
I think it's
there.
good plan.
I would also put that out there to the public, that this is happening, and if you don't like it, here's who you need to call. Here's who, in the state level,
These are the sponsors of
That-
this bill.
and, yes, everybody,
Yeah.
but you need to call your representative too and tell them that you're opposed to it,
We can make that happen.
like,
Any,
sooner than the
So
loop.
only thing, as soon as you can get that to happen, I'd like to, and I sign it, I'd like
Hunter.
to get that sent to WUMA, and let them know that, hey, this is what Marvin's doing.
we're
And there
doing.
is power in numbers, from municipalities, and that's what, they said there was only one
so
that's.
we're not going to meet until April 17th, so can y'all just, I guess,
We're We're directing the mayor to sign it. You guys
Okay.
get it
The mayor to
together
sign it.
and get it done.
There we go. If y'all want to go ahead and make that motion.
Make a motion to
He
let the
just-
mayor sign a letter of opposition to bill.
Resolution.
Resolution, a letter of resolution, sorry, in opposition to bill DRS 351. What'd I say? DRS?
SB 17.
Why do I not
317.
see that right there? Oh, SB 317, okay. In opposition to that, and let the mayor sign it. You guys can work on it and put out
So we're just doing a letter, not a resolution.
a letter of, yeah, resolution of
Okay,
opposition.
okay.
What did I say?
You said letter at first.
I thought I said a resolution.
In opposition.
Yeah.
But do you want a letter, or do you want a, she's asking, do
Resolution.
you want a letter, or do you want a resolution? There's two different things.
I want the resolution.
Yes.
Yes,
I want all the whereas statements.
resolution.
Yeah. Right, isn't that what you guys want? It doesn't matter what I want. What do you
Yeah,
guys
yeah,
want?
no, absolutely.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
So
let,
there-
and let the mayor sign it before we have our next meeting.
So there's a motion if anybody wants to second, and then we'll,
We don't have to second it. I just
Oh,
need a, all's in
okay.
favor.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We didn't even
And
know
then
we
that
did.
letter,
see ya.
or that, and then the resolution sent to WUMA for them to,
Yeah, we can do that on our own, once it's, we have a resolution
we
out.
just need a copy of it or whatever to take to WUMA.
I'll find out who that other municipality was.
Oh, I know.
And we love, by the way, we love our firefighters, our teachers, our first responders, and
Nurses.
anyone else
Law
in.
enforcement,
Yeah, this is, to Jamie's point, a mousetrap, so.
whiskey.
Nothing against our,
It's a Trojan horse.
But I would really like to get something out to the public that states who they need to talk to, because this could be coming, and they're trying to put it under the guise of nurses, firefighters, et cetera, where it is truly low income, that we will have zero control over. So if you don't want an apartment building here on the corner of Waxaw Marvin Road, you better start calling some people. That needs to happen
Yeah, technically, they
ASAP.
could take what's been proposed down here, the
Yep.
70, 60-some
Yes.
homes, and put a massive complex in
Yes.
there, and,
There's
in place
nothing
of
we
that.
can do about it. But they'll get sewer access.
yeah, yeah. They'll get sewer access right away, and,
yep, they can have whatever they want to.
Christina, you good?
Yep.
okay. Thank you.
But as soon as Joe signs that resolution, that FAQ should,
Okay,
and
moving on.
find out what our guys are thinking about it.
Moving on, number 18, which is actually 17. Discuss and consider entering revised contract with McAdams and for conducting hydraulic study at a cost not to exceed, $20,000 and authorize manager to execute agreement.
So, sorry to bring this back. It got a little more complicated than I thought it was going to be. If you recall, about, I don't know, 2 or 3 months ago, we had a presentation from McAdams to do a hydraulic study to mainly address the drainage issues that we have coming off of the road on Newtown onto our lot. And they came back at approximately $25,000 contract with a 30% conceptual drawings. So there was a lot of questions that were being asked at the time from me to them, because I didn't fully understand what the 30% meant. Did that mean it was only 30% of the project, and we would have to come back later and get, you know, the rest of the percentage signed off to proceed with the study to make it final? And in short, the answer was yes. So we had a $20,000 hydraulic study that we were looking at potentially getting another change order at some point in time for another $40,000 to $50,000. So by this point, we're $70,000 deep into a project to just address the water issues that are coming off of the road. That was our understanding. At that point, it was a little too much, in my opinion, so I'd recommended to you all that I would get some estimates back from AMT, because I felt like they could do the project a lot lower cost than that. They came out, did some investigating, looking. They came back and said that they were 6 months behind on these types of site plans, and that they felt like the project that McAdams presented was a fair cost. So I then went back to McAdams and said, look, we think we've lost sight of the whole project to begin with. The only problem that we had when we initially came to you all for the hydraulic study, was just diverting this water. What do we do with this water? And somehow we got lost in the mix of figuring out this and potentially the Village Hall project, the Village Hall Park project that we've been talking about. So we kind of convoluted the process between the two projects, and that was why it was so high. So they came back to the drawing board and they said, okay, well, if we just take that park out, because we don't know what's going to happen next year. We don't know what's going to happen in 5 years. It could happen, it may not could happen. If we just take that part out, we're looking at around $13,000 to do the hydraulic study just to figure out what to do with this water. So at this point, I've got two options for you. Number one is consider the $13,000 hydraulic study to only focus on Village Hall, period, nothing else. If we do that, that's a fund balance appropriation. We'd have to pull from fund balance to figure that out. If we go with the first alternative, which was the $20,000 to $25,000 quote, we can pull that money from the park projects that we have to spend by June 30th of next year, because it will encompass a portion of the adjacent property that can turn into the park. They're basically taking that landmass into consideration to cover both parts of the study. I will say that the 30% conceptual will likely address Village Hall first. It'll tell us what we need to do with Village Hall. But once we get into the nitty-gritty of the park, if that happens, we will be prepared to have a change order for the $40,000 or $50,000 when that time comes. So it's not just 25, we're said and done for both projects. It's 25 now, and then in a few months to a year, it's going to be another 40. But it does cover the entire, the other 40 does cover the entire BMP process that would need to take place if the development happened at the park.
Which is what AMT said it would cost anyway, basically.
Yes. Yeah, the emails are from AMT are in your agenda packets.
So, let me ask a question here. I'm rolling this over in my brain here, but if we did nothing, okay, and then when and if this project goes, what would they charge us to do a study at that point? It's just starting from scratch?
Well, the whole BMP process still has to encompass the entire impervious surface that we've created over the time that we've been building. So it would encompass this parcel and that parcel. So I would find it would likely be the exact same.
Okay, so so if we didn't do anything, then we wouldn't really
You mean if we
see
don't do
it
anything on this? Or don't do either one?
out here? No study at all?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
If we do nothing now, and then we decide tomorrow to build this site out, it would still roughly be the same, because they have to encompass the entire landmass.
Okay, so by splitting it up, we get expert advice on this portion now, and then the balance of it if we decide to build, is that the idea?
And we can use the money, the state money.
Okay. The reason why I was asking about this is because, we had a plan to mitigate the water already. So if it was going to be a lot more expensive to go one way versus the other, then I would say, just do what we had already planned on, and then
When you say
down
we,
the road.
who are we talking about?
You, Joe, you're out digging ditches again.
No, we talked about it with the PRG, we talked about it with the urban forester, we talked about doing that wet pond out there with a pipe, which is essentially what McAdams came back with, is doing very similar to that. So that's why I was asking these questions, because we're still gonna have money tied up in the construction of this water mitigation system. So I just was curious as to how best the money be spent, but it sounds to me like doing it in these phases like this, it's gonna come out the same cost, so it would be more beneficial to go that route
And we wouldn't have to take it from fund balance. We can utilize the state funds.
there. So,
So option number 2.
Okay, so there's a consensus to go back to the original motion that we made 2 months ago, which I don't need any further action from y'all at this point, because you've already made the motion to do that. I just haven't executed that contract because of this. So I'll go back to that original motion and just stick with it.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Sorry. Give me a second here.
Okay, and that's tabled.
That's 19 is tabled, so we're on open topics. Anyone?
No, thank you.
Anyone? All right, so I just want to let you know, no, I've been getting tons of phone calls.
Oh, really?
Yes, and I listened to two of the messages, both were on the same thing, but, and I think we'll all agree that we don't have a part in this, but it may involve us. But because I haven't spoken to these two individuals, I'm not sure what's going to happen. But apparently, Marvin Ridge High School, I just learned, is planning a walkout tomorrow, the kids are, in regards to this transgender, and there's some safety issues, and they're calling me, asking me, and again, I haven't talked to anyone, of what our plan is. And when, and I'm not sure, because we're not.
School's not in Marvin.
Yeah.
We're not the school board. We're not the sheriff's department. Call Union County, call the Union County School Board, and call the sheriff's department. Those are my answers.
Okay, just.
I mean,
wanna
those
let
are
you
my
know that
answers.
That's gonna happen tomorrow, or it's planned for tomorrow, and supposedly the principal has already responded or
But
said
in-
something, but
But
there's
in
some worry
response to
out there.
What?
That's, again, I was trying to listen to the message, why I haven't got all the, I haven't even called these people back, but all of a sudden it just came up and my phone was ringing off the hook that everyone wanted answers. So I'm just throwing it out there that we're all on the same page, that I think it has nothing to do with what, we're not involved with what happens at the school. And Sheriff's Department is, I would imagine, contracted by the school.
Yeah.
Right, so.
I mean, I understand that is very concerning for parents, especially if there's safety issues that they're concerned about. And I wish that I could say we're able to do X, Y, and Z, but
We can't even direct our
Our
officers to
own
be out
officers to
there at
do
a certain time.
anything.
It's just a volunteer that they have a window where they can, or when they go and patrol the area. So that's under our contract with the sheriff's department. so.
yes, yeah.
Okay,
So,
just
but-
wanted to make you all aware of it
But
for
keep
tomorrow.
us posted, please, because that is concerning.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you to those people who called Joe.
Yeah, I'm always the one that, yeah, I can fix it.
You don't even get a vote.
All right, next up, communications. Where are we at? Who? Monthly communication.
Keep it brief, Austin.
I will keep it brief. Is there anything on that list that you all want to change? Pretty simple stuff.
No, not Kim's list, not yet, we're not there yet.
We're not there yet. She's looking forward to that.
This used to be my list because Austin would forget things. He doesn't forget anything now.
I just know what lists you like me to look at.
I know. Thank you.
But yeah, pretty standard stuff for the next month. We're ramping up Marvin Day promotions. You'll see a lot more stuff like that. But yeah, please let me know if there's anything you want to add, take off. We're obviously going to send out some communications about the Senate bill. That'll be added once it's ready, probably within the next 2 weeks.
That's it?
Okay, good job.
All right, cool.
Okay,
Oh,
coffee with council. What do we debrief?
Oh, debrief. Andy bailed on me, so I had Mr. Mayor.
No, Andy had me. Andy called me. You didn't even know it was coming.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Andy
I
bailed
didn't
on me.
bail on you. I
He
ran
did.
along with work, and I.
Did you show up? No, you bailed on me. You said you were coming, you weren't, you didn't come. So, Joe came and we had
With a smile on my face.
oh, with bells on, he came. He was excited to see me. We had a resident come in just to see what was going on with the Heritage District, and we updated him, and that was it. It was a planning board
Talked
member.
about the days past.
good
of
old
what-
days.
Good old days of what's happened in Marvin and how we've
How
progressed.
we have gotten
How
better.
did said resident take the information?
Great. He was very happy with the update. He is a current planning board member and happens to also be on our wayfinding committee and happens to be a owner in the Heritage District, so he was just fine.
Okay.
Okay, moving on.
Reports and updates, managers report.
I don't have anything, sir.
Really? Out of all this?
Really?
We've been here 9 o'clock yet?
You're good? Planners report.
Yes.
The only thing that I want to provide an update on is that we have received a rezoning application for the reference of Scott White's property for the Marvin Heritage District. I know that you guys are aware, but that process is beginning. They have tentatively scheduled their public involvement meeting for April 19th here at Village Hall. They'll have 2 sessions, not sure on the times, but if we would like, if council wants to participate, you know, just work that out, or however we want to do that. If we want to put that on the 17th meeting to the schedule, we can. They're finalizing their details on the site plan, and they'll be presenting their site plan and their proposal at their public involvement meeting. So just wanted to make you guys aware, as well as everybody that's out there.
And the notice, is it going out next week?
For the public involvement meeting?
Yeah,
Yes.
next week, yeah.
I wasn't listening. What'd you say? I'm sorry. I really was.
Speaks
I was-
quick.
I was just saying that we've received the rezoning application for Scott White's property. from
Okay,
the people
perfect.
That's under
Oh, yeah,
contract.
when are the public involvement meetings for that? And would you like us there for those? Sorry, Hunter, I'm sorry. Did you just say that?
Yes.
Shit, sorry.
She said
April
she doesn't
April 19th, I think that,
It's happening.
the attorney's supposed to be sending me over the agenda and all that stuff.
No.
I want to say, there, if I recall from my discussion with her, it was 3 to 5 and 6 to 8, I think, were the
Okay.
2 sessions. If it wasn't 3 to 5, then it was like 2 to 4, and then potentially 5 to 7. So, but they're having 2 sessions on that Wednesday here at Village Hall.
And if any of us would like to show up, we should.
Yes, work it out, just so, yeah, there's not a quorum.
Said that, didn't we? Shit, sorry. Sorry, everybody listening. I was reading something else, sorry.
But, and
Sorry,
I'll
Hunter.
continue to provide updates on the application process and everything, but once again, they'll have their finalized site plan and stuff for their application at that public involvement meeting on the 19th.
Sounds good.
Cool.
Other than that, I think that's all. Oh, Marvin Loop. I will say real quick, the RFLI was submitted. I do know of a few engineering firms that will be submitting a proposal. So hopefully we'll continue down that road and have that firm selected in the next 2 or 3 weeks. Potentially, I guess we'll maybe do that at the 17th meeting. I don't think we've received our funding authorization yet, but we were allowed to go ahead and at least post and advertise and start negotiating once they all come back.
How do we feel about this roundabout updates that we've gotten in terms of the lighting and the sidewalk stuff? Like, do we feel like that's okay? Because I feel like I feel like the lights are good, but the sidewalk situation, I don't love that.
What do you mean the sidewalk?
Like, they're just gonna do like a cutout, but they're not gonna be marked as a crosswalk, and then we have to install curb and gutter and handicap ramps? Like, I don't understand that.
Some of that,
That's what it's been the whole,
Yeah.
all along.
Has it?
Yeah.
some of that though, like, will kind of coincide with the Marvin Loop construction in that area.
Okay.
Because since there is an access there, I mean, if I'm interpreting it correctly, like, that can be involved in our engineering plans for the Marvin Loop because it is a connection point and those cutouts are already there. And then we
Okay.
can stripe it.
Okay. All right, as long as you guys are good with it, I
Yeah, and then the
read
last-
that and I was like,
I will say, Matt from Union Power did email me, let me just pull this up real quick. I want to say that it has been approved by DOT now.
okay, good.
So,
We don't have to do another survey.
yeah, he said he just got approval on the encroachments with NCDOT today. He's gonna reach out to try finalizing agreements with some of the landowners, and they'll be good to go. So, pretty much, it should go up, the lights should go up either during the construction process or right after the roundabout's done, and have the lighting pretty much day one.
And then we also, I don't know if this is under you planning, but we also have open houses next week for the PARTF and the Park Master Plan. So if you guys can take a look at those dates, and if you can pop in during any of those times just to be here to answer questions, that would be great.
Next week?
Next week. Do you have those dates handy, Austin, and times?
Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, 12 p.m. to 2 p.m., 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. Wednesday, 4 to 6 p.m. And then the public input meeting is Thursday,
12 to 2.
12 to 2.
Okay. So if anybody can show up for those, that would be great. Sure. Yeah.
Did we not schedule ourselves?
Yes, because then they can comment on it and leave a good comment. Yes.
If you went ahead and put it down, that's fine. Just make sure that no more than 2 of you show up.
Yeah.
2 plus Joe,
Okay.
2 plus Joe is fine.
I was gonna be there 12 to 2 on Monday, so I don't know if anybody else wants to be there.
I will be out of pocket, unfortunately. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, you have a meeting Tuesday morning.
Well,
The public
After
input meeting
Tuesday,
on Thursday will actually be in the community room and not here because they'll be installing the smart shades.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that that got mentioned.
just looking on my schedules here real quick here. so-
Okay, anybody else for planners report? Hunter? Okay, Marvin Day Planning,
Marvin Day.
Marvin Day Planning Report. Jill? I mean, we're gonna have a big meeting on Tuesday, so I don't know how much you wanna.
Yeah, I don't really have an update that I want to share today, other than we do have our joint meeting with the subcommittee on Tuesday. We'll be going over the schedule of events, any kind of outstanding items that we need to discuss, and then I'll also give a sponsorship update. What? I know.
I told you about that yesterday. I told you what to do.
You said I could have it to you by Friday. So that's all.
Thanks, Jill.
All right.
Moving right along.
Agenda items, review of action items. What we got?
Hey, before y'all get into that, I want to show you one thing real quick on your action list. You notice we put a little column on there that says priority. This is something that this is a takeaway that we've had from our personnel study that was conducted over the last couple of months. COG and I met, and we were trying to come up with a way to outline better expectations from you all to relate to staff. So when y'all assign things, we will just naturally assign it a priority unless y'all want to assign it as you're doing it. If we've got it wrong, then we can change it. But we'll put a scale down at the bottom on the next one that will define what low, high, and medium means. But more than likely, it would be something like high would be a 1 to 2 month turnaround time, whereas moderate would be a 3 to 5 month turnaround time, and vice versa. So we'll get more into detail on that. I just wanted to point that out as you go through this, so you can kind of see where we've ranked things as they are today.
So for today's action items, so we're going to change the doorknob in the community room to a key lock, and I got to get those doors rekeyed. I'm going to do some more research and get formal prices on the engraver for the pavers. I'm going to try to have y'all an update by May. I've got my orders on the time capsule. I will work on that. It's going to be a little bit of a back burner issue, but I'm going to try to have you an update in May or June. Christina and Derek are working on, we'll work on getting quotes and designs for multiple vendors for the playgrounds. Derek and Christina are going to plan that group outing for playground visits. Derek's going to move forward with the idea for a toddler playground where the tree fell. Christina and Derek will execute the Blue Ridge Trail work contract for the Tullamore Phase 3 trail. We'll move forward with the purchase of a stand-on blower for park equipment. We'll execute the change order for the AV with the compensation for the damage to the pillar subtracted. We're going to work on that resolution of opposition to Senate Bill 317, and we'll send that to WEMA once completed and signed by Joe. And we'll send out communications afterwards explaining what's going on to the public. And then we'll talk to Todd Johnson and David Willis about the issue. I think that's all I got. And Christina's going to move forward with the original contract with McAdams for the hydraulic study.
Hunter and I are getting together to go over the UDO contract.
Okay. Anything else? All right, council comments.
You missed number 2.
It's her
I want
favorite.
you to say it out loud.
Review the mayor.
Not nice, it's the first
Mayor
time.
Pro Tem Kim's list.
All right, thank you. Okay, so I would say for roundabout lighting, I can say we're good, right? Hunter, you feel really comfortable and good with that? We don't need to follow up with them anymore? Like, we're good?
I can follow up with them. I mean, if you want to take it off, I mean, it's up to you, but like, I'll still follow up with them
Okay.
periodically.
Well, we can take it off then. I feel good about taking it off. You can also take off the crosswalks. I feel good about that. Austin, since you guys had a meeting with Chimneys, you want to tell us where we are with that?
Yes, we think it went very well. They had a lot of good questions, focused on roads, sidewalks, street lights, street signs. We're also looking into the fact that there's a platted easement behind their property for a future trail. overall, it seemed, it went well. They definitely have interest. They're communicating with, they're talking as a board now, and we're gonna see where they go. Hopefully, we can at least convince them to annex their common open space, because that will then enable all of their residents to annex as they please. So,
Great, awesome, good job.
That-
Keep
anything
that
you
on
wanna
They
there.
don't have any unknown diversity to them.
the only thing we didn't get them was a trail stop.
Well,
Yeah,
oh, you know,
if they do, it's on them.
if they do annex their common open space, that makes it contiguous down Waxhaw Marvin Road past, down to the school, and
Yeah.
then back, jumps back over, so.
Minus Sandy Ridge.
Right, but when you cross over the road, it's still contiguous, so the only lot that is not in Marvin on that side of the road is the guy on the corner of Huntley Drive.
You're referring to the DOT?
Mhm.
Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's good.
That is good.
That'd be
'cause
really
then we
good.
don't have that little
Yep.
area that we can't take over.
Yeah, that'd be really good. Austin, if you can just take that date off of that one and let's leave it on there,
Which one?
the chimneys, take the 3:30 off. And just leave it on there because you're going to keep following up with them.
Yeah, they're talking as a board, so we're waiting to hear back.
Yeah, so
But
just-
we've
but-
at least began those discussions.
Yeah, just take the 3:30 off, so I'm not like, why didn't I? Take the 3:30 off the weather vane, because you still don't have that.
I'm working on it.
I know. I have the wine truck secured for Marvin Day. Hunter, beer, we good?
Still,
They still haven't called you back?
I called him on Monday, and I can't remember, he called me back, I just haven't had a chance to call him. I mean, yesterday was in meetings all day, and Tuesday was busy too.
Okay. All right. By Tuesday, our meeting, think you can talk to them by Tuesday at our
Yeah,
meeting?
no, that's my plan.
Okay.
Because I know that you guys have that meeting, so we'll have that flushed out by then.
Perfect, thank you. All-inclusive contract, we're not doing that anymore, are we?
No, we've segmented it out, but it's still the same. It comes back on that date.
4/17, okay, good. I'm assuming you guys haven't gone to talk to towns at RG Park. Wayne? Hunter? No? Okay. Sponsorships, I go ahead and just take that off, because if you get some more, great. If not, I think we're done with it. Huh? Okay, well, we can get some more. Bike racks, are those done? Derek?
Mr. Durst has left the building.
Yeah, he's gone. I'll ask him.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
think
know
the
this
ones that-
one's done, but I like to do the other one. You can do the county commissioners, just get that off. I don't want to look at it anymore. You can uncomplete the sink replacements and put that on the May work session. Oh, we didn't put the discussion of a loan on Marvin Eford Park. Did you ask those guys about that?
Yeah, they gave me an answer that I wanted him to explain to you all. It's not as easy as we think.
So it's not like getting a home equity where we
No.
don't have to, okay, good.
No, because
Mark it off then, we're good.
you have to have the collateral. It's
Okay.
it's a lot more discussion than just a 2-minute conversation.
Okay, all right, just take that off then, because that doesn't sound like that's gonna happen anyway. Yeah. State Rep Mark Brody.
Did you want to take off the playground replacement?
Yeah. Sorry. Brody, you're doing that tomorrow, but
Oh,
that's not
actually,
about
it's-
annexation, so you can ask
It
about
isn't,
it.
but he'll be there and I can
Yeah,
ask him
just
about
leave that on there. Schools, have the bus stops changed? Is that why the school
No,
school
they
buses
have
are
not
there?
changed, but you all had asked, they're not going to change. You all had asked me to ask why there was a bus that went into Preserve. I did ask him, he said there's a disabled child that lives down there and they have to pull the bus in there to let him or her off at wherever he lives. So that's why the bus was in the subdivision.
So they can. They can go into the subdivision. Okay, I'm done talking. It just,
It's not
if
that they
anybody else
can't,
calls
they're-
about it,
It's not that they can't
They
go
don't
into
want to.
subdivisions, they're trying to expedite the buses
know.
because they're so strapped on bus drivers and
oh, I
buses.
get it, but that's ridiculous because.
I know, I get it.
So you can take that off, Austin. Village site plan Heritage District sewer tap? Oh, okay, you can leave that on there. No, hold on, what's the Marvin Creek HOA that they had to, oh, they're gonna decide, we don't know about that?
Yeah, we actually do. He just emailed us, I think yesterday, and said that he is in Milan, is ready to take it to the board to vote on regardless of this one property owner. If you recall, the property owner wanted us to do some FEMA studies, and we said, no, we're not gonna do that. You need to make a decision whether or not you're gonna go forward with it. Milan seems to think that the board will vote for it. It may not be unanimous, but he feels like he'll have enough support to go through with it.
Awesome. Okay, that's fine. No, leave that on there, because I want to see what happens. Yeah, you can complete the hydraulic study. Are you guys done with your reimbursement agreement for Winmore?
No, Chaplain's still working.
Yeah, Chaplin's still working on it.
Just leave that on there. Comparative quotes, UDO, you can just mark that complete, because we'll talk about it. Okay, that's it, thank you.
All right.
Council comments, let Jamie go first, because he has to leave 5 minutes ago.
In light of all the stuff that happened in Nashville, certainly our hearts and prayers go out to them, but the first responders, they did an amazing job. They went, what they were trained to do, they went to the line of fire. So again, our thoughts go to, to our team here, and we appreciate what they do.
I'd like to make a motion to dismiss Councilman Lyon at 2:35 PM.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion- we won't
may
vote
leave
on
now.
anything, including volunteers. Okay. Wait.
Just, I'll thank the staff and our first responders.
Okay, thank you. Start on that, Andy.
So, I guess my comment is kind of a question. So, I was looking through the contract for the state for the roundabout, and I noticed in there that they have restrictions on times that lanes can be closed, and they're not abiding by that at this point. They're long before they're supposed to, and long after they're supposed to be shut down. Who polices that?
For where?
The DOT would, it's their project. Somebody at DOT, I can't.
So, but how does that get,
I can relay the message over to them that the lane closures are not being like they're supposed to. I don't know if it's gonna delay it further, because it means it extends out the days, but I'll be more than glad to send a message over.
there's the specifics in that contract about holidays, and they're supposed to be not in the road before 9 AM, and they're supposed to be out of the road by 3:30 because of the influx of rush hour traffic. So, and I've noticed it, when they're there till 5 o'clock, there is a line of cars all the way back to the Marvin Road roundabout coming through, and it causes a real major problem at the Waxhaw Marvin roundabout. So that just kind of sparked, and when I used to work for DOT way long time ago, we had those restrictions in place for us as well, and so that just kind of prompted that as I was reading through that contract.
With that being said, Christine, I know I'm taking up your time, but with that being said, Tommy did say that when he showed up to do like directing traffic, or he showed up there, I don't know if it was to direct at 4:30 or not, but that the construction worker was like, oh, thank God you're here. Like, we can't do this. You need to do it. And he's like, no. So DOT does need to be aware that whoever they're contracted with and whoever's out there is really not doing their job, and they're not following through with whatever the contract is.
All I was gonna say is, I'm not sure what contract you're referring to. I think DOT should be contacted either way, but my thought is that could be referring to the actual construction. They're doing the utility relocation, and so I don't know if that is regulated in the same parameters. I don't know, but either way, that was just I just wanted to mention that.
I'll ask.
That was that agreement that you sent me,
Yeah.
and I think it
Like the
applies to
200-page
all.
document?
Yeah, I think that applies to all contractors
I'll
that are
ask.
doing projects on this, because, why would you restrict it for one and not everybody? That wouldn't make much sense.
So just so I'm aware, you said that they've been there after hours. Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Asking our deputies to do their job.
Okay, anything else?
No, that's it. I just.
Bob?
No
throw that
comment.
out there.
Kimberly?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to staff, as always, and to our deputies, because they do a great job. And I don't know if you guys watched that video from the Nashville shooting or not, the body cam video, but it is
Textbook.
chilling. And it made me cry to think about those poor children and the staff and the teachers and the officers that had to go in there to do that. I would also like to thank County Commissioner Rushing for coming to our meeting today, and County Manager Matthews for coming. I'm not sure that we got some direct answers that we wanted to have, but I do appreciate their time coming in today and talking with us, and I really hope and am encouraged that we might be able to start a better line of communication with them in order to work together.
Okay, thank you, Kim. And for me, it's obviously, always want to thank staff, because I know you guys have, even though I've been out of pocket and been away for a while on a nice trip in Ireland, I'm back, and it's good to see that things are happening at the town hall, which is exciting. So the lights are still on, and that's a good thing. But thank you, staff, for your hard work. And also, I concur with the first responders. I watched the video, it's online, of what these guys do, and I can't imagine them being in that situation, not knowing what's around the corner, yet it was textbook the way they did it and brought that person down. But it's heartbreaking, though, regardless, every time you hear these stories. I will like to thank also trying people for coming and being patient while we went through the talking with the county. David and Chaz, was it? That was his Chazo. And good information is something we can kind of start talking with our constituents about, that, you know. No. Oh, okay. Chazo. But anyways, I think we got some ammunition to kind of go out and start talking to your constituents about that, you know, where we're going with this, because I think it makes a lot of sense that, and I think this town deserves it. As far as good news in the legislative session, I learned at WUMA, per Weddington, the council member, that there is some legislation in the works at the state level to help out municipalities who are in the situation where they are on the hook for the 50% overrun, in a way for the state to come in and address that issue. So any of these roundabouts that we want to get done now, and for whatever reason they don't get done, hopefully that comes to pass. I'd rather see that than something with what they're also considering. I mentioned the planned walkout for tomorrow. And finally, WUMA. The next WUMA meeting is scheduled for April 27th, and that's going to be in Wesley Chapel. So with that, I don't have anything else, and just need a motion to adjourn.
Nope, we gotta
Oh,
make
we
a
gotta go
motion
on
to move
to
into closed session pursuant to NCGS 143318.11A1 for a review of closed session minutes and personnel, and discuss personnel, which is 6.
Okay. All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thanks. I can just use the restroom.
I've got 10 minutes.
Well,
Let's hit
Bob.
whichever one is more important.
Be there in 15.